Good morning, Robert. Just another day in paradise. This live just started a few minutes ago. Decided to come in and join.
Welcome and thank you for being here today for our big announcements. We have many speakers today, and then we'll be taking questions from members of the press. It is my pleasure to welcome to the podium HHS Secretary Robert F. Kennedy, Jr.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you to all the officials who are joining us today, and I may acknowledge many of you by name. It's a long list. Chairman of the Federal Trade Commission, Andrew Ferguson, Senator Bill Cassidy, Senator Marsha Blackburn, Senator Roger Marshall, Senator James Lankford, Congressman Doug LaMalfa, Congressman John Joyce, Congresswoman Diana Harshberger, Congressman Bob Onder, Congressman Robert Aderholt, Congressman Dan Crenshaw, Congressman Tim Walberg, Indiana Attorney General Todd Rokita, Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton, Deputy Secretary Jim O'Neill, Administrator Mehmet Oz, Director Jay Bhattacharya, Commissioner Marty McCary, and Admiral Brian Christine. And a special thanks to Chloe Cole for being with us today. To bravely share her odyssey. Doctors assume a solemn obligation to protect children. Yet doctors across the country now provide needless and irreversible sex-rejecting procedures that violate their sacred Hippocratic oath by endangering the very lives that they are sworn to safeguard. The American Medical Association, the American Academy of Pediatrics, peddled the lie that chemical and surgical sex-rejecting procedures could be good for children who suffer from gender dysphoria. They betrayed the estimated 300,000 American youth ages 13 to 17, conditioned to believe that sex can be changed. They betrayed their Hippocratic oath to do no harm. So-called gender-affirming care has inflicted lasting physical and psychological damage on vulnerable young people. This is not medicine, it is malpractice. We're done with junk science driven by ideological pursuits, not the well-being of children. A peer-reviewed report published by the HHS Office of the Assistant Secretary for Health last month confirms that sex-rejecting procedures impose medical dangers and lasting harm on children who receive these interventions. So today we are taking 6 decisive actions, guided by gold standard science and the week 1 executive order from President Trump to protect children from chemical and surgical mutilation. This morning, I signed a declaration: sex-rejecting procedures are neither safe nor effective treatment for children with gender dysphoria. These procedures fail to meet professionally recognized standards of care. Medical professionals or entities providing sex-rejecting procedures to children are out of compliance with these standards of health care. This declaration is a clear directive to providers to follow the science and the overwhelming body of evidence that these procedures hurt, not help, children. Additionally, CMS is proposing 2 new rules. The first rule will bar hospitals that participate in Medicare and Medicaid, which is almost every hospital, from performing these dangerous and harmful procedures. The second rule prohibits the federal Medicaid dollars from funding the sex-rejecting procedures on minors. The FDA is issuing warning letters to 12 manufacturers of breast binders, which are medical devices used for purposes such as assistance in recovery from cancer-related mastectomies. The FDA is telling these companies that the illegal marketing of breast binders to children for the purpose of treating gender dysphoria commits significant regulatory violations and requires swift congressional or corrective action. If the manufacturers don't comply, they could face enforcement actions, including product seizures. Furthermore, HHS is also moving to reverse the Biden administration's attempt to include gender dysphoria within the definition of disability. My uncle, Ted Kennedy, was the primary author of the Americans with Disabilities Act and of the 1978 amendments that strengthened the Rehabilitation Act. The Biden-era amendments that designated gender dysphoria as a disability served the commercial interest of a predatory, multi-billion-dollar industry that betrayed the original intention of those laws engendered widespread public resentments against those laws among the American people and discredited the statutes in the public mind. These are statutes that were designed to protect the most vulnerable Americans, and the misuse of these statutes for these purposes injures the statutes themselves and injures other people who are entitled to that protection and who Americans want to see protected. Our proposed rule will reassure recipients of HHS funding that policies preventing or limiting sex-rejecting procedures do not violate disability non-discrimination requirements. Finally, our Assistant Secretary of Health, Admiral Brian Christine, today signed a public health message to inform healthcare providers, families, and policymakers that current evidence does not support claims that puberty blockers, cross-sex hormones, and surgeries are safe and effective treatments for pediatric gender dysphoria. These announcements are grounded in evidence and shaped by compassion. President Trump has made child protection a national priority. The Make Our Children Healthy Again strategy demonstrates that commitment. Sex-rejecting procedures rob children of their futures. The Maha Commission strategy report calls for an end to over-medicalization of our children, Unnecessary medical interventions drive big money interests that push sex-rejecting treatments. Today's revenue for sex-rejecting drugs and surgeries in 2023 were estimated in one study to exceed $4.4 billion and on track to exceed $7.8 billion by 2030. One doctor was recorded callously describing sex-rejecting procedures as a big moneymaker. Hospitals rake in millions of dollars by convincing boys and girls that a lifetime of off-label prescriptions for estrogen and testosterone blockers, chest reconstruction surgeries, and more are the only way to achieve true happiness and belonging in life. It's wrong. The Trump administration will not stand by while ideology, misinformation, and propaganda push vulnerable young people into decisions they cannot fully understand and that they can never reverse. On my watch, HHS will stand for radical transparency and informed consent. We follow the evidence, we employ gold standard science, we honor the moral obligation to do no harm. There is divine worth in every person, and it shines most brightly in our children. That worth commands us to protect them, and as long as I serve as HHS Secretary, this agency will do so. Thank you all very, very much.
Sorry, I thought I was last. I guess I'm not. Secretary Kennedy, thank you very much. His bold words tonight reflect a deep passion that he's expressed since very early in this administration, and it represents why HHS needs to be in the forefront of issues like this. The white paper that was crafted, it's several hundred pages long, but is actually a superb document, created a foundation for CMS, my agency, Medicare and Medicaid, to take bold action as well to address some of the challenges. But I want to take a second and outline where we are right now. There's an op-ed that Steph Carlton, my chief of staff, was over here somewhere, and I penned that just issued while we've been sitting here, and it highlights some of these issues. But of course, it all came out of the executive order of the president, protecting children from chemical and surgical mutilation. Simple title, descriptive and accurate in its desire to do just that. And today we will deliver that to the president and to the secretary. Many of you, as you walked through the front portal of this building, the Hubert Humphrey building, saw Senator Humphrey's quote on the side wall. And he speaks about the moral obligation of government to take care of those at the dawn of life, our children. 53% of children in America are in Medicaid or CHIP programs. So we provide insurance to most children, and commercial insurance follow us. But we are in a weird place in America where we have mixed politics and medicine. And do you know what you get when you mix politics and medicine? Politics. There is no medicine left. We witnessed that with bizarre statements, predatory actions, and many other activities that I think have forced children to the tip of the spear where they have brunt the burden of this toxic combination. We've been told that permanently altering bodies of children, and the children are told this as well, will bring them lasting peace. But few have achieved the inner peace promised by these charlatans, and the talking heads, the media personalities, the social media posts, all these have created a dishonest narrative. And of course, many of these children are left with the most tragic parts of all the treatments that they've succumbed themselves to. Many physicians as well have been pressured into compliance. The white paper outlines this, with the dangerous progressive ideology that treats children like lab mice. And because often in medical school you're taught to go along to get along, they have not been willing to rear their heads and bravely say what they know to be right, which is that these procedures are wrong. Individuals who question their sexuality are treated by medical professionals on the fast track, that's what it's called, approach to care, resulting in drastic interventions that merely increase the distress they're already suffering from. Under politicized medicine, people suffer long-term consequences. Let me go through the three major categories. Puberty blockers, reduce bone density, alter brain development, which is a real problem when you're 11, 12, 13 years of age, and disrupt sexual function for the rest of your life, oftentimes. Cross-sex hormones cause irreversible changes, including infertility, loss of sexual function, even cardiovascular issues, as well as long-term endocrine problems. And of course, the surgical interventions where you remove healthy organs, despicable and reprehensible as it is, permanently alter appearances and destroy children's lives. So let's talk a moment right now about the big question. This dangerous fast-track approach in invasive treatment, what it really does is slap a Band-Aid on a much deeper pathology, a much deeper problem, the underlying issue of gender dysphoria. It denies patients the opportunity to be seen for who they really are. The doctor can't look them in the eyes and treat them like a child that's confused and lost and needs help. They become an opportunity. They become eventually a victim. Reasonable evidence-based objections that a child's confusion might resolve over time have been ignored, even though it makes common sense, and it turns out from numerous studies now in Europe to be true. Again, we outlined these in the op-ed. And this is not how clinicians respond to the care of other pediatric issues, but it's how we respond to pediatric adolescent mental distress. And the medically honest approach is to at least start slowly, the least invasive possible, psychotherapy, counseling, including family counseling, evaluation of other conditions like ADHD and autism, and of course, treatment of the anxiety and depression that so often is included with this diagnosis. There's lots of reasons we're having this problem. Social media is obviously a concern. There's been an explosion of discussions within children's groups about these topics. The surge has also been accompanied by healthcare professionals advocating that there's not going to be any opportunity to push a child to think twice about the decision they might have wandered into mistakenly in a whimsical moment. And 57% increase in suicide rates over the last great data we have, which is from the teens, is also a concern, with teenage children bearing the brunt of this. American taxpayers should not have to foot the bill for ideologically driven experiments on our nation's youth, and hospitals that we deem must meet the minimum quality standards of care and safety should not be conducting these experiments when we know so little about what is happening with our youth. Now the important part. For these reasons, and I can go on and on, this document, the white paper that the Secretary commissioned is over 300 pages long, we're taking major steps at CMS to stop a funding process that has led to irreversible medical interventions with two major actions. The first, we're announcing a notice of proposed rulemaking that ends taxpayer funding of sex-rejecting procedures for children in Medicaid and CHIP, full stop. We don't provide health care to every child, but at 53%, we've got most, and we're not going to let taxpayer money go to hurt these children, and those children will no longer be hurt with this ideology. We know that inflicting these procedures on young people costs them and the Medicaid system countless dollars, not just in medical bills, but also all kinds of downstream issues, while providers reap the rewards. Too many providers inappropriately profit from carrying out these destructive procedures, and I'm just going to go through this grotesque laundry list of prices just so you're on the same page with what Secretary Kennedy started teasing at. According to a 2022 JAMA data, so it's very recent, the typical vaginoplasty, a procedure a child does not need, costs $60,000. Shockingly, a phalloplasty, the creation of a penis, costs, on average, in America, according to this data, high quality, $150,000 per child. I do believe, with doing some work, that these prices have continued to increase with increasing manufactured demand. And I must point out that the creation of a vagina, in that case of a phalloplasty, or a scrotoplasty where you add testicles, that's extra. This is a pathology that has afflicted the medical profession. It is shameful that clinicians have profiteered off this. I do not understand how it could possibly have been tolerated by the leadership of these institutions, but it will no longer be funded. And I can tell you, if they're so diehard desirous of helping children and they don't get paid, the question is, will they do these procedures? And I think we know the answer. The second big thing, that's $250 million over the next decade of savings to the taxpayer, but that's irrelevant to this issue compared to the harm to the next generation, to our future, because kids are always our future. Second, to reinforce the need to protect our children, we are announcing that certified Medicare and Medicaid hospitals, pretty much everyone in the hospital in the country, will no longer be permitted to perform certain sex-rejecting procedures on children. Any hospital that does offer sex-rejecting procedures to vulnerable populations of pediatric-age kids will no longer be able to participate in the Medicare and Medicaid program. We want our hospitals returning to healing, not harming the patients entrusted with their care, or they're going to pay a very steep price. These actions are part of an all-government effort led by President Trump and spearheaded by Secretary Kennedy to protect vulnerable individuals and genuinely make America healthy again. This is not just smart, science-based health policy. It is our moral duty, as Senator Humphrey mentioned 50 years ago. I'm passionate about this issue. My whole team is passionate about this issue. Secretary Kennedy, God bless you for pushing forward on this.
Thank you, Dr. Oz. One of the most barbaric features of a society is the genital mutilation of its children. It's based on a medical dogma, sadly, that the normal, sometimes stressful experiences of boys and girls growing up is a pathology that requires medical intervention. Parents are told if they don't agree to these disfiguring and permanently sterilizing procedures, they're putting their child at increased risk of suicide, a baseless claim that has never been supported with good data. Let's be honest, and I'm going to say what you're not supposed to say. Pushing transgender ideology in children is predatory, it's wrong, and it needs to stop. This ideology is a belief system that some teachers, some pediatricians, and others are selling to children without their parents knowing sometimes, or with a deliberate attempt to remove parents from the decision-making. Puberty can be stressful, and for all of history, being a kid and interacting with kids from the opposite gender can be awkward, even confusing at times. But to see now a society putting kids on a path of chest binders, drugs, castration, mastectomies, and other procedures is a path that now many kids regret. And Chloe, I've got to say, your testimony in front of the Hill was one of the best descriptions I've heard on this issue ever. Maybe one of the best descriptions I've heard of any topic ever presented in front of Congress, and it's an honor to be here with you. Let me be clear about something, and this is an important distinction. Sometimes it doesn't get mentioned. We're not talking about medically treating kids with a biological basis for differences in sexual development, what used to be called intersex. We're not talking about children with 5-alpha reductase deficiency, Klinefelter syndrome, Turner syndrome, or other sex chromosome abnormalities. We're talking about an ideology that is supported by flawed science that every child as young as 4 years of age should pick from an array of genders. We've got high schools now where half the kids don't identify as a boy or girl. What's going on? To American hospitals and clinics, do not ask parents to leave the room in order to sell your transgender ideology to America's children. How is it that a child cannot get an ibuprofen without their parents' consent at school? Yet states like California are arguing that children should be able to make irreversible choices without their parents' knowledge. The UK actually did a comprehensive review in the Cass Commission of the medical literature and found there's no role for puberty blockers in many of these interventions. We as doctors have a duty to speak up, and that's why we're here, against this cruel practice. It's been hard to speak honestly on this topic, Many in academia who have challenged the dogma have been railroaded, dismissed, fired, or labeled in a form of modern-day McCarthyism. Just ask the former Brown University professor Lisa Lippman, whose research suggested that transgenderism was a socially contagious condition. Brown University persecuted her and did not renew her contract. And this is the story of many academics that are trying to speak common sense to this insanity. Let's stop with the labeling and let's have an honest conversation about what's best for America's children. Today, the FDA is taking action. We are sending warning letters to 12 manufacturers and retailers for illegal marketing of breast binders for children for the purposes of treating gender dysphoria. Breast binders are a Class 1 medical device with legitimate medical users, such as being used by women after breast cancer surgery. And these binders are not benign. Long-term usage has been associated with pain, compromised lung function from atelectasis collapse, and even difficulty breastfeeding later in life. The warning letters will formally notify the companies of their significant regulatory violations and require prompt corrective action. And I want to say thank you, President Trump, for signing the executive order to have us look into this. Thank you to Secretary Kennedy for speaking directly to this issue, to Mehmet Oz for finally ending government-funded sex transition procedures in the United States, to Jim O'Neill for his leadership, Brian Christine, Jay Bhattacharya, to Chloe for sharing her personal experience, to the entire team, to the many members here, Senators Marshall, Cassidy, Langford, Blackburn. You've taken risk and stood up on this topic and stood for what's right. Congressman Wahlberg, Anders, Adderholt, Harshberger, Crenshaw, AG Paxton. It's not easy to speak up on these issues, and you've done it at personal career risk. Thank you for speaking up for American children. It's time I can't tell you the number of people that said, don't talk about this issue publicly. You can talk about everything else in medicine, but do not ever talk about this on TV or in any public forum. You've probably gotten the same advice. But we're going to keep fighting for American children.
Good morning. I'm Admiral Brian Christine, the Assistant Secretary for Health at the Department of Health and Human Services, and I have the privilege of being the Senior Flag Officer in the Commission Corps of the United States Public Health Service. Welcome to you all, but especially welcome to you, Chloe. Today, we are taking decisive action to protect America's children from chemical and surgical mutilation and to restore evidence-based medicine and gold standard science to the forefront of federal health policy. What we found in our gender dysphoria review was truly alarming. From 2016 to 2019, the number of sex-rejecting procedures performed on children tripled. And despite the mounting evidence of harm and the reversals by European countries, the previous administration and my predecessor were driven by a warped ideology and a radical political agenda. And that is why I am signing this public health message today, to ensure that healthcare providers understand their responsibility to put children's health and safety first. As medical professionals, we have an ethical obligation to provide excellent care to our patients informed by the best evidence we have. And as such, we should refuse interventions that pose risks of unnecessary harm because our first mission is to do no harm. For the safety of our children, medical professionals should refuse to provide puberty blockers, cross-sex hormones, and surgical interventions. Instead, we must prioritize comprehensive psychosocial assessment and support. We must address co-occurring mental health conditions, and we must provide compassionate developmentally appropriate counseling. And finally, we must educate young families about the incredibly weak evidence for these medical interventions. And let me be clear about this. This is not about politics. It is about science. It is about safety. It is about radical transparency. It is about trust. Our mission is to ensure that every American child receives medical care that is evidence-based, that is ethical, and worthy of the public's confidence. For America to be healthy and great again, we need strong, healthy boys and girls who will have the chance to know the joy of coming together as one and starting their own family one day. And if they are subjected to these vile, sex-rejecting procedures, that cannot happen. Protecting our children's health and their future is good medicine. Protecting our children's health and their future is our moral obligation. Today, I am offering the opportunity for every medical professional to absolutely reject harmful, irreversible procedures on minors and instead to prioritize medicine that puts the health of America's children first. All of us on this stage will continue to be guided by gold standard science, a dedication to radical transparency, and a commitment to truth. President Trump and Secretary Kennedy will stand for no less. Thank you all for being with us today. God bless President Donald Trump. God bless Secretary Robert F. Kennedy, Jr. God bless all of our vulnerable children who suffer from gender dysphoria and their families. God bless Chloe Cole, and God bless our republic. Thank you.
I'm Dr. Jay Bhattacharya, the director of the National Institute of Health. I was thinking about how we got to this moment today, and I was thinking about the power of science. And normally, we at the NIH, and I should say, as myself in my own capacity in my career, I've always admired the power of science to do good for the world, to help us understand how the world works, to develop cures and treatments. But today is not a day to just talk about that, because we've also seen in this sorry episode that will go down as a dark episode in medical history of how the power of enthrallment to a false science can damage and harm lives. The hijacking of scientific institutions, the hijacking of scientific journals for the purpose of essentially enforcing groupthink is tremendously powerful. We saw this during the pandemic, and we've seen this in this episode today, that the idea about whether you need to have extraordinary interventions to halt the puberty of a child in order to prevent them from committing suicide. That's a scientific question, right? It's more questions, lots of types of questions, but it is at heart a scientific question. Is it true? Is it true that if you don't accede to the desires of a 10-year-old, 11-year-old child who thinks they're the other gender, and allow the doctors to do extraordinary measures, that they're going to kill themselves? The idea behind all these procedures was a false idea propagated first by science, by scientists, essentially asserting that the evidence that the answer to that question, yes, if you don't let your child transition, they're more likely to commit suicide, that the answer to that question is yes, when in fact there was never any solid scientific evidence for that question. The 300-plus page HHS report, the report that was done in the UK, the CAST report, the Scandinavian reports, all those came and looked at the scientific evidence, and they all came to the same conclusion, that the scientific evidence that the answer to that question is yes is incredibly weak. And so the question is, why did it take so long? Why did it take so long, and how did the first idea come in the heads of people to assert falsely that there was strong scientific evidence to say that you must transition your kid or else they're going to commit suicide? I mean, those are haunting questions for me as the director of the National Institute of Health, because the key idea in science is that when there are extraordinary claims made, you have to question them. Even when you have ideas that are well established, you have to question them. And yet what happened was that there was essentially a groupthink that prevented excellent scientists from speaking up when they should have. The extraordinary courage of the authors of the HHS report, I don't know if you're all here in the room today, is stunning to me, because they stuck their heads up. The extraordinary courage of Chloe Cole, sticking her head up when it was almost impossible to do so. Why was it so impossible? Because the power of science to enthrall minds is almost unmatched in our society. So what do we need to do? First, don't ever let, if you're a parent, don't ever let a doctor tell you, essentially blackmail you into thinking that you must accede to a transition for your child, because if you don't, the child will kill themselves. There's no warrant for that. The scientific evidence does not support that, and we should never, and I'm proud to be part of an administration that is putting an end to that practice. Second, this is the policy announcement. As the director of the NIH, we have ended our support for research in support of of gender transitions. But now there have been activist courts that have prevented us from getting rid of all of our portfolio of it. But by the end of this year, that's all going to be gone from our portfolio. It was junk science to begin with, and we will not continue to support it. Let me tell you an anecdote about this. There was a researcher that the NIH funded that did a study of whether, to answer the question, was it more likely that a child who didn't transition would commit suicide? That researcher found the answer was no. But because the researcher's ideology was so enmeshed in this, because if the answer is no, that means she might get canceled, she refused to release the study, refused to release the data. And we at the NIH have got the data from this researcher and made it available for other researchers to do replication studies and work on. I'll tell you, I think to me that is an absolute violation of what it means to be a scientist. When I find data that disagrees with my priors, my ideas about the way the world works, I change my mind. Actually, the easiest way to always be right, when you're wrong, you just change your mind. It's very simple. That's the beautiful thing about science. So I made the announcement already about no longer funding this, but the second announcement, and this is really, really important to me. There are thousands of kids that have undergone this transition, and many of whom regret having undergone this transition. There are thousands of kids that are in mental distress because they've been through this, families torn apart. We are going to fund science to help them, because what I don't want is for the answers to those families to be based on basically no evidence or presumed knowledge that we don't actually have. We're going to do gold standard science to help those families, to help those kids that are detransitioning or thinking about detransitioning, because we have to follow wherever the evidence leads in order to protect children. So Secretary Kennedy, President Trump, if you're listening, and all the distinguished congressmen and senators and others in the room, thank you for your leadership on this issue. Thanks for on the behalf of all the parents and kids of this country. I think we are turning a page in this. This will be remembered as a dark day. Today we'll remember as a bright day, but the episode of the last several years will remember as a dark page in the history of science, and let's pray that we never have to do that again. Thank you.
Men are men. Men can never become women. Women are women. Women can never become men. Children are innocent, and they need our protection. It takes organized efforts to deny these fundamental truths. Sadly, we've seen such efforts succeed from time to time. The denial of fundamental truths can destroy nations from within. At the root of the evils we face such as the blurring of the lines between sexes and radical social agendas, is a hatred for nature as God designed it, and for life as it was meant to be lived. This ideology does not just deny biology, it declares war against it. As part of the Biden administration's war on nature, this department perverted the Rehabilitation Act of 1973. They pretended that gender dysphoria was a disability to force healthcare providers and programs to mutilate minors. Without the reforms Secretary Kennedy made today, more children would be coerced into life-altering interventions that many will deeply regret. Thankfully, President Trump and Secretary Kennedy are stopping this madness and stopping the war. Through the leadership of Paula Stannard and the Office for Civil Rights, our proposed rule would revise Section 504 of the Rehabilitation Act to exclude gender dysphoria not resulting from physical impairments. We are reassuring recipients of HHS funding that policies preventing or limiting sex-rejecting procedures do not violate Section 504's disability non-discrimination requirements. Previous speakers have discussed treatment for pediatric gender dysphoria, review of evidence and best practices, our rigorous study of the medical dangers posed to children from attempts to change their sex. Everyone should read this study. Chloe, thank you for your relentless advocacy to protect children from harm. Body dysmorphia and gender dysmorphia and alienation and social contagion cause a lot of children to suffer. As Jay and Brian said, we are working on approaches and solutions. Today, we are drawing a line to stop these problems from becoming worse. Compassion compels us to do so. Thank you.
Thank you so much for having me. It's an honor to be here and to be able to speak on behalf of American children whose innocence and health are being compromised, whose lives are being ripped apart by ideologically driven medical experimentation. I represent a community of people who have been harmed by these procedures and yet largely are ignored by the same doctors, the same clinics and medical system that have harmed us. I've become an advocate for protecting children from what is often mistakenly referred to as gender-affirming care, because it is by no means care, scientific medical abuse that violates every tenet of medical ethics. This ideology is festering at an unimaginable scale within our hospital systems, our culture, our communities, and to many within our own families. For me, it started with being lied to about who I was by adults outside of my family. I was made to feel that the way that God beautifully made me was in fact a mistake that could only be fixed by so-called modern medicine. My doctors, rather than guiding me, they affirmed my childish misgivings about my developing body, my belief that I wasn't just a tomboy, that if I liked having short hair, if I liked being around the boys more, if I behaved more like my older brothers, I actually was a boy who just so happened to be born in a girl's body. At 13 years old, I was administered puberty blockers and testosterone in high doses. And when I was only 15, they removed my breasts. My questions about whether I will be able to have children or about the future of my reproductive health and my overall health have gone unanswered. But that mastectomy ensured that I am never going to be able to nourish whatever children I may have. And this happened before I was even mature enough to understand that one day I would aspire to become a mother. Because of the moral failings of my doctors, I forever have lost significant parts of my identity as a now adult woman while I was still a child. And there are tears that I don't show to the world. There is grief that every single day I carry with me silently. The only thing in the world that makes me angrier is knowing that this is continuing to happen to children all across the United States and throughout the globe. But they messed with the wrong kid. At 16 years old, I rejected the lies that I was sold. I detransitioned, and I chose to face the world and sound the alarm on what is happening to my generation, both in the hopes that this would set forth a movement of young people who chose to break free from ideology, and also that one day, no child would ever have to speak up about this ever again. And what this movement has achieved in such a small amount of time is far greater than I have ever dreamed of. 26 states now have passed laws to save children. Laws that all have been upheld by the Supreme Court earlier this year. President Trump has signed countless executive orders to fight for biological reality, to fight for the protection of our kids. My own lawsuit filed by Center for American Liberty is finally moving forward. And of course, the Department of Health and Human Services has been a decisive part in our wins this first year of Trump's second term. With the release of the peer-reviewed gender dysphoria report, it has become official U.S. policy that these treatments in children are questionable at best, life-shattering at worst, and this industry needs to be challenged and taken down for the sake of future generations. Because there is no such thing as being transgender, nor children born in the wrong bodies. Every boy and every girl deserves to be loved the way that they were beautifully created in their mother's womb. And to the young people out there who are struggling with this mental illness, I want you to know that there is a better way out. And it's not too late to accept the beautiful way that God has created you. My story turned out to be a success story, but it was only in spite of my doctors and the horrible things that they did to me, to my family. I am only one voice out of thousands of children, but our cries for help have finally been heard. And the Trump administration and the HHS and Secretary Kennedy have done an incredible job this year, ensuring that this abuse is going to cease one day. I am incredibly excited to see the many more wins that we are going to have moving forward in the next few years. On behalf of every single child who once was mistaken that they were transgender, thank you for everything.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you for all the comments today. We're now going to take questions from the press. Please keep your question to the reason we're here today. Also, if you can clearly state your name and your outlet, and if all the speakers want to stand up and be ready to answer questions, and then who you'd like to ask your question to. Sarah?
Hi, Sarah Overmall from CNN. I first wanted to ask just if you have a sense in Medicare and Medicaid how much gender identity care was being funded or paid for, but also all of you mentioned in some capacity mental health care resources. So does this go with more support for mental health care and well-being in children?
Our estimate, we know in 2023 there's $30 million spent. Our estimate is over 10 years, it would have been $250 million at least. We have mental health care services available. Our challenge, as you know, is enough practitioners in mental health care who can deal with these issues. Jay Bhattacharya's important work at the NIH is going to help us address what we should have always been searching for, which is the underlying emotional issues driving a lot of these behavioral changes and better ways of treating them. And I'm confident that with the money that we save, we have plenty of resources, but we had them anyway to deal with this problem the right way. Putting a Band-Aid on this problem using aggressive surgery and chemical approaches was never wise.
Caitlin?
Hi, this is Caitlin Richardson with the Daily Caller News Foundation. My question is, do you think that we need medical billing codes for detransitioners or those who face adverse reactions from sex change procedures?
Looking at the billing code situation, there's probably codes we could use already, but we will fix the codes if we can fix the kids. We're not going to let math, regulations, and money get in the way of helping these children. For the same reason, we don't want to allow any of those resources to be used in a perverted way to harm children. These kids, and we've all spoken to this, their prefrontal cortexes are not yet mature scientifically. So condemning them to decisions that they make whimsically at those ages, no parent would allow to have happened. And I believe these procedures will fall in the deepest abyss of dark periods of American history like prefrontal lobotomies represent today. They should be a prehistoric relic that brings shame upon the profession.
I think that it's incredibly important that within the medical system, we get measures passed and we have billing codes written for those who detransition or regret their transition or have been harmed by any of these procedures, even if they choose not to detransition. Because to speak to my own experience as somebody who has gone through the system, the suffering doesn't end the moment that you detransition. These procedures are not reversible in any way. We don't know how they are going to affect the human body in the long term. But I myself and every other detransitioner I know has so many different medical concerns. They're not being addressed because our own doctors don't have any standards of care to refer to. They don't know what to do with us. It's been 5 years since I've had my mastectomy, over 4 years since I've detransitioned, and not a single doctor who I have been to has been able to help me with any of my concerns. Oftentimes when I go to a doctor and I tell them about my medical history, they just try to refer me back to the same gender clinic system where I got hurt in the first place. This needs to change. Right now, there really is no infrastructure that is prepared for the thousands of patients who regret this and have been harmed and will continue to be harmed until this is stopped. It doesn't just stop at protecting children and preventing what happened to me. We need to address what happens to those who have already been through this.
Michael?
Hi, Mike Emanuel from Fox. Mr. Secretary, I have no doubt taxpayers and many parents are relieved by what you are doing. But do you worry about blue states and transgender activists tying you up in court over the next few years over these steps you're taking today?
I don't worry. I mean, I think that's going to happen. I mean, the number of lawsuits with my name on it right now is almost beyond counting. So we have, we got everything that we do here. We have excellent general counsel. We know what we do, what we're doing is legal. And if people sue us, they're welcome to, but we're going to win the lawsuits. So.
Jonathan Brown.
Hi, Jonathan with the Christian Post. What effects do you believe that these standards will have throughout the world in places where they're also struggling with these issues?
So this department, under President Trump's previous term, launched the Geneva Consensus Declaration, which is a multilateral organization of many other member states that support each other on this issue as well as other social issues. I just had the honor of speaking at the annual meeting of the Geneva Consensus Declaration about 6 weeks ago, and there was a lot of support. As you heard, there's been a lot of reference to scientific studies in other countries here. I think the report we've all talked about today that was published here will be read around the world and translated. So there is a lot of cooperation between many nations.
That's right there.
Hi, Chelsea Sirzo at Stat News. What is the implementation timeline for many of these actions?
The notice of proposed rulemaking generally is a 60 to 90-day period of comment, and following which we will evaluate all the answers and thoughts and recommendations we hear and issue our final ruling.
For the OCR rule, changing the definition of disability to exclude gender dysphoria has a 30-day comment period, and then we will finalize it.
Great, and our last question right there.
Thank you. Arthur Jones II, ABC News. Secretary Kennedy, you made a statement that said these procedures rob children of their futures. How much input did you get from parents and schools and those that are closest to the child?
We've had, throughout President Trump's campaign, we were approached by thousands and thousands of people, parents and kids, like people like Chloe, and so we heard a lot from the public. I think the most profound impact on the decisions we have today were taken after we reviewed the science, and we have a 300-page report. I urge you to read it. I don't think anybody can read that science without saying we made a huge mistake here. And this is a disgrace to the medical profession. It's a disgrace to the medical establishment that they let this go on for so long based upon so little positive data and overwhelming data against these procedures.
Thank you so much for being here.
And for those who are going to stick for the boring Judicial Committee hearing on PTS, let me go ahead and tell you a quick little review summary of what I've been talking about in this podcast that I have with you guys every day. You guys have heard already of Juan Orlando Hernandez, which is the ex-president of Honduras. And I was watching him. I was watching PBD's podcast because he had the president Juan Orlando in his podcast this morning. And I'm going to tell you something. I know a lot of people don't believe what I tell them, and everybody has the right to disagree or to doubt or whatever they want to say or do. That's fine. But I'm going to tell you, ever since President JOH is what they call him. They call him Joe. Ever since he came into office, before he was president, he was the Speaker of the House in Congress. And the people that set him up were upset with him because, number one, he's a Republican in equivalation to us here, Republicans. So he's a conservative. He saw that we were the number one most crime-infected country in the world. Salvador, the same way. He started using the military and the police to crack down on crime. A lot of people protested, calling him a dictator, authoritarian, etc., etc. But you know what? He didn't care because he started seeing that there was a lot of corruption from politicians inside the government. And when he went hardcore against corruption, they shut down a few planes that they believe that were carrying out a lot of cocaine from Colombia. I've been telling everybody that he was set up. And I'm going to tell you that everything that he was saying on this interview is exactly what I have been telling people. Right now, drugs are still coming through from Colombia, Venezuela, through Honduras, and into the United States of America. And the people that set him up to look like a criminal drug lord are the ones that have the closest relationship with Nicolas Maduro from Venezuela, the Cartel de Soles leader. And people on the left, they keep denying, they keep supporting socialist, Marxist, communist Democrats. I'm going to tell you something. Whether you want to believe in God or not, it is irrelevant. This is a Christian country. Honduras is a Christian country. Venezuelans are known for being a Christian country. The people in office, just like Biden and his administration, all these people, they claim to be Christians. And they were the opposite. The people that are right now in office in Honduras, they claim to be Christians, and they're the opposite. The dictator, the terrorist, Nicolas Maduro in Venezuela, he claims to be a Christian, except when he talks about the stories of the Bible, they are all incorrect, they are all wrong, and he misleads the people. He's like a little retard person that has been put in office by, I have no idea why. Maybe that's why, because he's dumb and he can be manipulated. He has destroyed his political opponents. This is what they do. They destroy their political opponents because that's what communists do. You have to understand the new socialist in our country now is not just that one socialist that you think, oh, that's a liberal. No, the new socialist has brought in all three of these ideologies: socialism, communism, and Marxism. They have grabbed all three of those ideologies. Why? Because together they are easier to manipulate people. They are easier to collaborate their own lies amongst each other. Do you think that it was a coincidence that Kamala Harris went to Honduras for the border bullcrap? She went to Honduras to confirm that Juan Orlando was going to stay and go to jail from the Biden administration. The DOJ, that's right, the DOJ from the Biden administration. They have been involved with all the dealings all the way down to Venezuela, Colombia. This is why Schumer and the rest of his retards are out there trying to find something to stop us from attacking drug lords, from attacking these boats that are bringing poison into our country. You guys can deny anything that you want, but I can tell you, and I just put it on the chat here. My daughter has told me a 6th grader was caught with drugs and doing fentanyl in middle school. This is here. I lost my brother-in-law to fentanyl. He thought he was doing a different drug. It was laced. He's dead. My kids come and tell me, and I know I cried yesterday when I was praying last night, but it touches my heart that my 16-year-old son comes to me, gives me a hug, and tells me, Dad, I watched you live in my lunchtime, and I saw very hateful people being racist towards you and calling you all these bad names. Listen, we are losing our children. You don't see it. We are losing our children. Democrats in power right now, they are going to corrupt some Republicans. You see, there is people that they're weak-minded. See, when they hear something that is right, they go and support it. And then the moment that the pressure comes onto them, they can no longer support it because they don't want to lose. They're afraid to step up against corruption. So they're making a decision. Either we are going to support corruption or we're going to stand for the people. And we're going to make sure everything is right. One of the fears that they gave Nayib Bukele in El Salvador, which, by the way, he used the same tactics that Juan Orlando Hernandez from Honduras, the ex-president, that the Biden administration, the DOJ, put in jail and criminalized them and condemned them to 45 years in jail as if he was a drug lord. He did the same thing. Nayib Bukele did the same thing that the Honduras president was, except the Honduras president went against gangs and terrorists and drug lords. That's what he did. Nayib Bukele went against gangs. And you know what? He struck gold because removing all those gangbangers that were destroying people's livelihoods in El Salvador has made him more popular now. He has got the vote to amend the Constitution so that he can be run for president as infinite, as long as he's alive. As long as the people vote for him, he can be president again. The Honduras president added that presidents in Honduras in the Constitution be amended to allow presidents to have 2 cycles instead of 1. And they didn't want him to be on a second cycle because he transformed Honduras. Gangbangers were out. Narcos were having a hard time flying planes over Honduras. They criticized him. They put the general in charge of security in jail. They framed him. They fired him. They got rid of him. Why? Because he's fighting against the narcos. Democrats, it's not just here in the States. You have to understand something. There is something deeper, darker going on in our world. There is no coincidence that when the United States of America shut down the whole country, look at this. They shut down the whole country. They told you that you were going to lose your job if you didn't get vaccinated. And how many billions of dollars did pharma made on vaccines? That's right. And they got a kickback. That is just a test to see how much they can control us. And I can see some of you guys in here on the left side, the blue side. You guys think that Democrats want the best for you? It is sad to hear Americans that say all these things that they don't understand. They're so close to understanding, but they don't. One, they don't listen to the news. They don't listen to the reports. They don't listen to the numbers, the different data. Don't just grab one outlet. Look at different outlets. Make your own decision. Find out what's going on. When I see a side of Republicans, peaceful protesters, and then I see a whole side of Democrats, routed, they're just loud-mouthed with different rainbow hairs and torn clothes and all this other stuff and anger. On the other side, what am I supposed to pick? I have to determine. Hey, listen, I agree with what you're saying there, but I actually believe this. Bigot, racist, yeah, get out of here. I go to the conservative side. Hey, listen, I agree with what you said there, but I believe this. Hey, listen, boy, we're all entitled to our opinion. What should I choose? I am not pro-LGBTQ. I think LGBTQ should be condemned. Can people do whatever they want? I don't care. Stop indoctrinating our children. The president from Honduras was against transgenderism. And that's another reason why they got rid of him. What did Marjorie Trader Greene say? What did she say? You go ahead and tell me. She said a lot of stuff. She has said a lot of stuff. And I can tell you that everything that she has said was not to tell the American people the truth. No, it was to save her ass from the smear that the Democrats are saying about Republicans, and to save her ass that she was going down with the ship, meaning that she's afraid to keep fighting. Yet she says she fights for the American people. She fights for the American people, she says, and yet she quits. How convenient. She is doing what Republicans are doing. Right now, they just voted on a bill that she passed also to protect our children. So she does some good stuff. But what is the point of doing good stuff if you're going to tear down the leadership of this country who is fighting every day for this country? You know how I know? Because I fight for this country. I want what's best for this country. I know the damage that invasions from foreigners cause our country. That's how I know. And every single leftist Democrat that comes in here, they like to come in here like Marica. He comes in here, the first thing he does is, oh, I have an accent. Oh, look at the way he looks. Oh, he's fat. Oh, he's bald. Oh, he's dead. That's really? What the hell does that got to do with anything? I can look like a turd. So what? What is your point? The only point you make is that you're hateful. The only point that you make is that you're dark and your soul is corrupted. That's all you're making. But you got to see beyond what... Quarty, bro, you know what? I made a comment on your YouTube channel, and I really mean it. When I listened to your video, what you were saying, you have been lied so deep, bro, and what you want is good, but you don't know the truth. It touched my heart, and I'm saying, how can we allow people to hurt innocent people like Quarty? I mean it. I really mean it. Is it okay for the president to celebrate the death of the director of Princess Bride? Also, the accents being pointed out by the right-wingers. So number one, he's not celebrating. Number one, he's pointing out the obvious and the truth. He did, at the end of that note, because he has the right to express himself however he wants. See, he's a president that is not there to tickle your ears so that you can vote for him. He is there direct, upfront, who he is, no matter what people think. And if you vote for him, it's because you see the action, not just the words. So I agree with his comment. Would I have made that comment? No. But he made it, and I'm okay with it. You know what the difference is between Trump and all the leftist people and the blue people that you support? I believe you're a good person. I believe you're a good person. But you know what the difference is? President Trump started a tweet with, it was something horrible that happened. It's a sad time in Hollywood. I think he said something like that, right? And then he went out and said all these things about him, which are true. At the end of that message, what did he say? May they rest in peace. What did the blue side say? What do the crazy people that come into our chat say about Charlie Kirk? Charlie Kirk is burning right now. Right. Not even one rest in peace. You see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? So you can't just take one side and then go with it. Measure both of them. Why is your freedom of speech better than my freedom of speech? How does your right trump my rights? How do illegal immigrants get privilege over actual American citizens? How does that happen? How does that happen? Tell me, why does a senator from Maryland go all the way to El Salvador for an MS-13 known gangbanger who abused his wife twice, smuggled people into the country from one state to another as well? How does the senator of Maryland go to El Salvador to free this guy? And how does the whole blue Democrats support a criminal over American safety? I don't care who's trying to kill him. He joined a gang. He did his atrocities. He needs to be in jail. And if he doesn't want to be in jail, he can go back to El Salvador because that is his country. Do you see what I'm saying? There is truth all over. You ask me a question, but if you don't like my answer, that's totally on you. That's all I'm telling you right there. I believe on what I say because I see it happening. I've told many people raising taxes in this state, here in Seattle, Washington, it's a blue city and state, my friend. They have a sanctuary city. They don't protect the migrants. They protect illegal, criminal migrants. They don't care about the Americans, my friend. Kirk was killed because young center right-wing Republicans are sick of Trump. No, he was a leftist. Kirk lied about Trump's policies, and you will see that in the midterms. No, he didn't lie about Trump's policies. As a matter of fact, this next 2026 is going to be one of the best years that we're going to have, because people are finally going to see what the policies in place actually do for this country. Now, many people believe that having all these millions of illegal immigrants in this country, they believe that helps the economy. It is the opposite. It does a lot of things wrong. Number one, it takes American jobs. I don't care what nobody says. I don't care what nobody says. I see a lot of Americans doing landscape businesses. And they are out there, and they're badass. They're good at it. I've seen American, white people, doing roofing. They're badasses. They are doing construction. They're architects. It is the American that hires the labor. See, the labor doesn't build things. They get paid to do one job. But the architect makes everything come together. Nothing gets done without a blueprint. And that's the engineer that builds that. Not the guy that mixes the cement. Not the guy that frames. Not the guy that tapes. Not the guy that sheetrocks. Those are all great things, but they get paid a labor for that. And you know who should be getting paid that labor? Americans. Why is there a lot of Americans, business owners, going out of business? Besides crime, besides taxes being raised too high, because of labor. Illegal immigrants do labor almost close to free. We cannot compete with slave laborers. We just can't. And what is the biggest reason? Here, if you answer this question for me, any of the leftists, not on the right, any of the leftists that are on my chat right now, if you answer this question for me, I will believe that you have some knowledge. Why do all these countries allow illegal immigration into the United States of America? Answer me that question, and I'll give you some credit. Thank you, DBS, for the super chat. Dennis, next year, I hope everyone sees the real deal. 100% this year is the golden year. Yes, my friend. Answer me that question. I didn't ask you to guess who I am or what I am. Let me see. Pizza guy, you're not too far, bro. You're almost there. I'm serious. You're almost there, man. You just gotta twist the knob one more time, and you will see what I'm talking about. Let's see. I was on I-70, and the Illinois roads were built by Mexicans in 1 month, while the white trailer dwellers haven't fixed anything in over a year. Guess who pays them? Guess who's paying those contractors? And then they wonder why there is hundreds of millions of dollars missing on the budget. That's the under-the-table payment. That's the under-the-table payment from NGOs, contractors that the governments grab to tell them, I want this done now. You know why they have a lot of illegal immigrants doing this construction? Because they pay pennies on the dollar, my friend. So don't support illegal immigrants working, because it's hurting the American people and those who are legal to work in this country. But let me see if anybody has answered this. Why do other countries allow illegal immigration into our country? Let me see. Ask him what his job is on the chat. My job. This is my job. This is what I do for a living. You think my time is not precious? Every laborer is worth a pay, my friend. This is my job. Whether you like it or not, it is irrelevant. If you want to go mix cement, go mix cement. If you want to go flip some burgers, go flip some burgers. If you want to go to college and become an engineer, go be an engineer. Go make yourself successful. Make yourself rich. Be a billionaire. For all I care, I want you and your family to be successful, prosperous, happy, filled with joy and love. What does that got to do with what I do for a living? I want you to answer my question. Why do countries allow illegal immigration into our great nation? Let me see, guys. I'm trying to read this, guys. Because America is the land of the free. Immigrants help build our... Nope. Wrong. Pick them here to a better life. Nope. That's not the question. I asked a question. Very simple. Why do countries, because I don't want to be specific, why do countries allow illegal immigration into our country? Don't tell me why the people come here for. Their American dream, a better life. No. Why do countries allow illegal immigrants to come into our nation? Here, let me make it easier. Why do other presidents from other countries allow illegal immigration into the United States? Go ahead, just answer that question and I will give you some credit. Dumbest question ever. Good job, you have no brains. But let's see. Everyday Democrats wake up miserable. They need the ninja for ranking 5. Bro, that's. Tanya says money. Let's see. What else do we got? I want to see a liptar answer this. It's not about what you do. You came into this nation and refused to contribute to it. Get a trade. Nah. You get a trade. You go do you, boo. But Let's see. You give misinformation. I will not give you the answer. Patras, because you're Alberta and you don't have the answer. That is the main reason why you don't answer. Let me see. Somebody's got to say it. Do you think they asked their country to come to the U.S.? Please. Please. Yes, they do. Yes, they do. The president of Honduras, Xiomara, the retard that put and lie about the previous president so that she can stay in power. She actually made a video herself threatening President Donald Trump to remove the military from Honduras if he deports Hondurans back to Honduras. Why does she do that? She says that the United States never gives Honduras one dime. They are almost $18 billion in debt with us. I want to see you answer the damn question. Stop going around it. Let's see, what's that? Cutting Edge. Welcome, my friend. Good morning. Dennis, and then they complain about how certain politicians become millionaires with companies that seemingly come out of nowhere and have connections to Congress. Exactly. NGOs, they don't give accountability for hundreds of millions of dollars because they are using slaves. Bottom line, illegal immigrants is the new slaves of our time. And all of the people that support illegal immigrants are crazy, ignorant. Answer the damn question. Somebody already gave you the answer, but you don't listen. You don't pay attention. You don't see what's happening. Let's see, Marvin, let's say blah, blah, blah. Get a train and stop living off my taxes. Please, boy, your taxes, you probably get more refund than you pay in taxes. Please. I don't get refunds. You know what that means? I pay taxes. Last refund I received was $1,200, and I paid over $7,000 in taxes. Now what? How much do you pay in taxes? Go on, genius. Show me. Again, I will ask this question again, one more time. Let me read a couple of comments. Maybe one of the libtards actually answered the question. For money in Spain, well, Wilson, you're pretty close, I think. I think he knows his livelihood is going away soon. Blah blah blah. Damn, okay. You give money to an unemployed bum who used my tax dollars. Life, you mentioned one more shit about me, and you're gone. I've been very tolerant with your ignorance and your stupidity in my chat. Mention one more stupid comment, Trinity, and get rid of him. Get rid of Lifelight if he makes one more stupid comment. Answer the damn question. Trump is a grandson of nationalist, socialist German who should have never been let into the country. Reagan had the best approach for immigrants. Well, what you fail to see is, I'm glad you have some knowledge and history here. But what you fail to see is that President Donald Trump is just as Ronald Reagan was. And he's also as good as the Democrats were at some point in history. Protecting our borders, America first. As a matter of fact, MAGA, the movement, Make America Great Again. That is Ronald Reagan's slogan. You know why? Because he's an American citizen patriot that believed that America can be great again because he saw that this country was being destroyed from within. And guess who takes that motto? President Donald J. Trump. And we love him. Here we go. Let's see. David says because the USA was made by immigrants. Nope. Bull crap. You don't even know what the hell immigrants do. The USA had a system to process this many people in World War I, II. There was tenfold people coming, and FYI, Americans are from Europe. Brother, immigrants do not build nations. None of it. I think you misunderstand. You misunderstand actual building, like a settler, and migrants coming to give labor for exchange of money. Just because they labor doesn't mean they built this country. You know how I know? Because they didn't do jack squat before the settlers came into this country. That's right. Mexico wouldn't be as civilized as they are today if it wasn't for the Spanish conquistadors. Go ahead. Want to talk history? You talk history. I still have not seen the answer. Yeah, he was yelling louder than me. Well, I got headphones. That's why I talk louder, because of my headphones. Walter, kiss my left. You know what I'm saying? Beta. Oh, Trinity, help me. I am going to lose it. I'm going to lose it with these people today. Answer the damn question. Why do other presidents allow illegal immigration into our country? That is the question. That's it. Nothing else. Pizza guy, let's see. Please, I hope that by the end of this day, today, you will have a different view on things. Trump doesn't hold a candle to Reagan or Bush. Yeah, I think Trump is the best president yet. Reagan didn't do the peace deals that President Donald Trump has been brokeraging across the world. Yeah, President Donald Trump actually stopped the Iranian nuclear development. Yeah. President Donald Trump has brought respect back to the United States of America. As a matter of fact, people around the world may not love us. Government, corrupted government, do not love us because we are being here to be respected. We're not here to be loved. We're not here to be liked. We are here to earn our respect. And you know how we earned our respect? By beating Russia, the Cold War, by winning World War II, which, by the way, Russia actually should take all the credit, to be honest. Well, most of the credit for stopping Hitler. But we also show strength against Japan when they attacked Pearl Harbor. You know what that did? The Japanese came and did this. We're sorry, Mr. President. That's how we do things. Peace through strength, something that you libtards, because you're too weak, don't understand. You guys are so weak and insecure that the first thing that you do to somebody that is winning an argument against you is say, watch your back. Watch what happens if I see you in person. Oh, you wouldn't talk to me like that if you were in person. Because you're weak. You're weak. You threaten people's lives because you can't handle the pressure. Let's go. Let me go ahead and give you some more here. Let me see. Why do presidents from other countries allow illegal immigrants to come to this nation? Let me see. Okay, bro, that's it, man. Get the fuck off my channel, bro. Get out of my channel, bro. Get out of here. Bye. Out of here. Go on now. Get out of here. Let's see. If you don't want to answer the question, just get the hell out, man. Just don't waste my time. Don't waste my time. If you are here just to insult what I'm doing, then you have no business in my chat. Just get the hell out. I want patriots in here, people that want to help Americans and this country first. Let's see, what else? Maybe one of you guys here will give me some information. Light Life, or whatever that guy's name was. He's gone. What a moron. I asked a question. I didn't ask you to tell me how much you insult me, how much you hate me. I didn't ask that. Somebody, please, somebody answer the question. Nah, not freedom, but thank you for participating. Grand Slam, I didn't ask you if you think I'm an American. Answer the damn question. Mark, that's not the question. I gay and I support Palestinians, but I also know that Israel is the only country in the Middle East where I have rights. Yeah, right. Correct. Let's see, crying libs. Libtards just can't handle it, man. It's a simple question. It's a simple question. Why do presidents from other countries allow illegal immigrants into our country? Lifelight, get the hell out. Second account. This guy's got to go. He is no longer allowed in my chat. He is in timeout for at least 24 hours. Let's see. Come on. Somebody. I want somebody on the left to give me some sort of answer. Pizza guy, tell me. Pizza guy, you tell me, why do other presidents from other countries allow illegal immigrants to come into this country? Let's see. Other countries don't allow people to immigrate, to migrate, you mean, to America. Rather, individuals from the countries come to the U.S. seeking better economic. That is one reason, okay? I'll give you that. One reason. But tell me why the presidents, believe me, they can block the border. Let me see. Trump divides people and makes people hate each other. False, because I don't hate other people. Bush joined Clinton and Obama in denouncing Trump. Yes, with the whole Russia collusion as well. We know about that. And also remember the weapons of mass destruction that don't exist, never existed, and they knew about it. They were warned about the Twin Towers. They didn't do anything about it. Put that into your calendar and your little diary and try to figure out why that is, okay? Now, Pizza Guy, go ahead and answer to me, and let's see what you have. Tell me, why do presidents from other countries allow illegal immigrants to come to this country? Now, you can say, and I give my friend over here, Lifeline, you're going to run out of usernames. Get the hell out of my chat. This guy just loves being in here. How many accounts does this troll have? This guy, bro, he's using all his usernames to come in here and give me shite. You know why? Because he knows that I'm right. He knows that I'm right. That's why they hate me, because they know that I'm right. Guys, come on. Pizza Guy. Yeah, they love war, bro. I know, and this is how they make their money. Pizza Guy, come on. You got to be able to answer this. Tell me, honestly, why do other presidents from other nations allow illegal immigrants to come into the United States of America? DHS, I'm gonna have to put you in timeout. I'm gonna give you 5 minutes to cool off. Don't worry. Eventually, I'll get rid of him if he keeps doing that shit. No answers from the libtards. There we go. Here we go. I like it. Come on, Pizza. You got something? Leaders from other countries allow the smartest and brightest people to come to the country. Also, the U.S. approves the visas, not other countries. See, that's what I'm talking about, Pizza Guy. You are so close to knowing the whole truth. Knowing partial truth is not the truth. The immigration laws, yes, that's what we want. We want the smartest and the brightest. That's who we want here, okay? That's why we allow them the privilege to come into our country. But you're missing the point. Here, I'm going to give you this little lesson here. Presidents from every country are responsible for their border, okay? When they want to protect the border, they protect it. See, in every country, they are not allowed to leave the country if they don't have a permission to go to that country. That is every president's job. Every country's government, that's their job, to make sure that people come in and they go out legally. You have hundreds of thousands daily coming from Venezuela, all Peru, all the way through the whole Central America, and not one border stopped them. Not one. Why? All socialists. Socialists. They don't have to go through El Salvador, otherwise they would have been stopped. Guatemala, every single one of these migrants that go through are dropping money as they go through. So the reason why you guys can't answer is because you don't see. You're so busy blaming President Donald Trump and hating the guy because of what the leftists have told you, the lies that they keep telling you. You believe them because you don't know how to go against them. I go into libtard lives, and I'm sitting there 5 minutes, and I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm not even going to try. I'm not even going to try. Why would I stay there and continue to argue with them? They're not going to listen. But libtards like Light Life or Lifeline, whatever, 3 usernames he used to come in here just to insult me and whatever else he wants to do in here. He's not here to be able to talk back and forth because he knows it took forever to answer what a woman is. Right? Let's see what you got. If you think you are just a bandwagon fan and you support Trump now, but in 2028 you will have Kamala and Gavin Newsom, brother, they lied to you about that as well. Did you know that most of the people, Americans, not illegals, most of the American citizens in California don't like Gavin Newsom? That's right. And Kamala Harris has no brains. So how the hell is Americans going to vote for these 2 morons? One is a liar that uses the American people, taxpayers, to give to illegal immigrants so that he stays in power, just like all the Democrat corrupted politicians. They use illegal immigrants so that they can stay in power. There is a lot of scenarios that have been caught where illegal immigrants were actually voting in our elections. And that's just some of the ones that got caught. What about everybody else? We don't know. But what we do know is that 21 million illegal immigrants can make up the population of 32 to 34 states. And I heard it's twice as much as that. With that being said, the reason why other presidents in other countries allow illegal immigrants from their countries to come here is for one main reason: money. Money. You see, they're socialists. They are socialists. They don't create jobs. These are the people that think rich people should give them money. That is the socialist. Did you know most of the people in Alabama hate Republicans, I'm going to say, you think? As well as most people in Texas and in the Deep South? I don't know who told you those stats. I don't think so. But, everybody can believe what they want. All I know is the beginning of this year is going to be the biggest downfall for Democrats' lies. And I hope that somebody goes to jail. One illegal became an actual sworn-in cop in Illinois. Man, was it Illinois? There was an illegal lady that became a senator. What was it? Was it a senator in Maryland? I think it was Maryland, actually. An illegal migrant, bro. An illegal migrant. Let me look it up. Oh, by the way, guys, I wanted to share this as well. Remember we were talking about the stocks yesterday, right? And I told you the stocks goes up and down. The S&P is up today. Now, who knows what's gonna end, right, by the end of the day. Let me move it to the side because you guys can see what I'm looking at. Okay? So you have all these green lights today. Remember, yesterday was red. Today is green. That's what the stock market does. It changes daily, okay? I wanted to show you that. Let me research. Let me find out what the name. Does anybody know the name of the senator that is illegal and became a senator? Let's see. What? That can't be. They're not supposed to, but they did. Man, these people give everybody a bad name. It wasn't a senator, it was a mayor. Mayor. Let's see. Kansas Mayor Joe Cevallos, the mayor of the small town Coldwater, Kansas, is a lawful permanent resident, a green card holder from Mexico, and they say not an illegal immigrant. He was reelected in November 2025 with an overwhelming majority of the vote. How does that happen? A resident, green card holder. I don't care if you are illegal or a green card holder. You don't get to be a mayor. As a matter of fact, if you are running for mayor, you have to say if you're a citizen or not. And if you said that you're a citizen, you just lied. You committed perjury. You should be revoked from your green card, possibly banned from this country, and immediately deported. Kaoli Vang, Democrat Florida State Representative, was elected mayor of St. Paul, Minnesota in November 2025, becoming the first Hmong and first female mayor. Immigration status. During her campaign, she clarified past comments that she was illegal in the United States. She was brought to the U.S. by her parents from Laos as a child, and her family later became naturalized American citizens. She's an American citizen and eligible to hold office. That's her fault for saying that she was illegal. But the point is, even if you have that green card holder, they do not belong in office. Period. They lied. And they should be deported. And that is my point. All right, what else? I must have missed one from you, brother. You said Trump has been working with Russia to make the world a worse place. That is a fact. If that's not a fact. To have a relationship with him does not mean that they are best friends in war. But what that means is they have a relationship where they understand what each one of them can do to each other. That's an understanding. That's how you have a relationship with somebody. You understand what the one person can do, and the other person understands what the other person can do. You say you care if someone is legal or not. You are. I believe, I do say that all the time, and I do care, my friend. Now, tell me, how is that a lie? Go ahead and tell me, how is that a lie? What makes you think that I'm lying? Oh, because of the green card? So what I mean by that comment, okay, I know what you're saying. What I mean by that comment is this. In order for somebody to hold office in the government, they have to be citizens. So the point that I make with the green card, I don't care if he has a green card or if he is illegal. Why? Because if he's committing perjury by saying he is a citizen running for office and he is not qualified because he's only a resident, a permanent resident who has no rights to vote or to run for office in this country. That's what I'm saying. I don't care if you have a green card. You cannot commit perjury. That causes you to lose your green card status. And you get deported with a possible ban. That's what I'm talking about. Yes, Arnold Schwarzenegger was governor, is a Republican, and I think he did a great job. I think you're confused, Cordy. I'm an American citizen. I come from Honduras. Arnold Schwarzenegger was a citizen. So if Cavalos would have been a citizen, okay. It's okay. I understand that, but he wasn't. That's the problem. So Arnold Schwarzenegger was a citizen. And you know what Arnold Schwarzenegger did? He supported legal migration. He doesn't support illegal immigration. Even till this day, he still doesn't support illegal immigration. He believes that everybody should respect the law. As a matter of fact, one of the reasons why I had to renew my green card for the second time is because my green card expired. Doesn't mean that I'm illegal. It just means that if I leave the country, they will not accept me back in. So as long as I'm in the country, I'm still a permanent resident, and the expiration date means nothing, okay? So I went to the DMV in California, and they rejected me to get a license because of my green card was expired, the ID itself. So I had to go get it renewed. I got a renewed green card, and so now I was allowed to get my license in California. But what I'm saying is, you cannot lie about what your status in this country is. Okay? So there's a big difference. See, that's what I'm saying, pizza guy. Cordy, you're missing some information. Like you're almost there, but you're missing some information. Green card holders are legal. That is correct. But they can also lose that green card status if they lied in their paperwork. If they commit fraud, if they commit felonies, those are things that can cause you to lose your green card. See, this is why they don't make you a citizen right away. There is a testing period that you must pass. And that's where I'm at with that, okay? So they allow illegal immigrants from other countries to come here. Pizza guy, you were good, bro. You were amazing. I was a green card holder for 2.5 decades, okay? So that is the problem, guys, that we have in our country, that people got some information. They believe what they hear from everybody else, but they don't really stand to say, you know, what's going on. Oh, hold on. My wife is texting. wrong, honey. The cop on us, see if there's a lot car with the last name on it. Please, guys, have a car. Okay. All right, let's see. I think we could use a few illegal immigrants for agriculture and hospitality work. Rick, come on, man. Come on. Everybody needs to get paid what they should be getting paid. Did you enjoy Donnie's pathetic cope speech? I think it was fantastic. All of us enjoyed it. We were very happy with it. Hey, guys, how did you guys let a leftist, a Democrat, become the stream chat boss? Hey, pizza guy, this one, my friend, is for you. You have earned it. Marvin said he's got deported back to America. I don't think he knows what the United States of America means. He's confused with the name of the he's confused with the name of the continent. Pizza guy enjoyed that dance. Actually, you guys are just delusional. That's what a delusional person will say. Let's see. That's why I'll spend you. Hey guys, I can't defend you. He's right. I can't defend you on that. Pizza guy actually has a job. That's right. He says, because I have a job and make money, I don't live in a Section 8 trailer park. Hey, he's the stream bus chat, bro. He's got facts. You're right, bro. Hey, you're right. You're the man. Guys, you can't say nothing about Pizza Guy, man. He's right. It's okay. Listen, if he can believe what he wants, that's okay. But what we are against is just people trying to indoctrinate our children. Let them make their decisions, on their own when they're 18. Don't let the schools tell you how you should raise your children. The president of Honduras, the one that was set up, he did not allow gay people to adopt children. He did not agree with transgenderism. He did not support LGBTQ. He fought drug lords. He was against crime. He brought crime in Honduras greatly. No joke. I saw the prosperity coming back to Honduras, and somebody else got into power and is going right back down. You know, this president, he actually made new jobs. They have maquilas, they like factories where they make clothing and etc. And now that they have a different president, everybody hates the president because they lied to them. They lied to the Honduran people. And a lot of these factories, they shut down. Is that a coincidence that the same thing happened here in the United States of America in the last couple of decades that we have allowed Democrats to be in power? They have destroyed our economy. And people are complaining. We went from a 9.1 when people see that the President Donald Trump is going to win the election again. You started seeing everything coming back down. Why? Because President Donald Trump was making deals behind doors. Agreement. Hey, listen, if you help me win, this is going to happen. We're going to go ahead and push for this. You know what? He campaigned hardcore. And a lot of people supported him, right? And that's why he won. So is it a coincidence? The president of Honduras, believe it or not, it is almost identical to the way President Trump thinks. Nayib Bukele was able to free El Salvador by using the tactics of the president that everybody in the Socialist Democrat Party is saying is a criminal drug lord. He used the same tactics, except nobody went against him. You know why? Because he ran as a leftist. That was the trick. He ran as a leftist, except he's actually a conservative. He's actually more like a Republican. And that's why Salvador is one of the safest countries in the world. And I can tell you right now, man, I saw big changes in Honduras, and I thought they were great changes. So, you know, we'll leave you with that. I do have to take a phone call real quick. It's important. And I will get our next live stream started because it's gonna be a long one. So if you libtards don't want to hear the House Judiciary Committee hearing the impacts of temporary protected status, TPS, you guys can go ahead and leave. The rest of you patriots, be patient. I already seen this myself. Go take this phone call, and then I'll come back with you guys. Don't leave if you are a patriot. Everybody else, you guys can go ahead and go make your Pop-Tarts. Go get those Hot Pockets ready. Pizza Guy. Actually, Letitia James is a hero. Sure. I'm sure you love her. She buys her niece a house, and Trump tries and fails to lock her up. Oh, they're not done, my friend. They're not done. But I think I think you're a nice guy. I think you feel that Letitia James is stealing money from the American people. Buying her niece a house is a nice thing. I agree with you. Sure, she's nice. Dennis hates other immigrants. No, Gregorio, I don't hate nobody. I just don't allow illegal immigrants in this country. I'm against it. That is different. But I will say, man, pizza guy, you bye, Mark. Have a good one, buddy. Team, see, these people, guys, it doesn't matter how much I try. These people just don't get it. They just don't get it. I don't understand, guys. I just said all of that. And Team Hype says, so go to El Salvador. What the hell did you hear? Like, I don't know what they hear. Like, I know it's selective hearing, but that got it, guys. Come on. At some point, you got to wake up, man. You got to wake up. All right, let's go ahead and start this. And I do have more to say if you guys, is getting closer to noon. I know that we're going to have another wave, another wave of patriots coming into the chat. So I'm going to go ahead and start this video, and obviously I'll be back on camera when I'm back. Okay?
The chair is authorized to declare a recess at any time. We welcome everyone to today's hearing on temporary protected status, and I'll now recognize myself for an opening statement. The subcommittee meets today to consider the temporary protected status program, its abuse by the Biden administration, its effect on American communities, and what reforms are required to prevent such abuse in the future. Our nation's just suffered the largest illegal mass migration in history, aided, abetted, and encouraged by the Biden administration and its allies in Congress. This subcommittee has documented the cost to our country. Hospitals overrun with illegals demanding care, food pantries and homeless shelters overwhelmed, classrooms packed with non-English speaking students, rampant child sex and labor trafficking, hundreds of thousands of Americans dead from fentanyl overdoses, suppressed wages for working families, $160 billion in welfare costs to support this population, and worst of all, the introduction of the most violent criminal gangs and cartels in the world into our communities. President Trump reversed these ruinous policies by simply enforcing our existing immigration laws. Illegal border crossings immediately plunged more than 95%. The largest illegal mass migration in history is now followed by the largest legal deportation in history, although it's being obstructed by vicious and often violent street mobs incited and encouraged by some of our Democratic colleagues. One aspect of this nightmare was the abuse of the so-called temporary protected status program under the Biden administration that proved Ronald Reagan's maxim that there's nothing more permanent on this earth than a temporary government program. TPS was intended to provide temporary residency to aliens who were legally in our country when a disaster befell their own, an earthquake, a hurricane, a civil war that temporarily prevented their safe return. It was never intended to encourage illegal entry by aliens fleeing such conditions. Its nature is in the first word to describe it, temporary. And the law gives the administration broad latitude not only to extend such temporary protected status when circumstances required, but also to withdraw that status when those circumstances change. But along the way, temporary protected status became permanent protected status. For example, such status was extended to citizens of El Salvador after a series of earthquakes in 2001 and never withdrawn. It was extended to citizens of Honduras after Hurricane Mitch struck that country in 1998 and never withdrawn. Even the Democratic witness admits that many TPS beneficiaries have been here for 10 or even 20 years. Worse, most of the TPS beneficiaries under Biden did not enter the country legally, only to find themselves stranded by unfortunate events, but rather they entered the country illegally to claim such status or were rewarded for their illegal entry by attaining such status. These abuses followed the TPS program to a balloon from roughly 410,000 when Biden took office to nearly 1.5 million aliens on the day that he left office. As the number of aliens with TPS skyrocketed, American communities such as Logansport, Indiana, Springfield, Ohio, and Charleroi, Pennsylvania cried out for help. These American communities struggled as large influxes of these foreign nationals arrived in their neighborhoods, most of whom who'd entered the country illegally. These aliens compete with Americans for housing, medical care, education, emergency services, law enforcement services, and other social services. New burdens on communities already strained to the breaking point include linguistic and cultural barriers in schools, forcing American students to learn at the pace of those students who are still learning English, alarming numbers of car crashes involving foreign nationals who in many cases do not carry the requisite insurance so that the victim can be made whole, increased numbers of emergency calls, the reintroduction of diseases previously eradicated from the United States, and much more. We'll hear from one of those communities in a few minutes. The Trump administration has heeded the cries of the American people. Since taking office, the president has moved to withdraw TPS status for foreign nationals whose conditions no longer warrant such status. In other cases, the Trump administration has determined that these TPS designations are simply not in our country's national interest. These findings have terminated designations in all but 5 of the 17 countries previously designated. The purpose of today's hearing is to hear the real-world impact of these abuses on American towns and to identify what changes need to be made to assure that no future president can abuse this program as did Joe Biden. I look forward to hearing from our witnesses. I now yield to the ranking member for her opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for holding this hearing on an issue that goes to the core of who we are as a country. temporary protected status, or TPS. I want to recognize that we have a number of people here in the room who hold temporary protected status. I want to welcome you all to this hearing. I'm glad you're here. I'm glad you're with us. This program, established by Congress in 1990, provides people who are already in the United States a safe haven when their home countries are devastated by armed conflict, natural disaster, or other extraordinary conditions. TPS is built on the simple idea that we as a country should not force people back to deadly and life-threatening conditions. And this is a principle that has guided both Republican and Democratic administrations for years. But today, the Trump administration is dismantling this long-standing commitment. They are ending TPS for countries where conditions are still extraordinarily dangerous, countries like Haiti, Venezuela, and South Sudan, all of which the Department of State currently lifts under Level 4 do not travel advisories because of the dangerous and unstable conditions there. And let's be honest about what this means. When TPS is terminated for these countries, we are forcing people to return to real and imminent harm. The actions by Secretary Noem will lead to people's deaths. That goes against everything that this country is supposed to stand for, as well as our own laws. And I'm sad to see us go down this path, but I can't say that I'm surprised. This is all part of this administration's mass deportation agenda, which is wreaking havoc on this country. Heavily armed, masked men are terrorizing communities all across America under the guise of immigration enforcement. They are snatching people of all immigration statuses on the street and refusing to even identify themselves. And even U.S. citizens have not been spared. There are too many reports of U.S. citizens being wrongfully detained and oftentimes with violent force. Just last week, a U.S. citizen in Minnesota was tackled by a masked agent running full speed. He was put in a chokehold and dragged into the agent's vehicle. Despite repeatedly telling the agents that he was a U.S. citizen and that he had proof of citizenship on his phone, he was held for several hours and driven to a facility miles away before finally being released and told to walk back in the snow. This comes as Homeland Security Investigations has said in court filings that the Trump administration does not consider real IDs to be reliable proof of lawful status. I'm not sure how any of us, anywhere in the country, are supposed to feel safe from being kidnapped and disappeared off the streets. The Trump administration's relentless attack on TPS is only making things worse. TPS recipients aren't outsiders in our communities. They live in our neighborhoods, raise their families here, and help keep local economies running. Nearly 600,000 U.S. citizens, including more than 260,000 U.S. citizen children, live in households with TPS recipients. TPS has also allowed hundreds of thousands of people to work legally, often in industries that are already experiencing severe labor shortages. These are folks working in construction, hospitality, food processing, manufacturing, the kinds of jobs that keep our economy running and that many businesses are struggling to fill. They pay taxes, support local businesses, and contribute billions of dollars to our economy every single year. In all, TPS holders contribute about $21 billion annually to the U.S. economy, and they pay $5.2 billion in combined federal, payroll, state, and local taxes. And they also contribute about $690 million annually to Social Security. Many TPS holders have lived in the United States for years, often decades, living in 12 to 18-month renewal increments. As such, they are among the most frequently vetted immigrants in the country. They have followed our laws, paid their taxes, and demonstrated their commitment to this country. Instead of stripping them of legal status and sending them back to dangerous conditions, we should be providing them with a path to long-term stability. This is why when Democrats were in the majority, we passed H.R. 6, the American Dream and Promise Act, on a bipartisan basis, I might add, in the 116th and 117th Congress. That legislation would have provided a path to citizenship for individuals who currently had or were eligible for TPS. The Trump administration loves to claim that it is only going after the, quote, worst of the worst. But we know that this is a lie. Many of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle used to say that they love legal immigration, but they've been silent as this administration has done everything it can to end legal immigration, including decimating TPS and throwing a lawful status of over 1 million people into limbo. We should be using our time to work towards an immigration system that is modernized, fair, and in line with the needs of our families and our economy. Attacking legal immigration is not just morally wrong, it actually makes no sense. Thank you, and I look forward to hearing from our witnesses. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Without objection, all other opening statements will be included in the record. We'll now introduce today's witnesses. We begin with Mr. James Rogers, who is Senior Counsel at America First Legal Foundation, where he litigates in a number of areas, including border security, election integrity, parental rights, and administrative and constitutional law. Before joining America First Legal, he served as Senior Litigation Counsel at the Solicitor General's Office of the Arizona Attorney General's Office, as a Foreign Service Officer at the U.S. Department of State, and as a Commercial Litigation Partner at Osborne Maladon. Mr. Rogers earned his JD from Harvard Law School and an LLM in International Law from the University of Cambridge, and a BA with honors from Brigham Young University. Mr. George Fishman is a senior legal fellow at the Center for Immigration Studies. During the first Trump administration, Mr. Fishman served as Deputy General Counsel for the Department of Homeland Security and Acting Chief Counsel for U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services. Prior to that, Mr. Fishman served for 2 decades as the Republican Chief Counsel for this subcommittee, shepherding through Congress countless conservative immigration-related pieces of legislation. He earned a JD from the University of Michigan Law School and a BA in Economics and Philosophy from the University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign. Mr. Fishman, welcome back to the committee. Mr. James Williams has been the General President of the International Union of Painters and Allied Trades since 2021. Mr. Williams has served in various positions within the organization, including leadership roles since beginning his career with the union in 1998. Mr. Larry Salashi, did I say that right, sir? Has served as councilman for the borough of Charleroi, Pennsylvania for more, did I say that right, Charleroi? Charleroi, Pennsylvania for more than a decade. In addition to his public service, Mr. Salashi has worked for 20 years as an insurance agent before retiring in 2024. He is also a college sports announcer, a professional musician. What's your instrument? Drummer. Okay, very good. And a DJ. Mr. Salashi attended California University of Pennsylvania, where he earned a BA in economics. We welcome our witnesses and we thank each of you for joining us today. We'll begin by swearing you in. Would you each please rise and raise your right hand? Do each of you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is true and is correct to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief, so help you God? Let the record reflect that the witnesses have answered in the affirmative. You may be seated. Thank you. I want you to know that your written testimony has been entered into the record in its entirety. Accordingly, we ask that you summarize your testimony in 5 minutes. When you are nearing that 5 minutes, like when 10 or 15 seconds left, you're going to hear this. And then you're going to, when you're done, you're going to hear this. And then at some point, I don't know what we'll do next, but would ask you to keep it to the 5 minutes if you can. And we encourage you very much. And also remind you when it's your turn, please turn on your microphone so we can all hear you. Thank you. We'll begin now with Mr. Rogers for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chair, Ranking Member Jayapal, and members of the subcommittee, thank you for the invitation to testify. I've been an attorney since 2009, and a significant part of my practice for years has been immigration law and border security. I also bring 6 years' experience as a Foreign Service Officer, including 2 years as a consular officer conducting visa interviews, and 2 years as an attorney advisor in the State Department's legal office. TPS was supposed to be a limited humanitarian program for foreign nationals facing armed conflict, natural disaster, or extraordinary emergencies. But that humanitarian intent has been twisted into permanent amnesty. The program fails every measure of its original purpose. It is not temporary. Somalia has held TPS since 1991, longer than some sitting members of Congress have been alive. It is not protective. TPS recipients remain decades after the triggering events fade. It is not humanitarian. The evidence shows economic motivations dominate amongst beneficiaries, with TPS serving as cover for economic migration. It is not limited. Entire countries receive blanket designations despite localized crises. It is not lawfully administered. Congress explicitly barred judicial review of TPS determinations, yet courts intervene repeatedly to block lawful terminations. And it is not fiscally responsible. TPS recipients, like illegal aliens generally, are predominantly low-skilled and impose net costs on taxpayers. Now let me unpack some of those points a little more. First, TPS is a backdoor amnesty mechanism. TPS country designations can only last up to 18 months, after which DHS must decide to extend or terminate. But DHS has invented, with no statutory basis, a practice of redesignation, whereby it extends eligibility to allow aliens who entered after the original crisis. For Somalia, the cutoff moved from 1991 to 2012, granting amnesty to 21 years' worth of illegal entrants. Haiti's cutoff extended from 2010 to 2023. This creates direct incentives for illegal immigration. After Venezuela received TPS in 2021 and was redesignated in 2023, encounters of Venezuelan nationals topped 300,000 each in fiscal years 2023 and 2024. Since Haiti's 2021 redesignation, CBP encountered roughly 500,000 Haitians illegally crossing our borders. Each redesignation signals that illegal entry will be eventually rewarded. UCLA research shows TPS holders average 20 years of U.S. residence, with 2/3 having children here. They're not temporary visitors, but permanent settlers. Second, TPS designations are pretextual and overbroad. TPS requires that aliens cannot safely return to their home country because of war, natural disaster, or extraordinary and temporary conditions. Yet at the same time, the State Department has continued to issue temporary visas to citizens of TPS countries. That's incoherent. Non-immigrant visa applicants must prove intent to return home. If conditions truly prevent safe return, how can consular officers credibly issue visas? Either conditions are not uniformly dangerous, undermining TPS's rationale, or State Department consular officers are illegally issuing visas. Designations are also geographically overbroad. El Salvador received TPS for localized earthquakes, yet the designation covered all Salvadorans. The same happened with Haiti's earthquake at Port-au-Prince. The statute permits designating part of a foreign state, but DHS never uses that authority, resulting in blanket coverage far exceeding humanitarian need. Third, judges have usurped executive authority. Congress was clear. The statute specifically says there is no judicial review. That's a quote, no judicial review of the Secretary's TPS designations or terminations. Yet, courts have repeatedly blocked Trump administration TPS terminations, including for Haiti, Honduras, Nepal, Nicaragua, and Venezuela, demanding extraordinary justification and scrutinizing terminations far more strictly than extensions. This one-way ratchet means that TPS only grows, never contracts. Fourth, TPS imposes net fiscal costs. TPS recipients, like illegal immigrants generally, are predominantly low-skilled. Research shows the average illegal immigrant creates a lifetime net fiscal drain of $87,000 to $110,000 per person, even accounting for taxes paid. With 1.3 million TPS recipients, that represents $113 to $143 billion in total net costs. In conclusion, TPS functions, TPS functions as permanent amnesty that undermines the rule of law, burdens taxpayers, and signals worldwide that illegal entry pays. At minimum, Congress should restrict eligibility to legally admitted aliens, eliminate the catch-all extraordinary conditions category, prohibit redesignations, require that designations be geographically limited, set firm time limits, and prevent courts from blocking lawful terminations. Better yet, abolish TPS entirely. Unless reformed or eliminated, TPS will continue undercutting immigration law and burdening Americans while providing minimal, genuine humanitarian protection. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair now recognizes Mr. Fishman for his 5 minutes.
Mr. Biggs, Ranking Member Jayapal, I am honored to have the opportunity to testify before you, the members, and the subcommittee. Who said you can never go home again? I began working for the subcommittee in 1995, became Chief Republican Counsel in 1998, and served in that capacity until 2018. While on the committee, I worked under 4 extraordinary chairmen, and I worked with extraordinary colleagues, none more so than Andrea Loving. As the Ninth Circuit has explained beginning in 1980, Congress introduced a series of bills to address its concerns with extended voluntary departure and to provide a more formal and orderly mechanism for group-based grants of humanitarian protection, eventually culminating in the 1990 enactment of temporary protected status. Extended voluntary departure is blanket immigration relief for all members of a national group. And the former chairman of this subcommittee, Romano Mazzoli, in 1988 described it as having only the shakiest of legislative foundations without any statutory criteria. Congress created TPS for 3 reasons. First, to provide immigration relief to many thousands of illegal aliens from El Salvador. Second, in the words of Judiciary Committee ranking Republican at the time, Hamilton Fish, because there was then no clear statutory relief available providing temporary protection for reasons unrelated to persecution. And third, because as subcommittee chairman at the time, Bruce Morrison said, the executive branch had created EVD out of whole cloth, and there ought to be a statutory structure. At a 1999 hearing of this subcommittee on this subject, Chairman Lamar Smith said, the question is not whether TPS should be granted. In many instances, it should be. The question is whether it is really temporary and to what extent TPS invites fraud. That is the lens through which I view TPS. Congressional advocates at the time were careful to emphasize that TPS would, 1, convey a purely temporary status, and 2, require beneficiaries to leave once their country's designation was terminated. House Democrat Whip William Gray said, we are not asking that they be allowed to live indefinitely in the country. Chairman Mazzoli said, the aliens must return home unless TPS status is extended. And he said that beneficiaries will be identified so that when they can safely return home, we can enforce the laws with respect to them. Representative Joe Moakley said, I have heard it said that if we enact TPS, the people covered will stay here forever. But assured members that I am certain that many, if not most, dream of the day that they can return to the land where they were born, and that a substantial majority will return voluntarily, and this bill provides a mechanism to ensure this result. In fact, the Judiciary Committee report criticized EVD in contrast to temporary protected status because, quote, INS cannot effectuate the deportation of aliens whose EVD status has expired. At the subcommittee's 1999 hearing, my colleague Mark Krikorian testified that TPS would simply be a lie if it were used as a backdoor to permanent immigration, but predicted that few, if any, Hondurans or Nicaraguans currently covered by TPS will ever depart voluntarily or be removed. These fears were certainly prescient. Last year, the Pew Research Center concluded that some TPS beneficiaries have lived in the U.S. for 2 decades or more. In fact, under the law, periodically following a TPS designation, DHS shall determine whether the conditions for such designation continue to be met. If it determines that a country no longer continues to meet the conditions for designation, DHS shall terminate the designation. Otherwise, DHS shall extend the designation. The Biden administration's extension of El Salvador's designation earlier this year demonstrates why a country can remain designated for so long. DHS did not believe that present-day adverse conditions have to bear any relationship to the original qualifying event, such as a quarter-century-old earthquake. But DHS did believe that non-optimal climactic conditions were sufficient, even with no expectation of change in anyone's lifetime. In fact, Leon Rodriguez, the Obama administration's USCIS director, said that intervening factors were relevant regardless of whether they had any connection to the event that formed the basis for the original designation. TPS needs to be reformed, and I thank you for the privilege of testifying.
Thank you, Mr. Fishman. Thank you. Chair now recognizes Mr. Williams for his 5-minute testimony.
Good afternoon, Mr. Biggs and Ranking Member Jayapal. As stated, my name is Jimmy Williams. I serve as the General President of the International Union of Painters and Allied Trades. And I look forward to being able to talk about the positive impact that TPS recipients have had both in our industry, in our union, and in our communities. Our union is made up of over 140,000 men and women across the United States and Canada who work largely in the finishing trades industries. I myself am a construction worker by trade, and I'm a fourth-generation member of my union, a union that was founded by immigrant workers, and our union has always fought hard to make sure that this body looks to find a humane and dignifying path for immigrant workers and the contributions that they've made on our country. And I look forward to talking about the positive impacts that TPS workers have had on our union for well over 30 years. You know, the IUPAT has been at the forefront of fighting for true comprehensive immigration reform, and we will continue to fight for true comprehensive immigration reform. As was stated by Ranking Member Jayapal, TPS recipients are the most screened group of immigrants that come to our country. Every 18 months, have to submit to background checks, have to pay fees to this country. Within our union, those that are members of our union pay my salary to represent them like I am here today, and pay your salary in the form of taxes. And the contributions that have been made by TPS recipients go well beyond just what they do in the workplace, in their communities as well. As was stated, their families, they fought wars. They've supported this country at every single level. We owe them the respect that they deserve, and our union will continue to fight for them. Within our union, you know, we have had numerous complaints already by our employers, our partners that are worried about where the workforce of tomorrow is going to be in the construction industry. We are experiencing severe workforce shortages. And we're seeing long-term investments that have been made into TPS recipients in the form of workforce training that our union alone spends over $125 million a year to train the highest skilled workforce known to man. And so when we talk about immigrant workers as low skilled, it can become offensive, because I know the investment that we have made. You know, and when you think about what this country is doing to TPS recipients by pulling the rug out while they are contributing to this society, it only will drive people further into the shadows. Our country cannot look at this issue as just an immigration issue. It is also a labor law issue. I can tell you, I served 14 years as my union's organizing director, and I have spoken to the worst of the worst cases of worker misclassification and wage theft, when allowed to be used because this country has yet to adopt labor law reform in my lifetime. It is impossible for our membership and for U.S.-born construction workers to compete in such a low-road economy. And with the current administration's plan to strip nearly 1 million workers of the protections that allow them to work legally in this country, we run the risk of running 1 more million workers into that shadow economy, which has destroyed working conditions for our members and for working people here in the United States. And look, there's also just what is the country we want to live in. Our unions were founded by immigrants, and most unions in this country were, and at a time where we actually gave workers more authority and more power over their economy. I believe that this body's inability to act over the course of the last 40 years on comprehensive immigration reform is what has led us to this point. And it's interesting. You don't hear the President of the United States, and you don't hear counterparts talk about the employers that have abused the system of immigration now to create what is the largest wealth gap since prior to the Great Depression. And we cannot have a conversation here today about immigration reform if we don't also include how we treat workers in this country, and I thank you.
Thank you. The chair now recognizes Mr. Salashi for your 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member, and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today. My name is Larry Salaski. I'm a resident and elected councilman of the borough of Charleroy, Pennsylvania, a small former mill and glass town of approximately 4,000 residents in Washington County. I'm not appearing before you as someone chasing talking points, as an academic, or as a policy consultant. I'm here as a local elected official who's had to look residents in the eye and explain why their town no longer feels safe, stable, or familiar, and why decisions made from afar from Charleroi have imposed consequences our community never agreed to accept. Charleroi did not volunteer to become a test case for federal immigration policy. We were not consulted. We were not asked about capacity, and we were not equipped for what was imposed upon us. Yet our borough has been repeatedly referenced in national media and political discussions as an example of how current immigration policy plays out in real American communities. I'm here to explain what that has meant on the ground. Charleroi is less than a mile long from its first traffic light to its last. Under the Biden administration's approach to immigration enforcement and refugee placement, our borough absorbed an estimated 2,000 to 3,000 migrants in a very short period of time. That represents a population increase approximately 50 to 75%. No community, large or small, can observe that level of growth overnight without serious consequences. Charleroi has limited tax base, aging housing stock, and lean municipal services by necessity, not choice. Our police department is small. Our fire department is volunteer. Our ambulance service is nonprofit and operates on margins of financial viability. We're not a sanctuary city, a border community, or a major metropolitan area with layered social service infrastructure. Yes, yet we were treated as if we were. Federal decisions with local consequences. The placement of large numbers of migrants in Charleroi was not initiated by our borough council. We were not asked if we had the housing capacity, public safety resources, school support, or healthcare infrastructure to absorb this population. Federal agencies and non-governmental organizations placed individuals into our housing, schools, and neighborhoods without providing proportional investments in policing, emergency medical services, housing inspections, translation services, healthcare capacity, or infrastructure. The outcome was predictable and preventable. Strain on public safety and municipal services. Charleroi's police department, volunteer fire department, ambulance service, and code enforcement have all experienced a significant increase in service calls. Many of these calls involve language barriers, overcrowded housing conditions, and unfamiliarity with local laws and traffic regulations. Charleroi does not have a paid dedicated interpreter or translation service. Our first responders now spend significantly more time on each call, stretching limited resources and increasing response times for everyone in the community. Our ambulance service is currently carrying more than $250,000 in uncollectible debt tied to the migrant emergency calls. For a small nonprofit service, this level of uncompensated care is unsustainable and places the entire community at risk. Our volunteer fire department is feeling the brunt of the financial stress the immigrant community has placed on their shoestring budget. Our code enforcement office has been overwhelmed by unsafe and overcrowded rental properties, some housing double or triple their intended occupancies. These conditions pose serious risks to occupants, neighboring residents, and first responders. Let me be clear, the individuals arriving in Charleroi are human beings, but the local residents are human beings as well, and they are tax-paying American citizens who have done nothing wrong and who are bearing the consequences of the Biden administration immigration policies. The photographs and documentation I submitted is not exaggerated, and it is certainly not a joke. It makes our community very angry that our town has experienced frequent car crashes caused by the migrant drivers. This has wreaked havoc on the non-at-fault parties who had to pay the price. Vehicles driven by unlicensed, uninsured, and non-English speaking drivers are involved in daily collisions on narrow residential streets, cars overturning, plowing into homes, businesses, and destroying personal property. Even the current and former mayor's own property has been damaged under these circumstances. This is reality in Charleroi, folks, where the posted speed limit is 25 miles an hour or less. Families are afraid in their own neighborhoods. Seniors are frightened to walk outside. This is not just about traffic safety. Charleroi has suffered severe reputational and legal harm. The United States Justice Department successfully prosecuted a Charleroi staffing agency owner, sentencing him to prison and ordered over $3.6 million in restitution for harboring illegal aliens and failing to pay employment taxes. There has been a targeted killing of an immigrant tied to the immigrant van agencies. Another immigrant death is currently under investigation by the Washington County District Attorney's Office. These events have placed a national spotlight on a small borough that lacks the resources, staffing, and infrastructure to manage the fallout. Request, as a resident and councilman of the borough of Charleroy, I respectfully urge Congress to require mandatory consultation with local governments before migrant or refugee placements occur. Limited placements to levels communities can realistically.
Mr. Chairman, he's over a minute of time, and you were gaveling down others, so I would appreciate it if you would stop the witness.
My apologies.
Mr. Salashi, thank you. We have your full written testimony here.
Yes.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Chair now recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Tiffany.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Salashi, I'll give you 30 seconds of my time to conclude your remarks. Go ahead.
Again, on request, limit placements to level communities can realistic support based on housing, public safety, school, and healthcare capacity. Provide direct, flexible funding to municipalities absorbing migrant populations so local taxpayers are not left carrying the burden. Increase transparency, accountability, and oversight of nonprofit organizations involved in placement decisions. And reaffirm that immigration policy must balance humanitarian objectives with the safety, stability, and well-being of American communities. Charleroy is not anti-immigrant. I support legal immigration and the American dream pursued through lawful means. However, what was imposed on our borough has pushed public services to the breaking point and fundamentally altered our community without its consent.
Mr. Salashi, I gave you 30 seconds.
Thank you.
Got 45. Hey, let me ask some questions here. Describe the role of the agencies and the NGOs, the agencies of federal government, the NGOs. Describe their role in how they brought these people into your community.
That's the million-dollar question. The only thing it comes back to is the NGOs.
When did this start?
Roughly about 2022, we saw an influx.
So you're saying it's primarily NGOs that were driving these people in, is that correct?
Yes.
Should locals have a say in this happening?
Absolutely.
I just introduced a bill in regards to refugees called the CARE Act that would give state and locals a say in this rather than the federal government just taking these actions just an FYI. Has this led to a housing shortage in your community?
It's led to longtime Charleroy residents selling their homes and leaving. What used to be a heavily home ownership to landlord-tenant, 75 to 25, 60 to 40, has reversed that trend, and it's now heavy on landlord-tenant to home ownership, and a lot of those landlord-tenant are immigrant-related.
So it's decreased home ownership in your community?
Yes.
Which has always been a bedrock of the American dream, right?
You're absolutely right.
Be able to own your own home. Thank you very much for that.
Thank you.
Did I hear correctly, Mr. Fishman, that climate change is used as a justification not to return people to their home countries? Did I hear that right? Turn your mic on.
Sorry about that. Not only is it used, it's used for climate change having absolutely nothing to do with the event that precipitated TPS in the first place. It's, not much rainfall. Well, that could exist for thousands of years. That's not temporary.
Is an earthquake climate change? Are earthquakes caused by climate change?
Well, I think geological are also factored in there, geological conditions.
Yeah, okay. Does the program as it's currently set up and how it's been for the last few decades, does it lead to fraud in the immigration system?
I think it very likely does lead to fraud, especially as Mr. Rogers was talking about, people being designated, people receiving TPS benefits who came here well after the initial designation, in many cases by giving fraudulent information about when they came to the United States.
Mr. Rogers, same question.
Yes, absolutely could lead to fraud. Like Mr. Fishman said, the form just asks a date for when you arrived, and they can fill in any date they want.
What types of fraud would you see with something? What types of fraud have you seen as a result of this?
well, personally, as a consular officer, I never dealt with TPS beneficiaries, but the kind of fraud you'd see is that kind of thing, is falsification of dates. The whole point of TPS is supposed to be temporary. When you have permanent immigrants coming, there's lots of vetting that just doesn't happen that's required for a permanent immigrant. And that's one of the problems, is this has become a program for permanent immigration that doesn't do all that vetting.
So I just want to respond in regards to Mr. Williams' testimony, and thank you for that testimony. You referred to the wealth gap, and you are correct. And part of the reason for the wealth gap is those business owners that you were referencing have brought in cheap labor, and it's kept labor rates down as a result of bringing cheap labor in. When you have 10 million people that came in in the last 4 years, that's going to drive wages down. And you commented about the inability to act by Congress. This body acted last session to put in place a strong immigration reform. We did do that. I'll yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields. Chair recognizes the ranking member, Ms. Jayapal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As I mentioned, temporary protected status is a bipartisan program, and it allows individuals from countries facing war, unrest, and natural disaster to remain in the United States until it's safe for them to return to their home countries. And these are individuals, as Mr. Williams testified to, with work authorization, who have put down roots in their communities, followed the legal processes that are available to them. These are not the worst of the worst that Trump claimed he'd go after, and yet this administration is well on its way to stripping the lawful status of over 1 million people by early next year. Mr. Williams, very powerful testimony, thank you. TPS recipients work in a variety of sectors experiencing workforce shortages, including childcare and construction. And as the president of the International Union of Painters and Allied Trades, can you discuss the impact that the TPS terminations are having on the work sites where your union members work and on the broader economy?
For sure, and I would also add hospitality too as a very important industry that could see unprecedented worker shortages. But in speaking to our members on a regular, and listen, our members are just like the rest of this country, very divided around immigration. Let's not kid ourselves. But our members never looked at those brothers and sisters that they worked side by side with in some very dangerous working conditions as people that were considered here unlawfully. And the safety issues that can take place when you remove that many workers that have been trained and highly skilled to work on things like painting bridges, hanging off the side of buildings. You rely on one another. In our industry, you already are seeing the fear over who are you going to work with side by side that you can trust. The person you worked with for the last 15 years or somebody brand new in the industry. And there is definite fear both amongst our employers and our members about what's going to happen to our workers going forward.
And I appreciated your challenging the notion that these are low-skilled workers, because you have invested a lot of money into training people and they bring extremely valuable skills to the job. I also want to talk about the effect that the Trump administration's indiscriminate immigration enforcement is having on your union members. Do people feel safe coming into work?
No. I mean, we have had horror story after horror story of members of ours that have been granted status in this country that have been targeted on the job site for removal, followed to their homes, and on the way to work being pulled over by local law enforcement and being detained only not to be heard from again. What is going on in our country right now should alarm all of us and should really bring back to the middle a conversation on how we can deal with immigration as a whole, and coupled with fixing our broken labor laws to give workers more power at the bargaining table.
And you have lots of members who are also of varied immigration statuses, including U.S. citizens, green card holders, others. What do you hear from them about their feelings about coming to work, even though they're maybe U.S. citizens or green card holders?
Genuine fear in certain instances, and I can tell you this, in Southern California and Los Angeles, ever since the National Guard has been called up, our members are in fear of even gathering in large groups. We've had to cancel our union meetings, which have been a tradition of ours for over 130 years, for fear of being targeted just by the way they look.
As you know, being on TPS carries a lot of uncertainty. You only get your status for 12 to 18-month renewal periods, and in your testimony, you mentioned the importance of providing a path to citizenship for TPS holders. Can you explain why you, as the general president of the International Union of Painters and Allied Trades and the AFL-CIO writ large, think that this is so important for us to do?
Because it would remove this question of temporary that seems to be constantly thrown around when these workers have contributed to this country way more than they are given credit for and have been demonized based on that temporary status. They are members of our communities. They are parents. They are long-standing members of our unions.
I want to give you a chance to respond to the gentleman across the aisle when he said, well, the problem with wealth inequality and the wealth gap is really, the fact that we've got these workers here. I just wondered if you wanted to say anything to that.
It's the biggest misnomer out there. Give workers more power at the bargaining table over their own economic standing, and you'll see that income gap shorten. For sure, and I realize I'm out of time.
Oh, that's good. You see, some people pay attention to that. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I do have a unanimous consent request.
Okay.
Since Mr. Solaski was announced as a witness, we've been inundated with unsolicited outreach from people, including the mayor in Charleroi.
So what is your request?
And explaining that his views are not representative of the community. And so I'm asking unanimous consent to enter into the record a statement from Kristen Hopkins, the president of the Charleroi Borough Council.
Without objection.
And I'm asking for unanimous consent to enter into the record a statement from Reverend Sharon Woomer, a pastor in Charleroi, explaining how the termination of TPS
without explanation, or else I will read my
on the entire community.
So do you either want someone's going to object, or are you going to?
I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record the statement from Travis Verchek, the executive director of McKees Rock Community Development Corporation and a volunteer at a church in Charleroi. I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record the statement from Tim Maddox, a researcher and faculty member at the University of Pittsburgh. And I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a statement from Nancy J. Ellis, the former mayor and newly re-elected mayor of the borough of Charleroi, who said Mr. Solaski's opinions are biased. Will not get a fair view.
No, I object. If you're going to read it, then I'm going to object.
You gave him an extra minute, so I want to make sure that we are being fair about the person who is testifying, making sure people understand
and
that
so you
he's not
put in 4. You got to put in 4, and then you had to read the statement,
I didn't read the statement.
Which you know clearly goes beyond the parameters
Mr.
of
Chairman,
normal
I didn't
conduct
read the
and
statement.
decorum. Yeah, you
let
did.
me do it again. I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record.
Gentleman, I recognize the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Vendrew.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, Mr. Williams, I'm glad to see you here. I support your union. In fact, I'm proud. I've got a big plaque in one of my offices from the painters. I'm saying this to you respectfully. There are a lot of members that you have that would thoroughly, intensely, completely disagree with what you say. And I hope you meet out with all the locals and all the people that are really doing the job and really working hard. I just want you to know that. Temporary protected status was created with a noble cause in mind. It was meant to reflect America at its best, a compassionate but lawful way for our country to assist those going through unavoidable disaster. And just as importantly, it was meant to be temporary. That's why it has that name. Congress was clear about it from the very beginning. TPS was never, ever intended to be permanent. It was never meant to be a pathway to permanent residency or citizenship. It was never intended to replace asylum. And it was never intended to become an open-end program that expands indefinitely without accountability. That's just wrong. When TPS is limited in scope, limited in time, and tied directly to real conditions on the ground, it has worked. And we've seen that. It's America at its best. In the late 1990s, the United States provided temporary protection to hundreds of thousands of Kosovars fleeing a brutal contact. They came to America. They were here for a limited time. It was tied directly to conditions on the ground. And when the conflict ended, they went home. That is the way it was supposed to work. and it's supposed to look that way. It helps people through a genuine emergency. It's the right thing to do, but that's not what's happening now. Designations are repeatedly extended. Entire countries now remain under TPS for decades at a long time, long after the original crisis has passed. And the message this sends is unmistakable. If you can make it here, eventually the rules will allow you to bend and to stay here. And that's wrong because so many people have come here legally and worked so hard to be here, and we value immigration and we value those immigrants that came here, and we think that they have value always. But we're misusing the system and it disrespects those who do it the right way. And the communities, the councilman talked about it. These places were never asked if they wanted to do this. They were never consulted. They were never given the resources to absorb decisions made in D.C. as usual. Schools are overwhelmed, hospitals are strained, police and first responders are stretched thin. And who pays it all? The hard-working men and women, many of them members of unions that are tired of it. We care about people in crisis, and we care also about respecting the law. So that's why this hearing matters. Mr. Chairman, thank you for doing this. We appreciate it. And it's exactly what I look forward to today, discussing this. I'm going to ask quick questions because I don't want to run out of time. Forgive me for this. I wish we had an hour to go through this, but we don't from each member here. So I'm going to ask a question. I'm going to ask a yes or a no. And first I'm going to ask Mr. Fishman. Just a yes or no. Was temporary protected status intended by Congress to last for decades?
No.
Thank you. Yet we have TPS designations that have lasted more than 3 decades. Is that correct, yes or no?
At least 2
2 to 3 decades.
So. Yeah. Yes.
Was TPS ever intended to become a permanent alternative to asylum or lawful permanent residency?
No.
Was it intended to be an alternative to legal immigration, which we love?
No.
Did Congress envision eligibility dates being repeatedly moved forward to cover people who arrived long after the original disaster? Yes or no?
No.
And what practices occurred repeatedly under current recent administrations? Is that correct?
Yes.
If a program lasts for decades and cannot realistically end, is it still temporary in any meaningful sense? Yes or no?
No.
For Mr. Rogers, as TPS is currently administered, remain limited in scope and duration as the statute requires?
No.
So the program is no longer operating as Congress, this body, designed it. Am I correct in saying that?
Yes.
Do repeated extensions and redesignations of TPS create incentives for additional illegal immigration?
Yes.
So TPS is no longer just responding to emergencies, it is shaping future migration decisions illegally. Is that correct?
Yes.
So in practice, once TPS is granted, it really results in departure ever anymore?
No, it doesn't result in departure.
Okay. I don't have any more time, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you. Ms. Scanlon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, interesting hearing. Despite this administration's worst rhetoric about going after the worst of the worst when it comes to immigration, time and again, we've seen that's just not true, and nowhere is that more clear than what we see happening with respect to the TPS program, where this administration has targeted people who have been here legally, sometimes for many, many years, and have suddenly had their legal status ripped out from under them, all so that Stephen Miller can try to meet his deportation quotas. You know, in my district, across the country, Venezuelans, Haitians, Afghans, and others living here under TPS status have had the rug pulled out from under them. TPS is a bipartisan program created by Congress, which allows people from countries facing war, unrest, natural disasters to stay in the U.S. until it's safe to return. The fact that this administration is basically declaring war on Venezuela and simultaneously saying the Venezuelans can't stay here anymore is truly through the looking glass. But, you know, we're not expecting consistency from this administration. Now, Mr. Salashi raised a number of points, which I am from Pennsylvania, although the other side of Pennsylvania, and it just didn't match up with what I know about that area. And I started pulling up some of the articles that I've read about Charleroi and reviewing the materials that have been entered into the record. And you know, the public record indicates a very different picture, that Charleroi is a place with a large meat packing plant, which is not a job that a lot of Americans seem to want to apply for anymore, but that they ended up having a large Haitian immigration population start working in the meat packing plant. And as Mr. Salashi indicated, there was federal enforcement of the fact that there was a contractor there who was bringing people in, illegally transporting them, illegally housing them, failing to pay wages, failing to do tax reports. So whereas we have reams of data, reams of studies showing that immigrants in our country are a net economic benefit, we saw something that I think Mr. Williams had alluded to, which is that unscrupulous employers use people's immigration status to undermine working conditions for everyone. So we saw someone get prosecuted and convicted in Charleroi of bringing in immigrant labor, folks who were not getting paid what they were supposed to, which presumably undermined wages for folks in the community. And that's exactly what this kind of chaos in the immigration system can enable. But instead of going after the folks who are trying to work and do a job, maybe we should be going after the employers who are creating these kinds of conditions and exploiting people in this way. Now, I did want to just mention something along the same topic. In Philadelphia, I've had the opportunity to see a great partnership between the Welcoming Center, which is a local nonprofit that promotes economic opportunities and assimilation for newcomers to our country, and the AFL-CIO, and the shipyard, the Philly shipyard in our region. We have a shipyard where we have billions of dollars of investment going to ramp up American shipbuilding, and we need welders, and we need shipbuilders, and we need people who can outfit ships. And so our labor community and the Welcoming Center said, wait a minute, we have some really smart folks here who have work authorization. They are here legally. Let's see if we can help them transition into this jobs. What can you tell us about those kind of projects, Mr. Williams?
Yeah, those are the projects that we speak of when we talk about the construction industry and the need for, you know, a workforce that wants to work in that industry. You know, we don't talk enough about how this country has treated, you know, the way the construction industry has been a pathway for people to the middle class. And you know, we've demonized those that work with our hands and have forced people into this false notion that just going to college is the only way to make a living and to achieve the middle class. But you know what? On some levels, it is true, because in certain aspects of our industry, when workers are forced to work in such low-wage conditions, it is hard to sustain your families. And so people have walked away from the construction industry because it's been inbred in them throughout high school that industry is not an industry that you can support your families on. And it is a real problem that we have.
Well, it's certainly an effort. We're with you on trying to make sure that people understand there's a different pathway and that the trades are a great way to go. I think it is another inconsistency of this immigration enforcement effort that they are going after people on construction sites, going after people going to Home Depot to be day laborers, going after people who are going to work. These are not the worst of the worst. Thank you. I yield back.
Mr. Gill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the witnesses for coming here and taking the time to have another good hearing on the dangers of mass migration and what ultimately amounts to is a form of backdoor amnesty. Just a second ago, we were hearing from our colleagues on the other side of the aisle talking about the benefits of a TPS system for communities all over the globe, and I think that we need to recenter our conversation and ask what type of immigration system benefits the American people. We hear a lot about, and we've heard in the news recently about the number of Afghanis, for instance, who have come into the United States under TPS or other various forms. And I think the question that we need to ask is, how does that benefit our people? How does it benefit American citizens to bring people in from a part of the globe that is the most backward, perhaps the most backward part of the globe, an area where pederastic rape is considered culturally acceptable, where women are chattel. How does it benefit American citizens to bring these people into our country? We got to ask the same question about other unassimilable aliens who are coming into America. Do we really have an obligation to throw away our cultural inheritance in order to promote some sort of globalist open borders agenda? That is insane. We need to be looking out for our people and not for the rest of the globe. But with that said, happy to jump into questions here. Mr. Fishman, thank you for your testimony earlier. You talked about the legislative history of the TPS program, how the author of the bill establishing it claimed a substantial majority will return voluntarily. And this bill, according to them, provides a mechanism to ensure this result. Has that turned out to be the case?
That has not been turned out to be the case in large measure because in most instances, TPS has just been extended for years, if not decades, so there's never any occasion to test it. But when there was an occasion to test it, Chairman Smith, back in the 1999 hearing, asked the General Counsel of the Immigration and Naturalization Service, do you have any data on how many people actually returned when their TPS status went away? How many people you removed if they didn't voluntarily return? The answer was, oh, I have no idea. We don't track that.
Right. TPS was intended to be temporary, at least ostensibly. But we had a 25-year TPS status for Honduras since 1999 due to a hurricane. Similarly, El Salvador was initially designated in March 2001 based on a series of earthquakes. The current administration terminated TPS for Honduras. We still have that status for El Salvador. Right now, I got another question for you, Mr. Fishman. The statute that you mentioned earlier clearly states, quote, there is no judicial review with respect to the designation or termination or extension of a designation of a foreign state. Despite that, we frequently see that open border groups sue to stop the Trump administration from terminating TPS designation, including those that have been issued decades ago. I'm curious if you have any thoughts as to why they've been filing these lawsuits.
Well, they clearly are filing the lawsuits in order to frustrate the operation of the TPS law, which says if the conditions are no longer remaining, it shall be terminated. So I think clearly that is the motivation.
Mm-hmm. Got it. And let me ask you, in January of 2021, there were about 55,000 Haitian TPS beneficiaries in the United States. In January 2025, there were 342,000. That's about a 6 times increase in just 4 years. The majority of these people simply just came into the country illegally. They walked in, didn't have a visa, and were illegally paroled by the Biden administration on a categorical basis, as we understand. And given this sort of alleged legal status, let me ask you, did the U.S. government vet any of these individuals on an individual basis?
They may have looked in databases, but as Rodney Scott, DHS Secretary Mayorkas's Border Patrol chief, said, for events that occurred outside the U.S., we really have no idea. There's no data in the databases regarding those events. So an alien could be a saint, an alien could be a serial killer. Those are his words. We have no idea because there's nothing to look at in the databases.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to our witnesses for being here today. So, as we've heard, and as we know, U.S. law permits TPS designation for nationals of a country when ongoing armed conflict poses a serious threat to their personal safety. So I recently sent a letter to the administration with the ranking member calling out the hypocrisy of revoking TPS for South Sudan, a country plagued by armed clashes, with DHS claiming that there have been improvements in the civil safety outlook. But at the very same time, the administration has designated South Sudan as a level 4 travel advisory zone. Do not travel, stating that the armed conflict is ongoing and includes fighting between various political and ethnic groups. And as Ms. Scanlon referenced, at the same time, the Trump administration has revoked TPS protections for hundreds of thousands of Venezuelans while escalating actions that could lead us into war with their home country, which we had a bipartisan briefing on yesterday. Mr. Williams, President Trump campaigned on going after the, quote, worst of the worst when it comes to immigrants. But to be eligible for TPS, you have to not only be from one of these countries that is designated for TPS, you also have to meet strict criminal background checks and be re-vetted every 18 months to ensure that you are still eligible for TPS. Are the TPS holders that work with your union and your colleagues the kinds of people that Trump has called the worst of the worst?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how you could call somebody who pays their taxes, who works on the books, works in our industry, the worst of the worst. And I was offended by Congressman Van Drew saying that our membership supports pulling the rug on TPS. When we speak to our membership, that is their brother, that is their sister. That is not somebody who is here unlawfully. That is somebody who is here lawfully under the protections that were granted by this body and given every chance to build an American lifestyle for them and their families.
Well, I really appreciate that, Mr. Williams. We've had a bunch of ICE raids and CBP raids in my area of North Carolina. And what's resulted is people who do have legal status being picked up, citizens being picked up, construction sites completely shut down. Now, I actually was born in Pennsylvania, but I'm not from your area of Pennsylvania. But let me tell you, the Research Triangle of North Carolina is a growing area, and we have active projects. And we cannot have people who are here legally scared to go to work and have these construction projects shut down. I just want, before we talk a little bit about that, so get ready, Mr. Williams, I want to ask unanimous consent to enter into the record the statement from Nancy J. Ellis, the former mayor and newly reelected mayor of the borough of Charleroi, who said that the testimony of Mr. Kalashi's and his opinions are biased and will not give a fair view of the Haitian community of Charleroi.
Without objection.
So with the time that you have, a little bit, about a minute, Mr. Williams, talk about the effects on construction projects, infrastructure projects, when people who have legal status are afraid to show up to work.
Yeah, not just afraid to show up to work, but you know, leaving the industry because how the industry itself is being targeted. The effects that we have is it creates an even larger worker shortage in this country, skilled workers that have been trained, that have been vetted, that have worked in the industry for well over 10, 15 years. The effects are dramatic. And, you know, as a labor leader, I'm here talking about the human aspect of this on our membership. But I can tell you, our partners, which are our employers in our industry, those that directly employ TPS recipients, are saying, wait a second, this is not what we thought we voted for. And most of those employers supported this current president of the United States and have been supporters of many people on the other side of the aisle than the Democratic Party. And that's the truth, you know, and they are concerned about where they're going to find a workforce into the future.
Thank you, and I yield back.
Mr. Biggs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Rogers, temporary protected status, the T is for temporary, and let's just talk about this. The status is granted to people who are in an ongoing armed conflict with a foreign state. Is that correct?
Correct.
Yeah, and so it isn't, could lead us into war, could be a war, could be a conflict that doesn't count. Is that right?
Correct. Armed conflict is a statutory term. There has to be a war going on.
Yeah, a foreign state requests for TPS because it temporarily cannot handle the return of its nationals due to an environmental disaster. Environmental disaster, right? So in some cases might be an earthquake, a volcanic eruption in some places we've seen. When that is over and that has been treated, that situation that warranted the TPS status dissipates. Isn't that true?
Correct.
Yeah, then you get to extraordinary and temporary conditions, which could be not on a group basis, but on a particularized basis for individuals coming through. Maybe it could be a health situation even. This temporary protected status, where they're going to grant you parole, basically to come in for a period of time. But getting to this thing, we just heard a witness testify that these people get a criminal background check. Do they get a criminal background check?
It's impossible to do a criminal background check about their activities in their home country.
So if they're coming in and they're getting TPS status under CHNV, if you remember that program that was given by Biden, it was impossible to do a criminal background check because we don't have access to Venezuela's records. If they're coming from Somalia, we don't have access to Somalia because Somalia doesn't even have records. So it's just BS to say everybody's fully vetted. They are. We know. We know. Because we don't know. To say otherwise means you have never been to the border and watched this happen. Should never testify to something you haven't seen or don't know for sure. So when we have the CHNV program, you got people in, they're coming in. How many people that have TPS are illegally in the country? They started off illegally in the country.
I don't have the exact numbers. I'm not sure anyone really tracks that, but it's a majority of them. It's the vast majority of them.
So the 1.2 or whatever million it is, the majority got into this country illegally. For instance, Syrians. How many came in illegally? We don't know. A lot. More than half are the estimates. Haitians. How many came in? More than half. Under the CHNV program. CHNV program was not authorized to allow anyone in legally. CHNV program simply said, we're not going to enforce the law, right? That's what happened under the Biden administration. Now, how many of them got TPS status? We know that there's over 600,000 Venezuelans who got TPS status, the vast majority of them under the Biden administration CHNV program. Right? Isn't that true, Mr. Rogers?
Correct. And the justification was poverty and just difficult conditions in the country. It wasn't even one of the things we were talking about, environmental conditions or war. It was
none of the statutory provisions.
Correct. They broadened that extraordinary circumstances way past what the statute actually meant.
So we've got going back El Salvador. El Salvador. By the way, I've been to El Salvador in the last 2 years. It is now one of the safest countries in the world. You could go ask their leadership, and they'll say, Andy, we'll leave you in this alley overnight. You might get a little uncomfortable because it's a little bit cold. But guess what, Andy? Nobody's going to harm or molest you. It's safe. This is the safest country. And guess what? You've got 230,000 El Salvadorans that have been here for 25 plus years. That ain't temporary anymore. That becomes something more accessible than a refugee claim or an asylum claim because it becomes permanent. And that becomes the next question. They have to come in every 6 to 18 months for review. And under what authority do we are they extended protected status? Under what authority do we essentially make it permanent? So why, for instance, Syrians, 20 years. El Salvadorans, 25 years. Under what authority, Mr. Rogers, if there is any?
There is none. The statute requires reevaluation every 6 to 18 months, and what the Trump administration is doing is just reevaluating and finding that those conditions aren't met. It's not pulling anything back from people. It's just deciding not to renew something that the statute requires them not to renew.
Thank you. Yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. Mr. Garcia.
Thank you, Chairman McClintock. The Trump administration and its loyalists in Congress continue their efforts to persecute immigrants and undermine our legal immigration system. Today, their target is temporary protective status. They are here to scapegoat and demonize people with TPS, to justify Trump and Miller's decision to send 1 million people with legal status back to countries with extreme levels of armed conflict and other conditions. As my colleagues have pointed out, many TPS recipients have lived in the U.S. for decades. They're our friends, neighbors, and community members. They contribute roughly $21 billion to our economy, and they pay over $5 billion in taxes to federal, state, and local entities. But Republicans don't care about their economic contributions or about supporting this engine of economic growth. They're committed to a xenophobic agenda that blames immigrants for every problem in society. It's the same strategy that Vice President J.D. Vance used when he lied about Haitians with TPS eating people's pets. It's the same strategy that Donald Trump uses when he refers to other nations as, quote, shithole countries, end of quote. Republicans are doing this because they have no plan on affordability, on health care, on education, on housing or public safety, or fixing our broken immigration system. Their only plan is to blame hardworking immigrants. Their assault on immigrants is fundamentally an assault on workers, and it's a continuation of the administration's anti-worker policies. The president has gutted agencies overseeing occupational safety standards, lowered the minimum wage for federal contractors, terminated Department of Labor grants that fought child labor and supported workers' rights, and stripped federal workers of their collective bargaining power. Mr. Williams, thank you for being here today and for your common sense. Can you talk about how going after lawful working immigrants like TPS recipients fits into the anti-worker agenda, and how does aggressive immigration enforcement disrupt work sites and destabilize communities?
Yeah, thank you, Congressman, and thank you for your words about the real impacts that the American workers faced. It's not the immigrant worker that our American workers should be worried about. It's corporate America who has truly exploited the broken labor laws of this country, coupled with a broken immigration system. It is probably the #1 factor, and at least in the construction industry, that has led to the decline in wages, real wages being earned, the ability to afford the communities that they live in, to be able to retire with dignity, to be able to provide health care. All of these assaults on the working class have been systematically put in place and by design, yet we don't talk about who the real people that are destroying the working class in this country. And it's corporate America's insatiable desire to want to put profits over people. And that includes immigrant workers as well, and have been unwilling victims of that system. Now for generations, I'm 47 years old, it's been going on my entire life.
And on the disruption of work sites?
The work sites in this country have been disrupted most recently based on these immigration raids and continue to be disrupted. Yet that you never see the person employing them put in the back of a van. You've never seen them put on TV as people that are exploiting workers. We have lost our way in the way we view this.
Do these raids at work sites make workers safer, or does it put them at risk?
Puts them at extreme risk. Listen, you can't work safely when you're worried about being targeted for removal. You know, the truth is people just won't show up to work, which we've seen in North Carolina, in Florida, where you have a disproportionate amount of TPS holders, too, in the state of Florida, Texas, and New York.
Thank you so much. This administration's TPS policy is a disgrace. Congress should act and pass the American Dream and Promise Act, which would provide stability, a path to citizenship, and a boost to the economy. Thank you, and I yield back.
Mr. Knott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think it defies common sense and logic that the talking point that the previous questioner keeps repeating that regardless of where you come from, if you come here legally or illegally, you will lead to a robust economy. It doesn't matter if you're literate, doesn't matter if you're skilled, doesn't matter if you're a criminal, doesn't matter if you're a member of a cartel. There is just a carte blanche statement that if you come to this country from anywhere other than America, America will prosper. It's just such a reckless statement. It defies logic. It is not borne out in the statistics. So many people from around the world come here and live off of American charity. They live off of criminal livelihoods. They live off of fraud, as we've seen in Minnesota. This idea that every immigrant is a force multiplier, regardless of legal status, is a force multiplier for good is just an absolute farce. And Mr. Rogers, I also wanted to talk to you about this idea that the Biden administration was a responsible arbiter of legal immigration policy. From my understanding, from where I sit, they used the temporary protected status program, to usher in huge amounts of unvetted people from all over the world. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
And explain how they did that. Sorry. Go ahead.
It's not just temporary protected status. They abused scores of immigration laws. They abused the parole power. They stretched every statute they could way beyond breaking point to justify illegal entry of 10 to 20 million illegal immigrants.
And how many people were ushered in under the TPS program?
The TPS program, I believe, went up from 400,000 to 1.3 million, so about 1 million people, just under 1 million.
Mr. Williams, just off the cuff, do you believe that that was done responsibly?
Because this country has no comprehensive immigration reform, I do believe it was the only path to provide people with true work authorization in this country.
I'm asking, do you think that Joe Biden operated responsibly using TPS to usher in almost 1.3 million people into the country?
I'm saying the system is broken as it stands now, and I don't believe President Biden authored in anybody. We have people coming into this country with no pathway.
He did usher in
so,
people.
I don't think personally.
His administration did.
Fair.
Is that a fair use of the program? To bring in over 1 million people who are not vetted?
When there are over and approaching 20 million workers in this country that are coming to this country without any system to greet them at our borders and to come in legally, and the TPS program has been the one pathway for people to receive work authorization, I believe that the extension of TPS should be considered even further by this body.
You're avoiding the question. Is granting TPS to 1 million unvetted people responsible?
I do believe it is.
You believe it is?
I do.
Okay, well, that's a very irrational position that you take. Do you think that people who were brought in under that program cause harm to the country?
I do not, because they have work authorization.
Not one. You're speaking in very broad terms. You don't think one person who came in under Biden's immigration recklessness has harmed the country?
You asked, does the process of TPS cause harm? Do I have any understanding of one person? I don't think it's a fair question to ask.
No, I asked, did the Biden administration use TPS responsibly?
I believe TPS is the most responsible way for immigrants to this country to come and work in our country legally.
Did the Biden administration use the program responsibly? It's beyond any shadow of a doubt that he ushered in over 1 million people with no vetting.
I believe they did.
You believe they did?
I do.
Okay. All right. Now, Mr. Rogers, back to you. Please explain for the room how that program was abused under the Biden administration.
Well, first of all, they use pretextual justifications to grant TPS, for example, to Haiti and to Venezuela. They just use general poverty and difficult conditions in the country, which is never what TPS was designed for. And to the point about needing workers, we actually have work visas. We have the H-2 visa, which lets temporary workers enter the country lawfully. There is a process to bring those workers. We don't need TPS to do that. There's no reason for that.
Sure. And in terms of the abuses, again, we see this talking point echoed repeatedly, that vetting is thorough. Can you please dispel that notion as it was applied the last 4 years?
The vetting's impossible. As we've said, you can't. When an immigrant applies for a work visa or for an immigrant visa, they have to get a police certificate from their local police station in their home country. None of that happens under TPS.
Right.
If you look at the form, it's just a bunch of yes/no questions. Have you ever done X or Y? And they self-report.
Right. So basically what we've concluded, looking at Biden's administration administering of the TPS program, is that it fits within a broader narrative that there really should not be any restriction for any person who wants to come into the United States. Is that fair?
Yes.
I yield back.
Oh, I didn't hear him, sorry. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. President Trump has made it clear that he only opposes lawful immigration when non-white people immigrate to the United States. His immigration agenda isn't about public safety or economic stability or jobs, it's about racism. It was racist during his first administration, it's racist now. And like his first administration, he's hired a bunch of racists to carry it out. In fact, I'm gonna pause here really quickly. I know we're talking about TPS, but I don't know if anyone else has mentioned the fact that ICE agents were literally dragging a pregnant woman just this week in a viral video. So don't tell me that this isn't about cruelty, because it is. Moving on. The president is now on record admitting to calling majority black and brown nations, quote, shithole countries. He consistently refers to black and brown people as, quote, low IQ, stupid, or nasty. His agenda is about one thing: giving racial preference to specific people seeking to immigrate to America, which is illegal and unconstitutional. But nevertheless, they are going to keep trying to get y'all to believe that immigrants are the cause of all your problems. But here's the truth. Immigrants are not responsible for a billionaire CEO refusing to increase your wage. The corporation you work for isn't replacing your job with artificial intelligence because of Haitian refugees. Your landlord isn't increasing your rent because someone who's fleeing gang violence in Central America moved into your community. A Palestinian kid who was afforded a scholarship to study at an American university isn't responsible for your child's tuition increasing. Latino farm workers aren't responsible for prices of your groceries increasing. Let's be clear. Blaming migrants and deporting migrants and ending TPS won't improve the lives of most Americans. As you can see, we're in the middle of the largest, most inhumane deportation program in American history. And guess what? Housing is still unaffordable. Healthcare is still too expensive. Groceries are still too expensive. Wages aren't keeping up with inflation. Jobs are still being outsourced. So maybe it's not the immigrants. Maybe it's the failed Republican policies. In my state of Texas, the Republicans control the House, the Senate, and the governor's mansion. In the United States, the Republicans control the House, the Senate, and the White House. Maybe it's the fact that Republicans would rather give permanent tax cuts to billionaires, but won't even give middle-class Americans temporary health care benefits. Maybe it's the fact that President Trump has the wealthiest cabinet in American history, and these people are out of touch with the American public. Now, Mr. Williams, will ending TPS help or hurt the finishing trades industry your union members work in?
It will hurt the construction industry as a whole.
Let me tell you this, or let me ask you this ain't in here. Has it already hurt the construction industry?
It has, because of the fear and uncertainty.
There's a lot of fear. There are workers that are not showing up to their jobs, regardless of their status, because of how immigration is being carried out under this administration. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Will ending TPS help or hurt job site safety?
It will hurt job site safety.
Will ending TPS help or hurt affordability in our communities?
It will hurt affordability in our community.
Exactly. As people are complaining about the fact that housing is up, you've got to think about what those input costs look like. Those input costs, besides the fact that he's been reckless and ridiculous and not been reined in as it relates to the tariffs, and we know that we get a lot of lumber out of Canada. We want to fight with Canada. We want to fight with Mexico. And then we want to tell people that have come here and are going through the process, and I'm not going to say that any process is perfect, but the last time that I checked, Republicans continue to offer us concepts of a plan instead of actual plans because they would rather campaign on the chaos instead of fixing it. Listen, none of us sitting here, whether you're a Democrat or a Republican, wants to be unsafe in our country. I want to be clear. I don't want a criminal in my neighborhood either. But going after all of these countries, when we talk about, it looks like they want to end TPS for Burma and El Salvador and Ethiopia and Haiti and Lebanon and Somalia and South Sudan and Syria. They actually do have, Ukraine got extended a little bit and Yemen got extended a little bit. But the vast majority of these countries, there's one thing in common. A lot of those people from those countries have a little bit of melanin in their skin. With that, I will yield.
Gentlelady yields back. Mr. Onder.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For decades, temporary protected status has been systematically distorted far beyond what Congress intended. What was meant to be a short-term humanitarian measure has become a backdoor pathway for illegal aliens to remain in the United States indefinitely, often with full work authorization and no meaningful enforcement of the law. Under the Biden-Harris administration, this abuse has not only continued, it has exploded. 1.5 million TPS recipients are now in the United States, a number that has quadrupled over the past 4 years of the Biden administration. This reckless expansion was not authorized by Congress, and it imposes real and growing costs on American communities. Towns like Springfield, Ohio, Charlottesville, Pennsylvania, Logansport, Indiana, towns that never consented to become immigration test cases are now overwhelmed. Local leaders and residents are pleading for help as thousands of TPS recipients pour into their communities with little warning and no federal support, and often, as we have heard today, stay forever. These communities are reporting rising crime and traffic incidents. School systems are stretched beyond the breaking point, and public health concerns, including reappearance of diseases once eradicated in the United States, are now with us again. Hospitals are being pushed to their limits. Mr. Chlasky, has the arrival, when I was in medical school, residency, fellowship, internal medicine, I think I saw a total of maybe half a dozen cases of tuberculosis, and they were generally in either elderly homeless people, they were in people who were immune compromised, and some of them were in immigrants. Has the arrival of TPS recipients in your community coincided with the reemergence of diseases that we generally don't see in America?
To the best of my knowledge, there has been a couple of cases that have come to the forefront.
Have you seen those in Charleroi?
Yes.
Have you seen some cases in Charleroi?
Yeah, to the best of my knowledge, there has been a few cases.
In schools?
Yes.
So presumably young, healthy people
Yes.
bringing in TB. Do you know whether those have been multi-drug resistance TB cases? That's been a problem recently.
I do not know that.
Are there other ways the TPS program has affected American students who attend your schools?
Really can't get into much from the school district. I know that they were frustrated at the very beginning. They were not receiving any funding, nor did the borough receive any funding. They did through, months, years, they received a little bit to help with the influx of immigrants, but the borough has still not received anything.
And have the schools had to hire more English learner teachers because of this influx?
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
Okay. Mr. Rogers, 1.5 million TPS recipients. When deciding to award temporary protected status, is any distinction made between people who have come to this country legally or illegally?
No distinction at all.
And do you know that 1.5? This may have been in someone's testimony, but do we know how that breaks down as people who have come here legally versus illegally?
I don't have the specific breakdown, but it's generally agreed that the vast majority are illegal.
And it was, I believe, your testimony, Somalia, TPS status since 1991. I had not yet finished my medical training in 1991. I had a lot more hair. What in the world? 91. Is there any? Is it in federal law some procedure to end temporary protected status at some point?
Yeah, the designation of a country only lasts 6 to 18 months, and then DHS is required to reevaluate and decide whether to renew or not. So it's just been renewed every time it's come up.
Just been renewed indiscriminately without any potential, the earthquake was 15 years ago. Maybe people could go home, perhaps?
Yeah, until the Trump administration, it was just renewed.
Until the Trump administration, okay. Well, thank you very much for your testimony. I yield back.
A gentleman yields back. Mr. Slotchie, would you like to respond to the drive-by smear by Ms. Ross that you're out of touch with your town?
Could you repeat
Would you like to respond to the drive-by smear we heard from Ms. Ross a few minutes ago?
I wish you would have let it into the record, because names that were delivered, our current mayor is in full support of me. He's a Republican mayor in town. There was claims that the future mayor, and they named her name, Miss Ellis, she declared not to be the future mayor. There was a front page article that she was taking the seat on council and not mayor. She won both seats. So that was inaccurate as well, too.
Okay, well, thank you. Mr. Fishman, the statute clearly states that there is, quote, there is no judicial review with respect to the designation or termination or extension of a foreign state on the TPS list. Despite that, we frequently see the open border groups sue to stop the Trump administration from terminating TPS designations. How can that be the case, and what should we do about it?
Well, they do it, some of these federal courts do it on theory that, well, that doesn't apply to constitutional violations, that doesn't apply to systemic issues independent of individual determinations. But the Supreme Court has stepped up this year and stayed a lot of those injunctions and allowed the Trump administration to actually carry forth the law and terminate, where appropriate, past designations of TPS.
So the law, in your opinion, is clear. It's just a certain partisan judges who are abusing it.
Well, I mean, the law could be made stronger if there was an opportunity to reform it. But even under the current language, it's a stretch, and the Supreme Court has stepped in to prevent
Mr. Rogers, what's your view of that?
I think the law is very clear. It says no judicial review. I don't see how you can get any clearer than that.
Mr. Fishman, this subcommittee has received extensive testimony about how illegal labor forces down the wages of American workers with whom that labor competes. As we flood these markets with illegal labor, the supply of labor increases, thus the wages for that labor decrease. What would you advise someone like, well, the Democratic witness who assures us that he's looking out for the best interests of his members?
When I worked for the subcommittee, we had many hearings on the deleterious effect on American workers, both of any race or ethnicity, on mass low-skilled immigration. And not only does it lower wages, but there's been a collapse in the labor.
That's simple economics, right?
Yeah, a collapse in labor force participation.
Labor, the price of that labor is suppressed or declines. It's a supply and demand function.
Exactly, and the result is currently many working-age Americans simply are dropped out of the labor force because of the wage rate that mass low-skilled immigration has caused.
And we're told that adding 1 million such people is a good thing for American workers, that we need them in our shipyards and construction. Yet temporary protected status is by its definition a temporary program. So are the Democrats tacitly telling us they intend to make it a permanent program?
What they're saying is completely at odds with what the Democrats who championed TPS in 1990 promised TPS was for.
Well, it seems to me if they want to make it a permanent program, they ought to just say so and attempt to do that through legislation and level with the American people that this is their objective. And if you're an American construction worker or shipyard worker, you just have to suck it up and put up with suppressed wages indefinitely, because after all, they're paying union dues, so the union bosses are happy. Is that essentially it?
Exactly. If you want amnesty, if that's your goal, call it what it is.
Mr. Salachi, in your opinion, is TPS is currently conceived in the best interest of the American people, or is it more benefiting foreign nationals and business interests that want to exploit these populations for cheap labor, regardless of any effects they have on the communities that these people resettle in?
Yes, I absolutely agree with that.
And your experience is consistent with that in Charleroi as an elected official?
Yes.
Great. I'm going to yield back and recognize Mr. Roy. I'm sorry, Ms. Jayapal for unanimous consent request.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to ask unanimous consent to enter into the record an article from Forward U.S. called Temporary Protected Status protects families while also boosting the U.S. economy.
Without objection.
I'd like to enter into the record, Pennsylvania, this is from The Guardian, a Pennsylvania town is thriving with Haitian immigrants and is the latest target of Republican hate.
Without objection.
I'd like to ask unanimous consent to enter into the record an article from Democracy Dies in, Washington Post, called How Trump Warped and Weaponized a Small Pennsylvania Town's Immigration Story.
Without objection.
And I'd like to enter into the record an article from the American Business Immigration Coalition entitled Facts, Immigrants Aren't Stealing Your Jobs or Lowering Wages.
Without objection. Mr. Hunt.
Thank you so much, and thank you, witnesses, for being here today. As of today, roughly 1.5 million people in the U.S. have temporary protected status. Most of these TPS recipients entered the U.S. during the Biden-Harris administration. They permitted millions of undocumented individuals to enter our country under the pretense of quote-unquote protection. What was once intended to temporarily help those who live in the countries that are in ongoing armed conflicts, serious natural disasters, or if aliens returning to their country of origin is not in the interest of the United States, has now become a way for Democrats to import their own voters, as we have seen for the past 4 years. Nearly 725,000 TPS illegal migrants entered the country during the Biden-Harris administration, often with little to no information provided about their reasons for entry. Illegals from Haiti, Venezuela, Afghanistan, Sudan, Nicaragua, and El Salvador. Many of these criminal aliens have claimed American lives. Innocent victims, such as Lincoln Riley, Jocelyn Nungary, Rachel Marin, and Nathaniel Baker. This must and it will stop, and has stopped under the current administration. The Trump administration has made remarkable progress, reaching its 7th consecutive months without illegal boarding crossings, the fewest that we have seen in the modern history of this great nation. Congress needs to act to make sure criminals, gang members, cartels, and terrorists never set foot on American soil. And as somebody that served and fought in combat for this great nation, that's exactly why I serve this country, and that's exactly why I continue to serve in the halls of Congress to continue to protect my fellow Americans. Mr. Shalosky, thank you for being here, sir. In your testimony, you stated that many residents in your town have serious concerns about housing capacity, safety resources, school support, and healthcare resources. You also made it clear that your city did not sign up to be used as a test subject. Let me make it clear, your request to Congress is not absurd, it's not cruel, but rather reasonable and based on common sense, and I want to thank you for that. What your town has experienced is unfair, it's unjust, it's un-American. With that being said, I want to give you some time to expand on how your common sense request will benefit your community and local residents.
I think everything begins with communication, and there wasn't any from the start. If that would have been brought to the table, I think the dialogue would have become more healthier. All this has caused is a lot of division and a lot of hate. Sorry to say that. I feel that from the federal government to the state government, if this would have been handled more professionally, I think everyone at the table in our small community could have came up with a good solution. But being that we weren't permitted to be involved and they dumped these immigrants into our community, and again, I have compassion for them too. They're human beings, as I stated. But this went over and above something that should have been placed in a small town such as Shawry, Pennsylvania.
So are you xenophobic?
Pardon?
Are you xenophobic?
Pardon?
Are you xenophobic? Are you racist? Are you xenophobic? Do you hate immigrants? Do you hate people that come to this country looking for a better way of life? Do you hate them or?
Sir, I have 3 biracial grandchildren who I love.
Well, I'll be damned. So this is literally about keeping your community safe and literally about what it means to be an American regardless of the way you look. It's about taking care of our citizens. Would you agree with that assessment, sir?
Absolutely.
Well, thank you very much for your passion. I really, really appreciate that. I got a minute left and I want to end with this. Under the Biden administration, our country was invaded by illegal immigrants, period. It was an invasion. Over 20 million people entered this country illegally, which is completely unacceptable. And now the Trump administration has taken decisive action to clean this mess up and to make sure that we don't ever see anything like we saw for the past 4 years again. President Trump got reelected in large part because of what happened at our southern border. And as a Texan, as somebody that bore the brunt of a lot of these issues and a lot of these problems during the Biden administration, I'm here to tell you that I'm utterly disgusted at what I saw. And no, I am not racist, and no, I am not xenophobic. I'm a person that's want to die for my country, and I'm a person that fought for my country in combat. And I want everyone to know this, that Americans need to be the top priority in our country. Every other country in the world operates like that, and so should we. Thank you for being here. God bless you, and Merry Christmas, sir.
Gentleman's time has expired. Mr. Roy.
I thank the chairman for holding this hearing. I appreciate the witnesses. Thank you for being here. Couple of questions, and I think I'll start with you, Mr. Rogers. And I'm just going to level set, and some of this may have been covered before I got here, but under President Biden, the TPS population increased from, I believe, somewhere around 410,000 at the end of the first Trump administration to 1.5 million before Biden left office this January, basically quadrupling. Is that roughly correct?
Yes.
In other words, I think, and I've heard some people talking about some of the data, but I just do think it merits observation for the American people. In other words, Biden added over 700,000 aliens to the TPS population, meaning over 70% of all aliens granted TPS initially entered the U.S. during the Biden-Harris administration.
Correct.
So according to federal data and Pew Research, most TPS holders are illegal aliens who crossed the border without authorization or overstayed their visa before receiving TPS, not individuals who are lawfully present on valid temporary visas. Do you agree with that assertion?
Yes.
During the Biden administration's 4 years, nearly 3 million illegal aliens were paroled into the interior and even created the CHNV program in 2022, which created specific parole programs to admit hundreds of thousands of Haitians and Venezuelans, correct?
Correct.
So Venezuela and Haiti received TPS designations in 2023 and 2024, respectively, both after the launch of the mass CHNV parole program in 2022, right?
Yes.
Is it plausible that the Biden administration used TPS to allow large numbers of illegal aliens, Venezuelans, and Haitians to remain in the U.S. since most of these individuals likely did not enter the U.S. lawfully or qualify for asylum?
It's definitely plausible. In fact, there was designations at the beginning of his term, and then they backdated and extended the dates after they'd let all those people in. So it's very
right. I mean, impeached Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas blew our borders wide open by exploiting asylum and parole. It's fairly well documented, and in my view, breaking the law in doing so. I would think it's well within the realm of possibilities that TPS was also abused to shield those released illegal aliens from deportation, right?
That's definitely plausible.
So, and it just wasn't Haiti and Venezuela, right? Mayorkas and Biden used TPS to shield upwards of 700,000 illegal aliens from Afghanistan, Burma, Cameroon, El Salvador, Ethiopia, Honduras, Lebanon, Nepal, Nicaragua, Somalia, South Sudan, Syria, Ukraine, Yemen. All true, right?
Correct.
Let me ask you this. The premise for, and maybe I'll ask you, Mr. Fishman, just because I want to spread the wealth here a little bit and have fun with George. The premise for TPS is providing temporary immigration relief to aliens already in the U.S. when a catastrophic event occurs in their home country.
Yes.
Yet, beginning with TPS Liberia in 1997, the executive branch unilaterally created a new authority called a TPS redesignation, right? Which it uses to move up the eligibility cutoff date and cover aliens who come to the U.S. after the event that resulted in the initial grant of TPS.
Yes.
So the term redesignation does not appear in Section 244 of the INA, right?
It does not.
Nevertheless, the executive branch, including the Biden administration, used redesignation to apply the initial designation, even if the event occurred 10 to 20 years ago, to cover recent U.S. present illegal aliens from that country. Is that right?
Yes.
So can you explain how the executive is supposed to square this redesignation with congressional intent, given that it's not stated anywhere in the relevant INA sections?
Well, the USCIS director under President Obama, was very clear. DHS designation can be extended based on things, adverse climatic conditions that have absolutely nothing to do with why TPS was designated for that country in the first place.
So it's like the abuse of parole, like the abuse of asylum. It's abuse of the statutes that Congress put forward to do these designations, wouldn't you say?
Yes.
Mr. Rogers, do you agree with that?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I appreciate you hold this hearing. I think it's an important topic that we've been able to elevate, and I'll yield back my last 30 seconds for the sake of time.
I appreciate that. Gentleman yields back. We have no one else here to continue questioning, so we'll conclude today's hearing. I want to thank our
Thank you, everybody, for joining the chat. I think it's a very important hearing, even though probably most of the libtards here found it boring. It is. It's not. It's not really what I expected to hear. It actually corroborated 100% of everything that I know about immigration, and that I know about having TPS and DACA and all this other stuff and asylum, etc. I think that people that continue to support illegal immigrants, they really do a disservice to this country. You know, and a lot of people on the left side, they call me a sellout and they call me this and that, and they tell me that I'm bought by Trump and this and bootlicker, and you guys see it on the chat and everything. But I'm going to tell you something. These people are only insulting us because we're right. We are right. The one thing that they do when they go protest against ICE, what do? They don't go out there and just protest, say, hey, don't do this is wrong. No, they go out there and insult them. They want to incite violence. They want to incite the reaction from ICE. The last video that I showed you guys, there was like all these people in Minnesota throwing ice balls, not snow, not flaky snow, ice balls at the ICE agents. And that woman that was on the ground that was resisting arrest, they finally got her handcuffed. And then she decided that she did not want to walk to the car, so they dragged her on the snow, which, by the way, is fun. But they make it sound like, oh, my God, this pregnant woman, flat belly. Nobody knows she's pregnant. As far as I'm concerned, it's fake. And then the other Mexican-American that was pregnant, she was over there obstructing ICE from arresting somebody. So it's not just, oh, my God, they did this. And they never tell you the full story. But luckily, we have been watching everything that they have also been watching, except we watch the unedited parts of these videos that they are claiming. They like to put little pieces of proof, they say, but they don't show the whole proof. They like the whole thing about ICE agents, they rammed a law-abiding citizen. Turned out that was a Trinidad alleged gangbanger that actually hit the ICE agents' cars and made them crash into a pole. So very interesting how the left likes to tell these stories, lying to us, as if we're not going to find out that they're lying. Let me tell you something. Let's forget that I support Trump 100%. Forget about that. Forget about it. I supported Obama. Why? He promised immigration reform. Both times. He deported over 3 million Hispanics, by the way. Immigration reform, I supported. President Donald Trump says, yeah, you know what? We're going to deport all the illegals. Why? Because all the crime has risen up. We saw the rent just duplicated, and they just 100% increase on the rent. That is crazy. Why? Supply and demand. Now, people say, oh, you know what? Illegals are the backbone of this country. No, they're not. No, they're not. They get paid for their labor. And they send most of the money that they make, they don't spend it here on the economy. They send it back to their countries where they're from. That is a huge difference. Now, I agree, presidents allowing their people to migrate here legally, migrate here and be in residence, etc. Work, pay your taxes, send money to the family in your country. I am 100% for that. But illegals, you have to understand this. Illegal immigrants were coming here by the hundreds of thousands in caravans. Now they have an International Migrant Day that they're celebrating today because of that. Now they're honoring all these illegal immigrants, breaking laws in every single country that they go by. That is crazy. And they want to fight for these illegal immigrants. Why? Because they send all the money back to their country where they come from, where corrupted politicians don't do anything to produce jobs for their people, and they pocket all the money for themselves. The president of Honduras, the actual president right now, Xiomara, that lady president, and her husband, who used to be an ex-president of Honduras, which is also corrupted and in connection with Venezuela, the dictator, the one that we are fighting against right now. They are the ones that want all the illegal immigrants to come over here so that they can get money. You know what they say on the news in Honduras? Hondurans live off migrants' remittances. That's what they say. 8%, 7 to 8% of the economy is our coffee exportation from Honduras. 20% of the economy in Honduras is supported by illegal immigrants sending money back to Honduras. Imagine that. When they tell you that illegal immigrants are helping the economy in this country, illegal, I'm not talking about legal, illegal immigrants are helping the economy, is bullcrap. It's BS. They go and rent a house that is $4,000, 5 bedrooms, and they have like 20 people in there. That does not help the economy. They are paying a little bit from each check to pay for that one house when they should be paying for 10 houses. Now, that will help the economy. But they bunch into the same house, pay a little bit, and then they send everything back to their country. If they spent all the money that they made here, all right, I get it. You know what? That does help the economy. But this guy from the union who advocates for every single illegal immigrant and even the resident green card holders who are legal, I am 100% with that, he gets mad and offended that they're going to do a criminal background check every 18 months, 6 to 18 months. Why? Being a green card holder has rules and regulations to follow. There is things that you have to do to retain it. You don't just become an American green card holder and think that's it. No, you got to stay out of trouble. You cannot be committing felonies. You still got to respect the law. You still have to be a stand-up resident. But you know what? They want to drive drunk. They want to beat their wives. They want to go commit crimes. Why would you not want to do a criminal background every 6 to 18 months? Listen, if that's what it takes for them to keep their green card, that's nothing. It's nothing. Am I right or am I right? Chris, don't insult my intelligence, bro. To even say that when I have just posted everything that is to be abiding by the law. How is that a 3-year-old mentality? Tell me that. I'm not even going to pay attention to you. I'm not even going to pay attention to you. You know what? Matter of fact, just get out of my chat, bro. Get out of my chat. You don't need to be here. I think that it's very erroneous for any American to support illegal immigrants. This guy, the union guy, how much money do you think the union is making? How much money do you think this union guy is making? And all the members, all the stewards, the stewards don't make money actually. Just the people that work for the union, they make massive money. And when they don't have to pay that much money for labor, they make even more money. I say, this guy came in here defending illegal immigrants, TPS holders, which is temporary, not permanent, temporary, is against checking criminal background. Why? Don't you want everybody to feel safe? Don't you want Americans to say, hey, these guys are legit? I would think that you would be for that. Would you not be? People don't know this. President Donald Trump and Obama, they brought immigration reform before Congress. Congress said no. When Trump did it, especially when Trump did it, they said no. Why do we blame President Trump for that? Why do we blame Trump for that? It's common sense, man. It's common sense. This hearing has confirmed everything that I've been telling you. But don't take my word for it. Go to the USCIS website, uscis.gov. Go to the website and type in there, permanent resident holders, green card holders. Find out what the requirement is and find out what will make you lose that green card. And not just there, go ahead and find out how and if a naturalized citizen can lose their citizenship, and find out what the requirements are to be able to become a citizen. You have to go do that yourself. If you're going to sit here and call me a liar on the information that I tell you, you need to go do that research. Otherwise, it is very obvious to me, and it should be very obvious to everybody else, that you guys are full of shit. Jorge, why don't you go learn a little bit of grammar in English? It's not talk English. It's called speak English. I like it when illegal immigrants try to correct my English. That's fantastic. Jorge, you don't even speak English, bro. Just because you know how to say chicken in English, it doesn't mean you speak English. Que toque fried chicken. Rice and beans. Rice and beans, please. That's all you know how to say, Jorge. It's got the biggest Hispanic name comes in here trying to teach me how to speak English. Well done, sir. Well done. All right, let's see. There's nothing wrong with coming into our country legally. 100%, ZR. 100%. Abandon says, get the security clearances back from Omar. Bro, 100%. 100%. Green Substance says, Dennis is legal. He came to the... That's right. 100%. Pocket says, the very popular MAGA Nation account on X is based in Eastern Europe. You know what? That's probably why I get all this libtard stuff on my X account's feed. They just inundate my feed. I'm like, I am only following certain legacy media channels, and everybody else is Republican politicians. That's it. And all I get is a feed of all these Democrat lunatics putting fake posts out there, putting fake pictures, fake facts. And I have to debunk every single one of them. Every single one of them. That is crazy. That is crazy. You know what? Every educated migrant that comes to this country the right way, I am going to give you a fact. Every single one of them. A couple of fake ones will slide in there because of money. But every single one of the migrants that comes here the right way is educated. They're vetted. They got their health exam. They got the background check. They got their bank account in order. They can say they have any assets, houses, property, whatever. They prove that they have the economical way to sustain themselves in the country. And when they come here, it's because they want to see the great U.S. of A. That's why they come here. And once they're here, it's like, oh man, I need to work over here. There's an opportunity to make some dollars. And they get a working visa. You know why they get a working visa? Because they qualify for it. They are vetted. Those are the kind of migrants that we need. How can I back up the migrants in this country when we have hundreds of thousands of gangbangers from our countries? When I see American young women being raped, killed, and all this other stuff, how can I defend them? These illegal immigrants make the Hispanic community look bad. And I'm sick and tired of these freaking criminals making us look like we are criminals. I'm sick and tired of hearing that we're thieves because a lot of gangbangers from Salvador, Honduras, and Mexico are out there robbing houses, robbing cars, etc. I'm sick of the bad reputation. Listen, Americans, I don't care about the libtards in here and the illegal immigrants like Jorge. I'm saying Americans, you gotta fight for your country, man. You got to, man. Get rid of this white guilt bullcrap. Mexicans were slaughtering each other before the white men came here. Don't worry about that. The Aztecs were beheading other Aztecs. The Mayas were sacrificing, taking hearts out of their own people. Our Mayan culture, they're horrible. They're witches. They were taking the heart out of our children on sacred rocks. That's why they're extinct. That's why Aztecs are extinct. God punished all this demonic worshiping. And some of them are here. You can see them because they like breaking the law and they love to spread the hate and lies and deceit. You see them on here. Jorge is one of them. Jorge is one of the biggest examples I can give you on this chat. He can't stand to hear the truth. He can't stand it. Jorge, why don't you go to the kitchen and make some tacos, bro? Put some extra tapatio on that. Go find something to do better with yourself. I love Mexico. No doubt. I love Mexico. I love all people in Mexico. One of the best experiences in my life has been in Mexico. The best experience in my life. The best people that I've worked with has been Mexicans. Some of them legal, some of them illegal. The illegal ones, they will get deported. They'll be back in a week. And that's a felony. I don't defend that. I don't defend that. Transtifia in the chat. And I served America. Yeah, right, Jorge. You don't even know how to speak English. How did you serve America? Here, let me find that video of Jorge so you guys know who he is, okay? Let me find that video of him. I got him. I got him recorded. I'll show you who Jorge is, guys. Don't worry. I'll find him. I'll find him. Give me a second. I'll find you, Jorge. I'll show you who he is. This fake-ass loser that says that he served in the military. I got you recorded, bro. I got you recorded. I'll find you. Hold on, my peeps. Be patient. I will show you who this Jorge imposter is. I will show you. Let's see. Where are you, Jorge? Stop hiding. Stop hiding. Maybe I should get this bigger. Don't worry, Jorge. I'll make you famous. No, so close, so close. Oh, here we go. This is Jorge, guys. Just so you guys know, this is Jorge, the guy that says that he served.
Herrera, you were saying you were a U.S. Marine?
I'm a Marine, proud to serve, baby.
How long did you serve?
2005.
What do you have to say about President Trump sending National
Guard?
Guard?
Right, bro. You know what I mean? This country and this state runs with...
Shut up, Jorge. That's Jorge. Jorge right there. That's him. That's the guy on the chat. He's the one that pretends that he served the United States of America and the military. This is him right here, man. This is him.
Baby.
How long did you serve?
Look at this.
Herrera, you were saying you were a U.S. Marine?
Look at that. Nobody believes Jorge. Jorge, you didn't serve, man. Stop lying. Stop lying. A person that served in the military. Abandon said, that's not a Marine. I'm going to tell you, a person that actually served in the military a real patriot will never stand up for illegal immigrants. That's right, Jorge. Jorge Perez, right here, guys. In the flesh.
I'm a Marine. Proud
He's a Marine, proud to serve.
to serve, baby.
How long,
Proud to serve.
how long did you
1998
serve?
to 2005.
What do you have to say about President Trump?
It's not right, man. It's not right. It's not right to deport illegals. Hey, Jorge, this is you right here, bro. I got you on camera, man.
Herrera, you were saying you were a U.S. Marine?
That's Jorge. Jorge Perez right there, guys. Look at him. Look, he's even wearing the same glasses. Check it out. He's even wearing the same glasses. Just put the hat on him. Check him out. I'm not joking. Check out his profile on YouTube, guys. Just put the hat on him. Come on, go check out his profile real quick and come back and tell me I'm lying. Go check out his profile before he changes it. Oh my gosh, dude. I got to take a picture of this, bro. I got to take a picture of this, man. You know what? Here, I'm going to save this image, bro. Oh, Jorge. Oh, man. I'm going to show you guys, okay? Let me make it bigger. Hold on. I'm going to have fun with Jorge today. I'm going to F you up right now, bro. I'm going to put you on blast. Oh my goodness. Let me make this picture bigger. I got an app that I use for my photos enhancement. You're gonna be famous today, fool. All right, give me a second, guys. It'll just take a few minutes here. Don't worry. I'm gonna show you Jorge Perez, okay? All right, let's see. I'm gonna put you at so that I can find it quick. I'm going to put you in here. Yeah, I'm going to put you in here. There we go. I'm going to put you right there. All right, guys. Get ready for this. All right, so you see the guy. You see the guy right there, right? Oh, man. All right. This is Jorge. Bruh. Oh, my goodness. This is too easy. Look at that, guys. All right, come on. Let me put this guy right in the middle. Hold on. Check that out. Let me make Jorge bigger on the left side. Ah, man, I can't make him bigger. Hold on. Let me see if I can stretch it just a little bit more. Yeah, there we go. Not that.
I sit here.
Herrera, you were saying you were a U.S. Marine?
Hold on, Essay. Stop faking it. All right. I'm going to try to make this just closer to him. So that's Jorge right there, guys. Okay? Look at that. Put the fake-ass Marine hat on him. He looks exactly like him. Look at that. Here, let me play it because he's going to get closer.
I'm a Marine. Proud.
There you go, bro. Look at that. Same beard. Same glasses. The same cactus face, bro. He said it looks different, bro. It's Scott knows, man. It's Scott knows. That picture is right there, bro. He's an Edgar. You busted fool. Look at Cam Dog trying to save his ass. Looks totally different. I guess Mexicans can tell each other apart. That's what it is. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. It might be his dad, bro. It might be his dad or the big bro. It could be. Oh, well, hey, look. Nah, I don't look like him. Man, Kev Dog, why you dissing yourself, bro? Why you dissing yourself? Look at it. Kev Dog. Look at it. Even Kevin Hill says, no, they don't. They don't. Bro, you guys don't even freaking get the joke. You guys are so retarded. Not even a joke you guys can get. That is pathetic. Joshua said, laugh my ass off at Jorge. There you go. Stay solid, bro. Stay solid, man. That's what I'm talking about. Hey, you're a Marine. This is nothing to you. You're a Marine. This is nothing to you. You're the one that served. You're tougher than I am. You know what I'm saying? Nah, man. Just stay strong, bro. Don't give in to all the people making fun of you, man. You gotta be strong, man. You gotta stay strong. All right. Rosla, how the hell did this guy get here so fast? Maybe I didn't block him long enough. See, this is why you go in the doghouse, bro. This is why you go in the doghouse. Not one comment comes from your ass right now, because I'm giving Kev Dog and Jorge some shit, but you, Russ, fudge, dude, you are just golly, bro. I don't think you're gone for the day. I don't understand. I give these guys so many chances. I keep taking them out of the doghouse, and I keep giving them chances, and he just doesn't get it. He just doesn't get it. Sí, Jorge, ¿qué pasa, papi Marín? Oh, man. I appreciate a good laugh, man. A good laugh. Jorge Gutierrez, thank you for subscribing. If you are still here, I apologize. I didn't see the message earlier. But thank you for subscribing. And I know that Neo as well. Coyote. Oh, Coyote, I wasn't here. You super chat. Can I change my color? They can change their gender. Oh, no, I saw that earlier. That was 2 hours ago, man. All right, okay. I acknowledge everybody else. Okay. All right, next time I hear that little ring on my ear, I will go ahead and check that out, okay? Hey, can I show this again to you guys? Let me see. What happens if I do this? I don't see it. I don't see it. How do I show you guys again? Huh. I thought I can show you guys the super chat so that I can reply again, but I guess not. All right, guys. Well, that was the long, boring live for the libtards, not for us. Not for us. We still got other stuff to say. We're gonna go ahead and I'm gonna give you guys something just for fun, okay? Just for fun. It's just gonna be like 16 seconds, okay? Just for fun.
When I'm begging, there's a part I wanna lose you. Yeah. I'm begging.
That's crazy. You all remember the old beatbox? Man, I used to have some friends that were really good at it. I'm good, but I'm too shy to do performance over here. I'm okay. I do my little baby talk beatbox for my children, even though my youngest is already going to be 13 here pretty soon. All right, we're going to go ahead and jump into ICE Director slams Ilhan Omar's claim that ICE pulled over her son. Let's take a look about that, because after this hearing, it just seems to fit the profile that we've been just watching this hearing. So why not continue with some of the ICE information? Let's see what this is.
ICE Director Todd Lyons joining us tonight. Sir, good to have you back on the show. And we're going to talk about domestic immigration here in just a second. First, I want to start around the globe, and I want to talk about what we just saw in France this week. The French are so worried about a Muslim refugee bombing their New Year's Eve party that they have just canceled it. There will be no New Year's Eve celebration in Paris, which is a full capitulation to terrorism. It's exactly what you're not supposed to do, and it comes 5 months after a French judge decided that the French have to start accepting refugees from Gaza. So they already have refugees from all over the Middle East, North Africa, now Gaza as well, which are some of the most dangerous people in the world. What's your reaction to that?
You know, Rob, you're 100% spot on. That's what we shouldn't be doing. We shouldn't be giving it to terrorism. You know, during the July 4th celebrations, there was rumors of potential attacks in the United States, and I was constantly asked if we were worried. You know, ICE is a agency that's born out of 9/11, second largest law enforcement agency in the U.S. So we know that we can go out there and counter these terrorist threats. But what we saw from the last administration with the porous border, we have to constantly vet these people, especially from high-threat countries like Afghanistan, Somalia, and other countries. We have to be able to vet these individuals and make sure that we don't let any terrorist activities happen because of our broken border system or that folks that, you know, use our immigration pathways.
It is something else. It's something to see that they'll start canceling celebrations. They'll restrict freedoms. They won't get rid of the problem. They won't stop that, and they still to this day are continuing to allow refugees from these places into their country, even though every single person knows that it's made their country far worse off than it was before. That's what's just truly remarkable is the levels that they will stoop to continue to try and be politically correct and virtuous. The president yesterday announcing travel restrictions and bans on about 20 more countries here in the U.S., 39 now in total. You look at the list there, and obviously, as we heard in his first term, the lefties are screaming that this is racist. What's your response to that?
You know, Rob, it's not racist. We have to go ahead and we have to take care of the American people. We have to make sure that we're, like I said earlier, we're properly vetting the right people. Secretary Noem has made it clear that she is not going to allow anyone in this country that is going to be a potential harm or potential threat. We've seen it all across the globe where free immigration and no immigration constraints have led to attacks on individuals, knife attacks in major cities, car rammings, bombings. We can't have that in the United States. President Trump made a promise to the American people he's going to make America safe again, and that's what he's doing right now.
Ilhan Omar, been in the news a ton these last few weeks. Earlier this week, claimed that her son was pulled over by your agents, by ICE, and asked to prove who he is and his right to be in the country. You say that never happened. DHS also refuting that claim as well, calling it shameful. In that from the Department of Homeland Security. Ilhan responded on CNN this morning. Take a listen.
It is amazing that they're able to put out this statement saying definitely that they did not pull my son over when they haven't been able to answer anything else. And ICE has been known to lie when it comes to their enforcement.
Says you're lying. Your reaction to that?
I mean, just her reaction alone, the fact that if you think about the society we live in today, cell phones, recordings, social media, if her son was pulled over, I'm pretty sure she'd have a video or something of it. We checked with enforcement removal operations, Homeland Security investigations. We have zero evidence to say that we pulled that individual over. And, if we did, I would be out there explaining why we did the enforcement actions we do, which we constantly do all the time. But to just sit there and say that we did it and that it was racist and we're out there scaring and terrorizing the community, this is the type of political rhetoric that's leading to the 8,000% increase in death threats on my officers and agents, the over 1,500% increase in assaults and ramming of vehicles. It's these type of accusations is what's putting ICE in the crosshairs right now with these extremists.
Yeah, I noticed in that interview with Wolf Blitzer, and you probably saw it, but he points out and she points out that so many of these Somalians are now citizens because they've moved through the process. As refugees, they've become citizens. What he didn't point out was the vast amount of fraud that we have found from these communities, marriage fraud to bring other people in. He didn't bring up the fact that 80% of these families are on some kind of welfare in this country. He didn't bring up the billions in tax dollars that have been stolen by a subsection of that community. None of that was brought up in the conversation.
No, and it says a lot because if you look at the investigations we're doing right now, Homeland Security investigations is out there looking at benefit fraud, document fraud, and we're finding more and more. And to your point, just the billions of dollars that were siphoned to offshore accounts, to possible terrorist organizations, and the fact that Americans who needed that money didn't get it, and it went to fraudsters, is something we need to clean up and focus on.
And the fact that we have a country that is reaching out to bring refugees in from other places, something that no country has to do, that most countries won't do, and then in return we're getting a large subsection of people that are on either welfare, and of that subsection, even more, some of them are then stealing from the government after being given this wonderful opportunity and this graciousness. That they return the favor by taking from the American people, and that's something that the media does not want to talk about. They just want to scream racism. Todd Lyons, the ICE director, thanks so much. Yeah, we appreciate it, sir.
Thanks, Rob. Good Christmas, Found. Talk to you.
All right, thank you. You know, everybody's reporting.
One more.
A beautiful.
Paris cancels New Year's Eve. I think there might be a maybe
down.
Let's see.
And I.
Let's see.
And spectacular event, and it has all been canceled because the French government can no longer keep its own people safe from potential radical Islamic terrorists that they have welcomed into their country.
There you
Think
go,
about
bro.
that.
Do you see that? That's what we're talking about. That is exactly what we are talking about.
France has let in so many Middle East and North African migrants that they can no longer assemble in crowds. We're watching one of the most beautiful countries and cultures in the world commit suicide, and this threat has now spread all over the West. This is not singular to Australia or France. It is everywhere now, including in Germany, where many are too scared to go to the country's many famous Christmas markets because they are now so dangerous. They're such a target for radical Islamists. Take a listen to the details from this report.
Terrorists have struck 7 European Christmas markets since 2014, 3 in France and 4 in Germany, all carried out by men of Muslim or Middle Eastern backgrounds. Authorities arrested 5 men suspected of planning attack number 8 in Germany last week. One of them, a Muslim cleric from a German mosque who urged his followers to kill as many people as possible.
Yeah, attack number 8 foiled.
A German mosque. Can't make this up, man. Cannot make this up. A German mosque. Fantastic.
There was another attack in Poland on a Christmas market foiled as well. The one in Germany, a Muslim cleric that left Egypt to move to Germany, moving to a country which tolerantly allows him to work at a mosque, to have a mosque. And what does he do when he gets to Germany and he's saved by the West? He begins indoctrinating other Muslims to murder as many Christians as they possibly can.
Wait, is that the guy that I was talking about that Obama freed? I missed it. Oh, my God. Let me hear this again.
That left Egypt to move to Germany, moving to a country which tolerantly allows him to...
Oh, no. You see that guy? Well, it's probably too small for your screen here, but this guy right here on the cover, he looks like the guy that Obama rescued, but he's actually a Muslim that hates America. This is when Obama let go of those 5 leaders, but I think this guy should be a lot older now. He just looks like him. Exact same look. Carry on, sir.
To work at a mosque, to have a mosque. And what does he do when he gets to Germany and he's saved by the West? He begins indoctrinating other Muslims to murder as many Christians as they possibly can. Going to a German Christmas market at this point is a bit like playing Russian roulette. Is today the day that one of our asylum seekers living off our tax dollars is going to plow his car through this market and kill 20 of us? We don't know. In Australia, where 16 were murdered on a beach this past Sunday, many say that they have felt the threat skyrocket as their own government imported tens of thousands of migrants from Muslim countries. The Muslim population doubling in a decade in Australia. The left-wing Prime Minister of Australia, the Labour Party, a country that has the strictest gun laws in the world already, just wants to add more gun laws, light a candle, and move on.
Light a candle, put it in their front window tonight at 6:47 p.m. to show that light will indeed defeat darkness. We will I'll take to National Cabinet this afternoon a proposal to empower agencies to examine what can be done in this area.
Being led by people that couldn't care less if you live or die, completely detached from reality. Politically correct nonsense. Stronger gun laws so the Islamists have a harder time murdering us is the answer, right? They don't want to actually fix the problem. They'll let thousands of us die before they'll be accused of being racially intolerant. They care far more about their political orthodoxies than your life. You should always remember that. You know, everybody's reporting.
Very interesting. So I show you guys these clips because I need you to understand. I mean, most of you guys already know, right? You guys already know. JLG, thanks for subscribing. Appreciate you. Most of you guys have come to my channel before. You guys already know what I always talk about. But these videos that I show you is because I want you to understand why I say what I say. You know, and I know Jorge Perez, if you really truly serve this country, why did you serve? If you don't mind me asking, why did you decide to serve this country? And answer honestly. Even if I'm going to give you shit about the answer honestly. Tell me, why did you serve and in what branch of the military? Yeah, that's not a real patriot. Bro, if you're ashamed of answering what service you've done in our country, you're not a patriot, bro. And I doubt that you will be intelligent enough to be an FBI or CIA or anything else. But good pointing out. The American flag is the only flag behind me. I do want a Honduras flag here on the left, but I need $200 for that. I'm not asking you guys. You guys support me a lot. Thank you for that. But I do have to get $200. I might order it next week. But I'm going to have a Honduras flag here on my left, almost as beautiful as this American flag right here. I do have to get a couple of other things that I want. And guys, I know, if Robert, if you're still here, yes, I know. I am going to buy that coffee maker, and I'm going to get some real coffee up in this mug. All right. Yeah, I don't think Jorge has ever served. But anyway, so what would be one reason why I would serve? Now, I got rejected, and I didn't want to work in the office. I got rejected from serving in the military. I tried out for the Army. I always thought that I would not be good in the Navy because of the ocean, you know, seasick and all that bull crap. So you can call me a coward for that. But I actually wanted to be in the Army, and I wanted to be up in the front lines. I wanted to be the first one deployed. And they told me because of my feet that I would not be able to be a good fit. That's all I remember. That's all I remember, but that's what I wanted to do. I have always been raised to be very, you know, die for your country is the best thing that you can do. I'm not suicidal, but I always believe that if you're going to go doing something great, you know. So with that being said, for those of you who doubt, I'm not going to show you my passport inside, but only American citizens can get this baby right here, okay? Green card holders, you still need the passport from your country. I can show you not much, but there are some entries there where you can see it's stamped. I still have another, how long? I still got another 4 years before I have to renew it. See, now, just because I have a citizenship, it doesn't mean that that I'm better than anybody else. All I ask is that people come here legally, the way that my mother brought me here. Let's see, what was that? That's everyone's lie, my feet. What the fuck do I have to lie for? Why would I have to lie? Why would I lie? Why would I have to lie about that? I dropped the F-bomb on that. I apologize, guys. It's just pissing me off when people do that. Like seriously, bro. Seriously. Nah, man. These people are courageous, man. A lot of courage. A lot of courage. A lot of heart. I respect these veterans, man. I respect these veterans. My cousin served in the military. 2 of them died. My brother-in-law, who's American, served in the Marines. He's still alive. He's in his late 70s now. You know, I got a lot of cousins that have served in the military, in the American military, and I think that they're fantastic. They're amazing, and I respect them and love them. What is a good reason? There's a lot of flat-footed people. There's a lot of people with arch problems, and it's not that I wasn't fit. I would have kicked your ass any day. You know, it's just like, you know, for me, weight training, you know, I was doing 275 pounds on my chest. Mind you, I'm only about 185 pounds at this time. I was squatting 500 pounds, just squats, 500 pounds. And I know that the gear is heavy. I can handle that. But what they told me was the long marching, I would not be able to handle that because they will be excruciating pain on my feet. And trust me, I have gone long distances when I go hiking with my photography gear. My backpack turns into like 60 to 75 pounds when I go do landscape photography. And when I have done the long march, oh, bro, and I'm only talking about 6 to 10 miles. My feet, I almost want them cut off. They hurt so bad. It's crazy. So yeah, you know, so I appreciate that. I would have been a burden to my fellow patriots. So, you know, why be that? Would I, if I could go back in time and think about something else? I didn't think that I was smart enough to go in the Air Force. I really don't know what else I would have been good in serving. I don't know, maybe National Guard. I don't know. I really don't. I only had the Army, you know. Be all you can be type of mentality. But hey, you know what? If it wasn't God's will, then it wasn't God's will. But if I would have got a chance to serve, I'm sure I would have been a good soldier. I've always been better than average on everything that I've ever done in my life. Everything that I have ever done in my life, even the things that I don't enjoy doing, I've always been better than average, okay? That's the truth. So stop talking about my not being able to serve, blah, 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 and stop pretending that you have served, because nobody believes that. If I serve, I'll be so proud to tell you what branch and what kind of work. And if anything, I can guarantee you that I will never, never, ever pick up a foreign country flag and put down the American flag. Ever. Ever. Even now, the American flag was my priority to buy. I pay $175 for this flag over here, plus tax, of course. But $175. I like the metal or golden eagle on top of the pole. The flag is beautiful. Obviously, I have it shortened, but it goes up to 8 feet tall. It's meant to be, you know, behind the podium, but because I don't have that much space behind me here, I make it shorter. Dennis is lucky, but by no choice of his own, he is legal if he even is legal. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's just, you know what? I don't need to sit here and prove myself to you whether I'm legal or not. It really is none of your business. And The fact that I stand for American rights should tell you everything about me. The fact that I stand for legal immigration should tell you everything about me. The fact that we had to go to the embassy 3 times, and my mother taught me we are not going to the United States of America illegally. Number 2, we are not going to be dependent on food stamps when we are in the United States of America. My mother worked very hard. She cleaned houses. She made pretty good money. And, back then rent was actually affordable. And so I went to school. I played sports. It was great. When we were called to come back to Honduras so that we can get our green card, sealed on our Honduras passport, we went back, took 2 weeks off, came back with the residency stamp on the Honduras passport. This is crazy. I remember that when my Honduras passport expired, I was afraid that I was not going to be able to come back to the States, right? But I had my green card. I always had my green card until I became a citizen. I don't carry anything. But when I was a resident, a green card holder, I had my green card and my license with me at all times in my wallet. So now, if I go anywhere out of the state, like if I go down to California, if I go to whatever, I take my passport to show that I'm an American citizen. Now, if they look at my name in the system, they will see my photo. So, that's how you prove it. You gotta cooperate with the law, and everything should be fine. If they do not follow the law, then you take them to court, and most likely you come out of there with a lot of money. So I say let them step over their boundaries. I'm going to cooperate every single time, 100%. If they overstep their boundaries of the law, I will see their ass in court. It's that simple. I don't need to fight them. I don't need to argue with them. Sir, do you have a license? There you go, sir. You have a passport? You're a citizen? Yes, I'm a citizen. Bam. There it is. I'm a citizen. Thank you, sir. Anything else I can help you? Oh, registration, insurance? Yep. Here you go. Done. That's it. It's finished. Done. I don't know why people make a big deal out of it. I don't know why people make a big deal out of it. It is crazy. It's beyond me why people make a big deal out of it. All right, with that being said, let's take a look and see if we got, I've been waiting for something here. Let me see. I think we have this stream right here. Executive order reclassifying. Oh boy, let's go. We are executive order reclassifying marijuana. What? What? Reclassifying marijuana, guys. Let's get excited about this.
Innovation Center models are going to allow millions of Americans on Medicare to become eligible to receive CBD as early as April of next year, and at no charge, if their doctors recommend them. Thanks to the hard work of the entire CMS team, especially Abe Sutton and Gita Dio at the Innovation Center, the accountable care organizations in this country working in Medicare will be able to provide these products, again, at no cost to patients. Medicare Advantage insurers, and we've been calling them, are also agreeing to consider CBD to be used for the 34 million Americans that they cover. If you can hear my voice and you're over 65, you should pay attention to this executive order because it's going to touch your life. Again, this all becomes active after the first quarter of next year. These CBD products must first meet local and state quality and safety standards. They must come from legitimate sources, and they must abide by other regulations of those states. With these boxes checked, patients can be eligible for up to $500 of hemp-derived products each year. This is the first government-led testing of quality and outcomes for patients across different conditions, and it delivers on the need for more data collection and research into hemp usage. CMS is going to collect data, that's our job, on the patients that are being given these products by their physicians. In accordance with all the privacy and security regulations, we're going to analyze that data. We're going to make it publicly available to everybody to be able to analyze with us. If it shows promise, we will expand access to these products to even more conditions amongst Medicare and Medicaid beneficiaries. I want to thank not just the Secretary, but Marty McCary. We want a lot of companies who are doing this research that approach the FDA for formal approval. That is the right way to move forward. And Jay Bhattacharya, who's hiding in the back, he rarely hides, but Jay runs NIH, and he's agreed to support initiatives to study the data that we're collecting. Howard Kester, God bless you for being a pain in our sides. Mr. President, he's promised to stop calling you. But on this issue, we'll call you on other issues. And I thank you again from the bottom of my heart for taking a difficult stance.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Mr. President, members of the Cabinet, thank you so much for the opportunity to be here and for your leadership in rescheduling cannabis from Schedule 1 to Schedule 3. This decision will accelerate scientific research and expand what can responsibly be studied. I'm a cancer psychiatrist and medical cannabis researcher at the Dana-Farber Cancer Institute. Over the past decade, federal investment in research has helped transform cancer care. People are living longer than ever before. But cancer care is not only about treating the tumor, it's also about addressing the anxiety, the fear, the stress that can come with a diagnosis, symptoms that can interfere with treatment and make recovery much more difficult. Many medications we use for acute anxiety carry significant risks, particularly in the older adults. That's why we're studying specific natural compounds found in cannabis, including the non-addictive cannabidiol, to understand whether they can safely and effectively help manage anxiety during cancer treatment. Rescheduling allows us to ask these questions rigorously about dosing, about safety, and who may benefit most. This research reflects the best of federal investment, helping people not only live longer, but live better. Thank you, Mr. President, for supporting careful, science-based research that puts patients first.
Thank you. Thank you, Doctor. That was beautiful. Thank you.
I'll add my vote of thanks, Mr. President. I never really thought this day would come. I met a patient about 20 years ago, a retired professor named Elizabeth, who came to my clinic. She was dying of pancreatic cancer, and she asked me then whether cannabis might help her. And I said no, because that's what I learned in medical school. She reached into her briefcase, took out a 3-inch tall stack of articles, put them down on my desk, and said, "Really, doctor? You should read these. You might learn something." And I did read those articles, every single one, and found a bunch more. And I did learn something. I learned that there actually is some medical benefit to cannabis that I had not anticipated, never heard about in medical school. Second, I learned that there was a lot we don't know. And third, I learned it's really, really, really difficult to do high-quality randomized controlled trials of a substance that's federally illegal. This rescheduling has the potential to change all of that and to rewrite the way that we do research related to cannabis in the United States in 3 ways. First of all, it'll democratize the research process so that all academic institutions can participate in research, not just elite academic medical centers. Number 2, it'll give patients and researchers access to highly refined, reliable sources of cannabis rather than relying on 1 or 2 sources around the country. And last but not least, it'll let us do the sorts of large-scale randomized controlled trials that we do in oncology and cardiology, not dozens of patients, but hundreds or thousands of patients. That's how we learn, that's how we produce valuable knowledge that's useful in guiding treatment decisions. Mr. President, without you, this never would have been possible, and my patients and I and all of our families are grateful. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor, very much. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, I am Dan Wiley, National Commander of the American Legion, representing 1.5 million veterans. We are the largest veterans organization. We have 2.5 million members of our American Legion family. And I want to start by thanking you for your leadership on this issue. This issue is extremely important to the American Legion, and I want to thank you on behalf of the veterans who are going to benefit from potentially the research regarding this issue. Also want to thank you for your VA Secretary, Secretary Collins, and his work on difficult veterans issues with us this past year. The VA has worked with us on our Be the One mission, which is a mission to fight the epidemic of veteran suicide. Veterans are disproportionately affected by conditions such as PTSD, TBI, depression, and chronic pain. And with this reclassification, it will allow research to be conducted with regard to cannabis. There is anecdotal evidence that cannabis benefits these conditions, and now we'll have an opportunity to see if research does prove that it is effective. And if it is so, then it'll open up a whole new method of treatment for our veterans with regard to this particular issue. And so, again, I just want to thank you for your leadership and thank you on behalf of the American Legion for this executive order.
Thank you. Such great people.
Thank you very much,
That
Mr.
have
President.
suffered and will suffer a lot less now.
You're right.
Based on what I hear.
Good
Anybody
afternoon.
else, please?
I'm Nora Volkov. I'm Director National Institute on Drug Abuse. And for us, that rescheduling opens the door to actually be able to accelerate the rate at which we can do research and discovery. And research is crucial in order for us to, for example, understand what may be and for whom the dangers of cannabis. Yes, cannabis can be addictive. And certainly people, adolescents and children may be the most vulnerable. But we cannot close our eyes to research and the opportunity that we are hearing from patients that for some of them, cannabis can solve their problem. And so what we need to do is do research, number one, to understand what are those conditions. Number two, in order to be able to optimally learn how to use it. And to understand, number three, who is at danger. And it is knowledge that will allow us to optimally take the benefits that may be behind cannabis, as research shows, but on the other hand, also enable us better to do prevention interventions to protect those that are most vulnerable. So thanks very much.
Great job. Thank you very much. Thank you, Doctor. Bobby, do you have something to say?
This is a question, a scientific question, that has divided our country for many, many years. And there are valid claims on both sides. On one side, patients and physicians attest that cannabinoids and THC can have miraculous effects on chronic pain, on epilepsy, on PTSD, on chemotherapy-induced nausea. My friend Howard Kessler, without whom we wouldn't be here today, drove this change in the schedule. And he did it because of his own experience in mitigating the impacts of chemotherapy. He has nothing to gain from this. He just saw something that worked for him, that worked for thousands of other Americans, and he wants to make it available to them. On the other side, there are valid claims about the negative impacts, about addiction, about psychosis, about adverse public health impacts, and impacts particularly on young people. So we haven't been, the evidence on all of these is anecdotal and it's hypothetical because we have not been able to do scientific studies. There is no standardized dosing. And if you don't have standardized dosing, any study that you do is comparing apples to pears. And we don't know the difference between botanicals and synthetics, and all of these questions we're now going to be able to answer. 5 administrations have promised to act on this issue. The Biden administration promised to do this, and the proposal began during the Biden administration. It got mired down in the chaos and inertia and disorganization. And I want to thank President Trump, who made the promise during the 2024 election that he was going to come in and solve this issue, that he was going to take decisive action, and he has kept that promise today. And so thank you, for President Trump, for your vision. And because of that, we will have answers very soon. This will finally allow us to study this issue and to answer these questions for the American people.
Thank you very much, Bobby. So just information, Howard Kessler, a friend of mine, one of the most successful people in the country, came to see me on more than one occasion, actually. And he had some real difficulty about 3.5, 4 years ago. And he went through hell. And during his going through hell, he probably sampled everything you can sample when you're going through that, Howard. For sure. And he came to me, he said, there's been nothing like this, and we're going to have to take a good, strong look at it, and that's what he asked me to do. And others have likewise said that, many others. I mean, you know, again, it's I've never been inundated by so many people as I have about this particular reclassification. And I don't know that you have anything to say, Howard. If you'd like, you could say whatever you like.
I just want to help the people 65 and over and make a difference in their lives. And we have machines and talent that could do it, not in 8-year clinical trials, but in a year. And we're going to prove that may change the world, really, in healthcare. So thank you, Mr. President.
And I'm far younger than 65, so this does not pertain to me. Thank you. I don't want it, okay? I'm not going to be taking it. but a lot of people do want it. A lot of people need it, and thank you, Howard, for really opening a lot of eyes. Okay, we'll sign it. We'll take some questions from the press. You can ask the doctors some questions, and it's an honor to do this. Well, that's a good one. We rate that.
I think they just signed the paper to pardon Diddy. Oh, man.
Thank you. Thank you very much, everybody. Any questions, please?
Mr. President,
Yes.
a health-related question on your health care plan. You've said you want to make direct payments to Americans, but these Obamacare subsidies are expiring now in a matter of just a few days. More than 20 million Americans are now bracing for their premiums to skyrocket. Are you going
Because
to let
of
this
Obama.
happen, or
Yeah,
will you
because-
intervene?
Yeah, they will skyrocket because it was never any good. I'd like to see the money that is going to the insurance companies by the hundreds of billions of dollars. You know, their stocks are up 1,400%, 1,800%, and 1,624%. Their stocks are up through the roof over a fairly short period of time because they're getting vast amounts of money. I want that money to go to the people directly and let the people buy their own health care. And they'll get much better health care than they get with the Unaffordable Care Act, as it's known by a lot of people. It is virtually unaffordable for people. It's a bad thing. We can have a great thing. Let the money go directly to the people and let them buy their own health care.
But this is an urgent problem, Mr. President. Is there anything you can do now, Mr. President?
Can I answer, Mr.
This
President?
is going to be right now, as far as I'm concerned. Go ahead.
We just got data today. We have federal exchanges where people come shopping for the ACA. And the president hasn't heard this yet, but we've talked to the team. The percentage change from last year was down 2.7 to 2.8%. Not the massive numbers that have been predicted. And there's many possible reasons for this, but right now Americans are signing up for these programs despite all the things that have been going on. 2.8% is a tiny fraction of what many had claimed would happen, and I think it speaks to the fact the American people appreciate these ACA plans are already subsidized over 80%. So it's a good deal, even if you don't get the extra 15, 20%.
It's a great solution to much better health care at a much lower cost. Yeah, please.
But do you want Congress to extend these ACA subsidies?
Well, I'd like not to be able to do it. I'd like to get right into this, and I'd ask Oz this question in particular, but I'd like to see us get right into this. I don't know why we have to extend. This could be done rapidly if the Democrats would come along. We have a problem. The insurance companies own the Democrat Party. They own it. And the Democrats having a hard time. They give a lot of money to the Democrats. Very little money to Republicans, by the way. A lot of money to Democrats. And they're going to have to decide, do they want to do the right thing or do they want to be beholden to the insurance companies? They're making a fortune. I want the money to go to the people. Go ahead, Oz. How would you say that?
I agree with the president. We have some ideas out there. Congress is working through some concepts. But I just want to emphasize that the ACAs are not imploding based on the data we just received from the federal marketplace.
This can go very quickly, actually. Yes, please.
Mr. President, can I ask you, clarify something for me on the Federal Reserve? How many people are you interviewing for the Fed chairman, and what did you think of Chris Waller?
I think he's great. I mean, he's been a man who's been there a long time, somebody that I was very involved with in the sense of his career, and he's a fantastic man. I met him yesterday, again.
So how many people are you looking at?
We're talking to 3 or 4. I think every one of them would be a good choice, honestly.
Michelle Bowman?
We'll be making a decision pretty quick.
Is Michelle Bowman on that list too? Are you going to interview her?
She's fantastic. She's a fantastic person.
Thank you, Mr. President. Some GOP lawmakers have written to you in recent days saying they're concerned this executive order could normalize drug use for youth. How would you respond to them?
You're talking about this particular today? Well, I think I'd let one of the doctors respond to it because they can do it a lot better than me. But I can only tell you that when you see polls of 82% of the people want this, when I have friends that are really, really sick and they've gone through I guess you could say, unfortunately, I don't want to become too involved in it because I don't want it happening. But these are people that really know what's going on. Very smart people. This is one of the most successful people in the country, and a very brilliant guy. And when they go through this horrible ordeal of cancer or other things, and they realize that this is something that makes them feel better without all of the side effects of some of the drugs where you're just totally knocked out and out of it. But I'd like to have one of the doctors maybe respond, because you people do it better than anybody.
I'm happy to respond.
Yes.
I mean, and my answer is we have had cannabis scheduled for how long? And it hasn't protected neither the adolescents nor the adults. We have 20 million people in the United States with a cannabis use disorder. This is not legalizing it. It's making easier to do research so that we can use it when it is indicated and optimally.
So it's also a big part of this is research. In other words, you'll now have a much larger sample, and you'll be able to see if it's as good as many people say it is. I mean, people say it is beyond good, and you'll be able to find that out now.
On housing, you talked in your address last night about housing.
Yeah.
Are you still considering a national emergency over housing?
I'm looking at it.
What would
yeah,
that look
I'm
like?
looking
What would
at
that
it.
mobilize?
You know, there's two thoughts on housing. You have a lot of people have housing that because we have such a strong time and such a strong market, their houses are very valuable. It's a big part of their net worth, their house. I don't want to knock those numbers down because I want them to continue to have a big value for the house. At the same time, I want to make it possible for young people out there and other people to buy housing. In a way, they're at conflict. In other words, you create a lot of housing all of a sudden, and it drives the housing prices down. So I want to take care of the people that have houses that have a value to, to the house that they never thought possible, that have sort of made them wealthy and happy, and especially in their later years. Got to be careful with that. I want to keep them up. At the same time, I want to make it possible for people to go buy houses. Daniel, please.
Mr. President, you announced the Warriors dividend last night in your primetime speech. Very patriotic, very generous. What was the rationale and the thought process? How did you come up with the idea? What made you want to give back to
Well,
our
the
troops?
1776 was easy to come up with because we're actually at 1775. The number was 1775, and I said, wow. I think we can afford $1 more. But they came up to me, it was $1,775. So I said, well, let's add $1 to it. I think we can find that. And very simple, we've had a military that, in my opinion, by other presidents was not treated well. They're incredible. They're our finest people. They're protecting us. And because of tariffs, we're taking in billions and billions of dollars more than we ever have before, with no inflation, by the way, with no inflation. You saw the inflation numbers. They just came out today. What great timing. Practically no inflation. And yet we're taking in hundreds of billions of dollars. And this is small potatoes by comparison, but it's a way of taking care of our warriors, our soldiers. And I appreciate that question, Daniel.
Yeah, and Caroline
That was an easy one.
She just posted on X, your press secretary, that the board members of the Kennedy Center voted unanimously to rename it the Trump Kennedy Center. What is your reaction to that?
Well, I was honored by it. The board is a very distinguished board, most distinguished people in the country. And I was surprised by it. I was honored by it. We're saving the building. We saved the building. The building was in such bad shape, both physically, financially, and every other way. And now it's very solid, very strong. We have something going on television, I guess on the 23rd December. I think it's going to get very big ratings. And the Kennedy Center is really back strongly. It's in very bad shape, very, very bad shape physically. And we're also to get Congress to put up a lot of money and other people to put up a lot of money. We had a lot of donors come in for record-setting numbers, so we saved the Kennedy Center, and I was really, this was brought up by one of the very distinguished board members, and they voted on it, and there's a lot of board members, and they voted unanimously, so I was very honored by it. Thank you.
Mr. President, will you be seeking any authorization from Congress for any land attacks on cartels in Venezuela?
For anyone?
For any land attacks on drug cartels in Venezuela?
I wouldn't mind telling them, but it's not a big deal. I don't have to tell them. It's been proven. but I wouldn't mind at all. I just hope they wouldn't leak it. You know, people leak it. They are politicians and they leak like a sieve. But I'd have no problem doing that.
On that, Mr. President.
Yes, please.
Mr. President, there's a meeting this weekend on Ukraine in Florida. What are you hoping will come out of that meeting?
Well, they're getting close to something, but I hope Ukraine moves quickly. I hope Ukraine moves quickly because Russia's there. And, every time they take too much time, then Russia changes their mind. 27,000 soldiers were killed last month. Think of that. What do you think of that, doctors? 27,000, it's like a half a football stadium, were killed in 1 month. And it's that way. It's anywhere between 20 and 30,000, mostly soldiers, also some people from Kiev and other places. But largely it's the soldiers. They're losing their lives. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. It's the worst since World War II. And, you've heard me say I settled 8 wars, some going on for 35 years, one going on for 37, one going on for 32. And 8 wars, and I thought this would be an easier one. This is because of the animosity, the hatred. It's a little bit more difficult than we thought, but there's a chance we can get this done maybe soon.
Sir.
Remember that 25 to 30,000 people being killed a month, young people being killed a month. Steve, please.
When do you expect to make your announcement about the new Fed chair, sir? Before the end of the year? What do you think?
Over the next couple of weeks. I mean, I don't know before the end of the year, but pretty soon.
And then the Rocky Mount, North Carolina tomorrow night. Tell us what your message is going to be there, sir.
Say what?
When you go to Rocky Mount, North Carolina tomorrow night, what's your message going to be there?
Well, it's not going to be that much different from what I did last night. I mean, we've had tremendous success. We're bringing prices down. We inherited a mess. And part of what we inherited was the worst inflation in 48 years. I say history, but we had the worst inflation. It drove prices up. And now we're bringing those prices down. But I'll be talking about that. I'll be talking about the fact that we secured the border where literally nobody can come into our country illegally anymore. They came in from prisons and mental institutions and drug dealers and, a lot of bad people from all over the world. Venezuela emptied their prisons into our country. We had Tren de Aragua, which supposedly, the doctors don't know this, it's the meanest gang of them all. Okay, doctor? You don't have to know about it. You got other problems. But they let a lot of bad people in here. And so I think I'll be talking about that. I think I'll be talking about the tremendous success we have by sending the National Guard into various cities. D.C. is the ultimate example. People walk to work and they thank me all the time. People in the White House, they just walk to the White House from 10 blocks away. Before I came into office, they couldn't do that. They were getting badly hurt in many cases and beyond hurt, killed. So we were losing people. We were losing, on average, a person a week. Can you believe it? More. And now we haven't lost anybody in a long time. I consider the 2 people that got so badly hurt, the National Guard, that's a difference. That was terrorism. That was terrorism. And probably terrorism, maybe terrorism because they were unhappy with the tremendous success we've had because they don't want to see this country be successful. But Washington, D.C. now is a safe, beautiful city where the restaurants are booming, the town is booming. People walk to the restaurants with their wife or their children and they have a good time. We were losing all the restaurants. We were losing our life in this. We were just the whole heritage of Washington D.C. was down the drain, and we brought it back. And now everybody's thrilled to be here. It's the hottest. It's a part of the hottest country anywhere in the world. We become in 10 months the hottest country anywhere in the world. And I say it all the time. We were a dead country 1.5 years ago.
Do you expect to meet Prime Minister Netanyahu while you're down in Palm?
Yeah, he would like to see me. We haven't set it up formally, but he'd like to see me. We've had great success. Peace in the Middle East, aside from everything else. We now have peace in the Middle East. Yeah, he'll probably come to see me in Florida.
The Egyptians as well? Are they coming
I'd love to have him. El Sisi, he's a friend of mine. Yeah, I'd love to have him. Thank you very much, everybody.
Yeah, that's thank you, Cutting Edge, for the super chat there. And more importantly, You are the stream chat boss, and I appreciate you for that. I'm sick and tired of seeing the Democrat being the stream chat boss, pizza guy. How dare you? Congratulations, Cutting Edge. And I will come back with my reply to that super chat. Man, I've been doing these lives for so long that all my patriots, they go do what they got to do, come back. I'm still here, baby. Now, don't get too used to it because eventually I will have to tone it down. The reason why I don't do that many shorts is because I'm doing this stream so long and I don't have much time to do anything else. So there'll be time where I will actually slow it down. Remember, guys, we're trying to get to 100,000 and then we can go ahead and concentrate on other things. We are hoping to, this is going to sound crazy. This is going to sound crazy, so I need your help. We are trying to get to 100,000 by the end of April, okay? As you guys know, if you guys have gone to my channel, you guys know why that is important, okay? So I hope that by the end of April, we hit 100 subscribers. And I am going to need all your support and prayers because we are still committed to putting our name on the ballot for Washington State G-Man. All right? So thank you guys for being in here. And this is hospital workers who blocked ICE arrest hit with federal charges. This is what happens to citizens and residents that decide to protect illegal immigrants by blocking federal agents.
Emily, thank you. Breaking this hour, a Fox News exclusive. A pair of medical workers who blocked ICE agents from arresting an illegal immigrant in California are now facing criminal charges. Hello and welcome, everyone. I'm Sandra Smith in New York, and that exclusive reporting from our own Bill Malugin, who we have the pleasure of joining us today. Bill, great to see you.
Hey, Sandra, great to see you as well. Happy Friday to you. I'm Bill Malugin here in Los Angeles. This is America Reports. This is reporting we just got within the last hour or so. The two suspects here now both facing federal obstruction charges, and law enforcement sources confirming to Fox News one of them was arrested earlier this morning.
Yeah, Chief Correspondent Jonathan Hunt, he's got the very latest for us live right now. Jonathan, what are we learning?
Good afternoon, Sandra. Well, this incident happened on July 8th in Ontario, about 30 miles east of Los Angeles. According to the criminal complaint, ICE officers were conducting, quote, roving immigration-related operations when they followed a truck that made a sharp turn into the parking lot of a surgery center. The officers then, quote, decided to conduct a consensual encounter with the three adult males who were inside the truck. Two of them ran. One, who according to the ICE affidavit was, quote, later identified as an illegal alien, ran into the surgery center, and that's where staff at the center got involved. Two of those staff, Jose de Jesus Ortega and Danielle Nadine de Villa, have now been charged for allegedly interfering and trying to block the ICE agents who followed the illegal immigrant into the surgery center. In the video, they can be seen and heard questioning the ICE agents' actions, what they are doing in the center, and why they are masked. The complaint says de Villa, quote, wedged herself under Officer 1 and the target alien. And it says, quote, Ortega, who was still standing to Officer 1's left, appeared to grab Officer 1's arm and then his vest. Both Ortega and De Villa shouted at the officer, telling him to, quote, get out and to, quote, let him go. Both were warned by the officer that they should not touch a federal agent. The illegal immigrant was eventually arrested and removed from the surgery center. Immigration activists said at the time the surgery staff did nothing wrong.
In no way are they intervening. They're simply exercising the right to privacy. They're exercising the right to know who is in their building. They're exercising the right to know who is in this building with a weapon, right? And I think it's important to note that that what they did is commendable and it is brave.
The prosecutors obviously disagree with that. Ortega was arrested this morning. De Villa has not yet been found. Sandra?
Okay, Jonathan Hunt with the latest details on all that for us. Thank you. All right, Bill, obviously a lot more to learn here, but thank you to you for your exclusive reporting on all of that.
Yeah, and talking to federal sources, they are actively looking for De Villa right now. They went to her house this morning. She wasn't there, so they talked to her family, and she's considered a wanted fugitive right now. So we'll update when we hear more on that front. More to come. All right, Sandra, we're going to bring in Alex Villanueva. He's the former sheriff of Los Angeles County. He just announced he's running for LA sheriff again. Sheriff, great to see you.
Good to see you.
So you made it official. You want your old job back. A lot has changed since you first ran in 2018. You switched from Democrat to Republican. You initially campaigned on kicking ICE out of the jails. Now you want to work with ICE a little bit more. So I got two questions for you. What changed for you? And you know as well as I do, it's really hard to win in LA with an R next to your name. How are you going to do it?
Well, one, it's a nonpartisan office, Sheriff, so there won't be any letter next to anybody's name. And in 2018, when we did that in 2019, the border was secure under the Trump's first administration. With 4 years of Biden's open borders policy, that's been a game changer on the ground. When you have over 10 million unvetted people that flooded the country, now we have a serious, significant public safety threat that we have to do. So we're kind of competing different threats. And I think now that Bill Asaley, the AUSA here in LA, is now seeking, warrants, criminal warrants, judicial warrants. That is exactly what we asked for 5 years ago. They're doing it today. So a big thumbs up to Bill Asaley for doing that, because that really makes the legal scenario very simple.
We've seen all sorts of interference with ICE here in Los Angeles, whether it's rocks being thrown at agents or, as we saw at that cannabis farm a couple weeks ago, someone actually shot a gun at agents. Now, earlier today, we get this video of these two California medical workers who are being charged federally now for interfering with ICE when they were trying to arrest a Honduran illegal immigrant who ran in their facility. This is one of the workers being arrested right now. Just give us your thoughts on the overall big picture of all the resistance we're seeing here in LA when it comes to ICE.
Well, it's misplaced. If people want to protest what ICE is doing, ICE has a legitimate job to do, and they enforce federal immigration law. All these sanctuary policies are basically a joke, because in essence, you can't nullify federal law with a local law. And that false narrative they've been pushing has deluded people to thinking that it's okay to oppose what ICE is doing. No, that becomes a separate crime when you're interfering with a federal, a state, a local law enforcement officer, and those need to be dealt with accordingly.
What's your position on ICE detainers? So if you're sheriff again, I know you're saying you'll comply with federal judicial warrants, but what about ICE detainers? In other words, say an illegal immigrant is arrested for assault with a deadly weapon, and he goes into the LA County jail, and ICE puts a detainer on him and says, hey, if he makes bail, we'd like you to hand him over to us, or at least tell us when he's going to be released. California sanctuary state law says you can't work with ICE, so would you obey that, or what would your policy be?
Well, we can actually, with a detainer, as long as we have a judicial warrant that holds them in custody, once the judicial warrant expires, if they want to take them over at the point of expiration of the judicial warrant, that's fine. They can have them. In fact, we think that is the best thing. However, we can't detain them beyond their release date on an administrative detainer. We were actually sued, and we lost a class action lawsuit on that very same issue. So the detainers work while the person has another reason why they're in custody here locally.
And the last question, got about 40 seconds left here. Another topic you care a lot about is homelessness in California. If we can pull up this data on the screen here, a recent HUD study showing that there are approximately 187,000 homeless people here in the state of California. Sheriff, when you were in office, there were obviously all sorts of issues, violent crimes, specifically on the LA Metro. It seemed like almost every day someone was getting stabbed or some horrible violent crime there. If you're sheriff again, you know, what's your plan with that?
Well, one thing is we're going to start enforcing the law. We're going to hire 2,000 deputies in 2 years to get us back to full strength. And we're going to go out there and do the things we were doing before when we cleaned up the Venice at the beach. We had Brentwood in front of the VA Center, Plaza Olvera in downtown LA. We were successful working with local law enforcement, working with local government, be it the city of LA or small police or municipal cities, cleaning up their homeless encampments, getting people into the shelters. And actually, it kind of is a tough love. Okay, it's time to move on, get out. We have a shelter for you, but you cannot have a way of life of just occupying public spaces and declaring it as your own. And that's what has to change.
Okay. Former LA County Sheriff Alex Villanueva now seeking to be the new sheriff of LA County once again in 2026. Sheriff, always great to see you. Thanks for your time.
Hey everyone, I'm Emily.
Thank you, Emily Companion. All right, guys, and well, we hit that part of our live where I get to go find a video for you guys. And you know, you guys know what time it is. What time is it, guys? Can anybody tell me what time it is? Can anybody tell me what time it is? I am sure you guys know what time it is. Let's see. What time is it? True, Tanya. We welcome in all Patriots. Robert! My man. You guys already know. My Patriots, you already know what time it is. Robert, you're on top of it, man. Dang. Andy says hammer time. Oh. Oh, that's right. It is also time to trigger some libtards, illegal libtards. It is that time, my friends. It is that time. You guys know how we do. Welcome to the Gulf of Mexico. Let's go. Drop kick some illegals, they say. And Vilma Beltran has just... Vilma, how are you? I know this is just trolling, but you know what? I've seen you here a few times. I want to wish you to have a wonderful day today. I want God to bless you and your family. I don't know why I felt to say that today to you, but I mean it. God loves you. That's all I can say. I don't know why. I don't know why I'm saying it to you specifically, but I can tell you that God loves you. Whatever it is, God loves you. And I thank you for being here. Okay? Thank you for that. God bless you and your family. All right. For all of you trigger libtards on the left, it is time.
You guys are losers. You're a piece of
Sanctuary cities are in full panic mode, and we get to enjoy every second of it. Up first is an effeminate male Karen sighting outside a federal courthouse. He is the perfect case study for Trump derangement syndrome.
Yes, I am angry because people are being kidnapped.
Then a mostly peaceful protester assaults federal agents and ends up face down in pavement and in handcuffs. Then a Karen harasses an ICE agent in the middle of the street, then enjoys a mouthful of pavement. Then a flock of Karens with less brain cells than microphones takes the stage and makes a fool of themselves. Then Greg Bovino schools the local mayor in his own city. And stick around to the end because things take an unexpected twist and it drives this Karen mad.
So someone else was detained from the Griffith Street courthouse parking lot again. And here's Officer Lamb. And I'm asking you to keep an eye.
Hold on, little Karen boy. I just want to make sure that I let everybody know federal agents are actually authority. They are allowed to go anywhere in the country. They are just as important if not more important than police officers. Okay? Let's see what these police officers here say. Just keep that in mind. If you obstruct a federal agent, if you are in the area where they are investigating and you are over there getting in their faces, you can actually get arrested for that. Okay? That's not your freedom of speech. Your freedom of speech goes to a different spot peacefully. You start throwing items at federal agents and they have enough people, they will grab your ass and arrest you. Okay? All right, let's continue.
On the courthouse parking lot so we can document federal activity so we can get people out of illegal detainment. It's not that complicated.
He's right. It's not complicated at all. The police are here to protect the federal agents from deranged lunatics like the male Karen behind the camera.
You guys need to keep an eye on your parking lot. I just told you. Did you not hear what I just said?
You said keep an eye on it. I'm just asking, what do you want me to do with it?
I just told you what we want you to do with it. We want you to document what's happening so we can make sure that if people are illegally detained, we can get them out of detention. Is that not clear to you? Does that not make sense to you? Well, what?
You didn't tell me that. Why are you hostile with me, man? I'm just asking you, what do you want me to do with it?
Because this keeps happening here. This keeps happening.
I have pictures of it, okay? They're not allowed to arrest people around the courthouse, and we're really concerned.
What says they're not allowed to arrest people around the courthouse, though?
What?
Why can't they arrest people around the courthouse?
Because it's a law.
It's a sanctuary city.
They
Jesus
can be
Christ.
here, but they can't operate here. Right next to the courthouse.
They certainly can. It's a public parking lot. It's a sanctuary city. Really, they think nobody can get arrested because it's a sanctuary city? Please tell me that the libtards that are in my channel are not that stupid. I would like to think that you guys have some common sense, that not all is lost. Please tell me that.
They are not allowed to arrest people within 1,000 feet of the courthouse.
It says where?
It's a law. Look at that.
The federal law says they can't operate.
It's a
state law.
It's a state law. You are
Federal overrides state law. Get it, learn it, and don't abuse it. It'll come and bite you in the ass.
bound by sanctuary laws, sir.
By the way, the Constitution of the United States overrides state constitution. It's so wonderful to know that part.
The officer's face says it all. He is completely shocked at the level of stupidity displayed by the Karens. Federal law overrides state law. That's why we had the original Civil War.
I don't want to argue with you about the law. I want to talk to you about community safety.
I have told you several times. Keep an eye on the.
You're really angry at me, and I haven't.
Yes, I am angry because people are being kidnapped, and I'm. You have asked. Hold on a second. You have asked me a question multiple times.
Yeah.
I have answered it multiple times, and you are
Your answer is keep an eye on the parking lot. So I'm like, okay, so I keep an eye on it, and then what do you want me to do?
I have answered that question several times.
You want me to interject?
Hold on.
Interject in it? I can't interject. It's federal stuff. You don't have to raise your hand. We're on a class. Human rights. What the hell is wrong with this hammer and all these people with the human rights? Do you not understand that you have no human rights when you break the law? Get that to your head. You don't have human rights when you break the law and you become a criminal. That's not what you think. That's not the kind of rights you get. You don't get beat up. That's the rights you get. You get a right to an attorney. You get a right to all that. But that is not a human right. If you are breaking the law, federal agents will come and get your ass and they'll be deported. If you block them, you can be arrested, whether you're a resident or a citizen. That doesn't matter. You will also go to jail. This guy's. You are not even human. You're a bot. Get out of my chat. But I guess he wants to say something first. Go ahead.
The low testosterone male Karen just raised his hand to speak. I really wish we could see what the other side of the camera looks like, but we'll have to settle for imagination.
I have said several times, keep an eye on the parking lot. Document what federal agents are doing. Document what federal agents are doing. That means take video. That means take photos. That means write reports, writing down what you see happening. It's called documentation. That's a big part of your job, as I understand it. And it is. I'm not done.
Nothing in my job says that I have to.
That you have to report what happens in your community?
Federal officers do.
That you have to report what's happening in your community? That's not part of your job?
It's not a police officer's job to report on what ICE is doing in these sanctuary cities, but it is my job, which is why you should subscribe to my channel. I cover ICE content every day. Pay close attention to the male Karen in the orange scarf. Its delusion is strong.
He was in there last night. That's who he was talking to. They friends again.
You see them throwing ice balls? That will get you arrested.
It was at this exact moment the male Karen realized he messed up. After years of living in a sanctuary city, he thought law enforcement was merely a myth. But today, he discovered federal authority. Now let's check in on that pavement-eating Karen.
There we go. Thank you. Watch yourself, he's gonna drive over you.
You guys are fucking assholes.
Thank you. Move yourself. Move yourself. Now. Out of the way.
The agent politely urges the Karen to move out of the way so she doesn't get struck by the vehicle, and she instantly shouts expletives at him. In the show business, this is what we call instant karma, but in the wild, we call it natural selection.
Oh my god, are you okay?
Her feelings are hurt.
You can hear the Karen sniffling and crying as reality hit her in the face like a brick.
Trying to kidnap 5,000 immigrants out of our communities, and this week, as Trump initiated this crackdown on New Orleans, he also green-lighted a war with Venezuela. What do we say to that?
We say bravo and thank you, ICE and President Trump. Now let's finish the job.
And in order for us to build a movement that can not only expel ICE and CBP from our city,
I want to just point something out real quick. I know that you and I, all my patriots and I, we are very patient. We are very loaded. We're strapped. We are true patriots. We're Americans. We are against illegal immigrants. Now, so far, these libtards that are out there protesting ICE, right now, we're letting them get away with shit. But if thing gets too serious, we're going to go out there, and it's not going to be pretty. So I think that for now, we'll just keep telling people that they're going to get arrested if they are obstructing ICE. They're federal agents. It's not just ice cubes. Federal agents. You're obstructing investigations. They're going out there to grab certain people, specific people. And what Trump said was, we're going to go after the criminals, the hardcore criminals, the killers, rapists, thieves, all these other people. But the one thing that Democrats keep taking out of this one same speech that he gave, that's not how it ends. He also said those who are in the vicinity that are illegal, they will also get picked up. Eventually, every single illegal immigrant has got to go. They don't remind you of that part. And that is the part that I'm going to remind you of every day. So there's that.
Can not only defend immigrants right now, but can solve the system that makes people immigrate to this country because the U.S. has destabilized their countries at home. To end the system where people are forced to come here.
So we go destabilize other countries, and we are forcing people to illegally migrate to this country. It has nothing to do with terrorists coming here. It has nothing to do with thieves, gangbangers. It has nothing to do with mental problem people. It has nothing to do with the leaders of the third world countries making billions of dollars from payments from illegal immigrants. It has nothing to do with that. It has nothing to do with Nicolas Maduro killing all his political opponents. It has nothing to do with him being the dictator, hiding food and supplies from the Venezuelan people. It has nothing to do with that. Yeah, we created that problem, for sure. Yeah, for sure. And we also created the problem down in Honduras, where the criminals are trying to fight for who sells the most drugs. Yeah, the United States also created that problem. Well, that part is probably right because of the Democrats. But the point is, that's not the reason why they come to this country illegally. Come on, we're not that stupid. And this girl yelling like that, I will have to check her papers. She might be illegal or one of those fake birthright citizenships.
Because they have no other choice.
I propose an idea. Why don't we send all these Karens into these third world countries and let them fix it?
Yeah.
Put your money where your mouth is.
Yeah, I did. Not only that, but all of the migrants that come to this country has built this great United States of America. Don't you think we should send them down to Mexico? Don't you think we should grab all these awesome, fantastic, phenomenal migrants and put them down in Central America so that they can build a great country like the United States of America? I would love to see that. Oh, man, I try to keep a straight face, but that is the biggest bullshit I've ever said. Oh, man, it makes too much sense. I apologize to my lip-tards. You guys don't get common sense. Manuel, I get it. You will never understand. With that cactus face, you will never understand common sense. I get it, bro. Don't worry about it. It's all good. Hammer, I don't, man, this guy. I try to be positive. I try to have hope that things will get better in this country. And then I see people like Hammer and Manuel. Manny, handy-dandy Manny, in the house, over here, always talking shit about Americans. And then Hammer drops it in. And I just don't know how to convince these people that this country belongs only to Americans and legal resident aliens. China, China, China.
That's why we're here. That's why we're here. We are in your community because here
American patriot versus white guilt loser American.
violence committed by those that shouldn't be here in your community.
I'm unaware of that happening.
A Democrat mayor claiming to be unaware of the crime in his own community. I'm disappointed, but I can't say I'm surprised.
Get the out of here!
No, yeah, common sense is what got Trump elected, you mean. We beat the morons that don't know how to protect the United States of America and its actual real people and constituents. You guys have allowed criminals, over 18,000 terrorists, to come into this country, so shut the hell up. You guys are guilty of all these children that are missing, hundreds of thousands of children, all the women that get raped on the way over here because you keep encouraging illegal immigration. Shut the hell up.
Disgusting. Don't throw nothing. Hey, don't throw nothing.
They filmed their own felonies with their own camera. Someone share this video with DHS. Let's make America a safer place.
Don't throw nothing. They're gonna use that against us and they're gonna make us look like so disgusting. They hit their car! They hit their car!
The lack of self-awareness from the Karen mob is astonishing. They were attacking federal vehicles the entire time.
They're right there!
Now, let me tell you why somebody will say La migra está aquí, why the migra is here. You know why they say that? You know why they yelled immigration is here? Because they know it is a fact that there are illegals in that area. And these morons don't understand that. Whenever they yell that out, that ICE is here, immigration is here, they are acknowledging that people are illegal. And therefore, they gotta go. They gotta go. I did not get a firearm until I became an American citizen. The right to bear arms is for American citizens. I think I explained it on the chat when I told you what human rights are and versus legal rights. Legal rights from the Constitution belongs to American citizens. Human rights belongs to everybody else. Do you understand the difference between that? Then the next time somebody comes and puts the damn Constitution in my face, you better know what the hell you're talking about. You get your human rights, which are also in the Constitution, but the legal rights, that is for American citizens. Get that straight into your head.
Or block him in right there! Block him in right there!
As if federal property damage wasn't enough, they want to add obstruction to the list of charges.
Bryce, you're just a nuance, man. You gotta go. Peace out.
How many whistles does it take for a Karen mob to accomplish anything? It's a trick question because no Karen has ever accomplished anything, ever.
Get the out of here! Get the out of here! What the is wrong with
They got him.
They are not defending themselves if they are the ones putting themselves in harm's way. That's not how defending yourself works.
Self-deport, get yourself a Jet2 holiday back to your homeland and $1,000 to spend.
100%.
Ay, suena. Ay, qué puto coraje me das. What are they doing going in circles?
That accent is the most foul-sounding thing to ever penetrate my eardrums.
They got him.
Oh my God.
Got him.
I wish I could understand. Oh, God,
Don't forget to go visit the Crime Chef on his website. Like and subscribe to his videos. I mean, he is showing truth with a little twist of comic relief. If you guys notice that I yell a lot on the microphone, turn the volume down on your phone, will ya? That way you guys don't have to complain about my yelling. I get excited. This is my show, and well, I got to do what I got to do, guys. If you don't like it, get the hell out. If you do enjoy it, of course, like and subscribe. I don't mind going off on some people. That's fine. I think sometimes it's fun. But there are certain people that just go a little bit too much. And some of these people in here are like, who the hell was the one threatening me with this and right? Hammer, equality, human rights. There's not such thing. Equality, human rights, it's American democracy now in America. No. I swear, like, it doesn't matter if I put this up here, it really doesn't matter how hard I try to be able to show you guys. Let's go ahead and have a little lesson. Let's all learn something. I want to learn something before we go. I want to learn something before we go. Here we go. Since you guys are too lazy to look it up, I know you want to just talk smack. Human rights are universal universal inherent rights belonging to everyone by virtue of being human, like the right to life. You get the right to live in your country. Dignity. You get the right to not be over there discriminated in your country. Whereas legal rights are specific protections granted and enforced by a government's law, varying by country, like voting, specific constitutional rights. While human rights are moral and philosophical, legal rights are codified and enforceable throughout courts, with human rights often inspiring national laws, bridging the gap between universal ideals and local implementation. Human rights is a source that's inherited to all humans based on dignity. And I think a lot of people that read the Constitution, this is why they get so freaking confused. You don't understand what is human rights, that belongs to you. What is legal rights, that belongs to the American citizens, not to you. Universal, applied to everyone, everywhere. Human rights. Inalienable, cannot be taken away by governments. Freedom from torture, right to life, and equality. In your country. This is not your country. Legal rights created by government through constitution, statutes, and court rulings, specific to a jurisdiction, county, or state. Those are laws. That's not a right. That's not a human right. Am I right? That's a law that belongs to the citizens. That's not a universal human right. That's why they separate them. The nature can be changed, repealed, or expanded by the legal system that created them. The right to vote in democracies, specific property rights, rights to public education. To citizens, not to illegal immigrants. Yeah, this is not the world. This is the United States of America, and we do not follow international law. We follow the law of the United States. Did he just say lie? Okay, that's it. There's no need to explain. I'm having an article here to read, and this moron is just not going to get it. So, guys, I want to thank you so much for being here with me today. You guys know that I love you. I appreciate you. As a migrant, Hispanic, that came here, followed the law, I respect the law, took every step to become an American citizen because I love this country. I love what it's done to the land that I belong. And I am glad that I was adopted into the American family. And I appreciate every single one of you guys in here. Thank you for the likes. Thank you for the subscribes. God bless you. God bless your family. God bless the USA. And remember, Patriots, whether you are a veteran or active military, priority number one, American citizen.